All right, guys. Everybody grab a seat. Yeah, you can move chairs, do whatever you need. Make friends with your neighbors. All right, I just want to do a couple of housekeeping bits first. Like I said to a lot of people, we are live on YouTube. So that means that if anyone doesn't want their question to be heard, you can text me it or sneak it into my ear when we talk about politics, because everybody wants that stuff on the internet forever. The Groom's Cottage, unfortunately, much like a few of our couples who were supposed to be here, Soup, one of our long-term bartenders, is staying there. He got the stomach bug that's going around. So that's off limits unless anyone wants to get super ill. And yeah, for my few couples that were sick and we're going to come in, sorry guys. And lastly, Tammy from Good Earth, her son caught it, so she's at home looking after her grandkids this afternoon because he unfortunately was hospitalized with it. So everyone stay healthy is the key to the stomach bug that's going around. A couple of other bits. Has everybody, has at least every couple got a binder and a copy of the cocktail list and the wine list? Yeah? Okay, cool. All right. I'm going to just quickly introduce, I am Isadora. For those that don't know me, I think pretty much everyone in here has now had a chance to meet me. I own and run the manor. I've owned it since 2014 and built it as a wedding venue and have pretty much done it all since. I think we worked out the other day, we've done about 300 weddings since we opened, just a few more. And through most of that time, Grace has been working for me. And this is Grace. She is technically the property manager, but actually does everything. And very often, if you have anything which requires an extra set of hands to come in for the wedding day, Grace is the extra set of hands that comes in. She knows pretty much this house inside and out. And if you have food trucks coming in and things like that, she's the person that knows the best place to put the generator so it's not too loud, or the plugs that can handle 240 voltage, that kind of stuff. And if Grace isn't around, you will meet the other person who often backs me up, which is Hannah Furnival. She's going to be in a bit later. She was born in the house and she got married here, and she's a Rixey. And she will be around a little later. She's coming to be a previous couple Q&A person. And then next Grace is Adam, who is my cousin, who lives with me on site, who moved in about 5 years ago.
End of 2018.
For 2 or 3 weeks, and is still here. And over those 5 years, basically, he now runs our bar, does a lot of maintenance and stuff around here, and really helps everything keep ticking. So if at any point you can't get hold of me, generally the phone will run through to Grace first and she'll answer it. But any of us three and a few other people that you'll meet today that are often involved with the team can answer most of your questions today if you can't find me. But just so that you can finally put names to faces, because that's the whole point of Bootcamp. A lot of the time, if you aren't lucky enough to be at Bootcamp, you might not actually get the experience of meeting the other people that are going to be at your wedding until your wedding weekend. The other couple of things are that the tables at the back, there is 2 6-foot rounds set up, and what was usually the sweetheart table set up at the very back of the room. The 6-foot rounds are set with 12 people on each table. It's the absolute max that a 6-foot can handle. You'll see it in the table layout, but it gives you a visual idea as to what 12 at a table looks like, so that you guys can make an educated call as to how you feel about that. As long as there's no charges. If there's charges, you cannot get 12 people at a table. It has to be 10. But that way you guys can make an educated call, because sometimes our couples want to have a few more people at the table and one less table. There's no really right or wrong to that. That is your choice entirely. The last thing is we are obviously, I'm very proud to say, a super LGBTQ plus venue here, and we try very, very hard to not gender what we do. Unfortunately, the nature of the weddings are they generally fall into gender roles, and there's a lot of gender stereotypes that come along with it. We are very conscious of language here, and I try my very hardest, but I will say that for the next kind of 2 hours, that's probably not going to be the case, because I'm talking to such a broad variety of people. I'm going to go with some stereotypes here and there, and I'm really, really sorry. Obviously, there's no way I could cover every single amazing inclusive wedding that we do here. So it's just what it is, and I'm sorry if I screw up. Because I'm gonna. This is not, Bootcamp is both my favorite because I think it's the most useful thing for you guys and the vendors really love it. I hate it. It's like putting on a wedding for me. I have to do table layouts and I have to be in front of all of you guys and find vendors and organize catering, and it gives me a huge amount of respect to everything that you are all going through, because sometimes I feel like we do it so often that it seems really straightforward, and then when I have to put myself in the role of making the decisions versus helping you guys make the decisions, I realize how much harder it is when you're the person that has to make those decisions every time, not be the person that's guiding someone making those decisions. This is an opportunity for me to do stuff how I would do it. We generally also do what I would consider in many ways is the more budget or worst option when we do bootcamp. For instance, your wrinkled table linens. They are a pretty good example of what actual table linens look like if you don't rent them and get them pressed. The first couple of years that we did this, a lot of people would buy their table linens online. They are cheaper when you buy them online. However, they come like shirts with little squares on them, and they're packaged with little things. And they are impossible to get those little lines out unless you take them to the dry cleaners and get them professionally pressed. That costs about $12 a linen. Your linen costs about $12. It's cheaper to rent them. As you can see, the linens that you guys are sitting in front of, a lot of them have been through the wash. I don't know how many times, and you can probably still see the square lines on them. We disguise it a little bit with the pretty overlays, but the reality is it's a real false economy to buy your own table linens. Thankfully, pretty much everyone listens to me now, and no one does it, but Bootcamp is about reminding people why we don't do these things. It's not just me generally saying it to make your life more difficult or more expensive. It's in fact the opposite. The whole point of Bootcamp is to try and figure out how to make your planning process easier. We have some couples here. What we have in the back, we have are you guys still technically newlyweds, do we think? How many years has it been?
It's been like 4 years since we signed a contract here and a little bit over a year since we actually got married.
Welcome to COVID weddings. And we've got someone who's getting married in just, a few weeks at this point. And then we've got some people in here who have only just signed a contract and have no idea what's going on. Okay, so there's going to be a lot of information. Some of it's going to be relevant to you guys now. Some of it's going to be relevant to you guys a year from now. Hopefully, if you're getting married in 2024, you'll come back for the next boot camp and you'll learn something totally different. We're going to start with my least favorite bits of the whole thing so that they're done. That is tipping and family politics. Tipping I don't like because I don't like to take money out of anyone's pocket. And whatever I tell you, I'm either taking money out of your pocket or I'm taking money out of my amazing vendors' pockets. It is obviously gratuity, so it's supposed to be a thank you. Generally, there is the idea that if somebody is the owner of the company, you don't tip them. They should be charging enough that you don't need to tip them. Obviously, everybody loves a tip. So, if you feel like someone's gone above and beyond, giving you an amazing experience, it doesn't matter if they own the company or not, absolutely tip them. If it is somebody that is working for somebody, generally those are the people that you are more expected to tip. So those are going to be your servers, your assistants, your second shooters. The rough idea as to what to tip is in the handbook. Everybody's budget's different. Everybody's experience is different. It is important to know from the catering perspective that often if they put a service charge in their contract, that is not a tip for the service that are on site that day. That is actually a tip that they divvy up between the people that are behind the scenes, the people that load your trucks, the people that do press your linens, that kind of thing. So it's worth talking to your caterers a little bit about whether if there's a service charge involved, whether that is actually in fact a tip on your service for the day. Bartenders. I emailed everybody. I know some people are better at checking their honey book than other people. Some people are contracted in at the new rate and other people aren't, which is we have put our bartenders, this is Nate, for those that haven't met Nate.
Not late, I'm really, really, really early.
That's true. You are really, really, really early. But Nate loves Bootcamp more than anyone else. It's like your jam.
What's that?
Bootcamp.
Oh, Bootcamp, oh yeah. Education, that's what it's all about. If you want a perfect day, this is how you get that.
Like Nate's all about bootcamp. The moment the date is set, it's like he's my biggest cheerleader. And I need that because I hate it. Yeah, so the bartenders and any extra set of hands through Rixey Manor, we ask that you pay them $300. That's going to cover you for the night. Generally, it's about 10 hours that they're on staff, but it really depends. Rehearsal dinners, they might be serving for less, but then we'll try and get a lot of setup done for the next day if I still got their hands. It's nice to have a little extra manpower. You are required to have 2 bartenders, really, whatever's going on. Above and beyond that, everything else is dependent on your event, your guest numbers, what you're serving. We need to have 2 bartenders on, even if your wedding's tiny, because we've had in the past medical issues where one of my bartenders has had to go and look after a guest that's not very well, and we still need to obviously keep the bar covered. Our bartenders do a lot more than just serve drinks. Not only do they help me with setup, like moving tens of stacks of chairs all over the place, they also know the history of the house. They know where the bathrooms are. They know they're usually able to help your older guests get up the stairs to the rooftop, all of that kind of stuff that I don't have the time to do because I'm looking after you guys. They are kind of an extension of me, and I'll look after everyone in our private party those are the people that basically would wear a flower. And the bartenders really help look after the rest of the guests that are coming through the doors on the wedding day. Also, they're very good bartenders in the sense that they are not going to overserve your guests. If they think your guests are a little bit too tipsy, they will water down those drinks in a significant way in the hopes that we don't have to cut anybody off. So it's going to be, if they're ordering a cranberry vodka, it's going to mostly be cranberry with just like a smell of vodka on top. And very rarely do we cut people off at all. We just hand them a bottle of water. It's a softer way of telling a guest to take a break. Our bartenders are very good for that. Due to that, that's why they're the only people that we do require you to use. Unless they, and the 300 covers all of that, they pretty much always put a tip jar on the bar. If anyone has an issue with them having a tip jar on the bar for any reason, let me know and we can work our way around it, okay? So that's kind of the tipping stuff. Has anyone got any questions on tipping? By the way, this isn't school, this is like a roundtable discussion. If anyone has any questions, just ask them. If anyone has anything that they want to comment about tipping or anything else that's going on, just speak up if you feel comfortable doing that. Anyone have any questions on tipping?
Should we tip the bartenders on top of the drink?
If they've got a tip jar out, there's no need to. If there's no tip jar, obviously feel free to give them as much money as you want.
Yeah.
They're phenomenal. I think they're the greatest things on the planet. But I will say on that, tips for anyone working for my team are always really, really appreciated. Nobody needs to tip me, okay? I'm going to say that again. I do not take tips. If you tip me, I just give it to them, all right? So you do not need to, if you have that in mind, that you just give it to them directly, okay? Family politics. Yeah. I'm just getting the horrible stuff out of the way. Okay. So, yeah.
Do you want us to tip in cash in the envelopes?
So, if you tip in cash and you bring it in envelopes and you write the name on the envelope, you won't see a lot of the stuff that come through the door. I'm more than happy to hand it out. Most of my team now accept Venmo. My bartenders all accept Venmo. Very easy. I know that, for instance, Nate, if you are tipping Nate or you're extending his hours or anything like that, you also accept Venmo. I think that most of our team now do accept Venmo. That's honestly the easiest way to tip them out because you don't have to remember to bring cash. There are a few things you might need cash for on the wedding day that aren't tipping. For instance, little emergencies where we might have to send a team member off-site to go and pick up you may have forgotten. So it's also a little bit of cash with you. But I don't like that panic on Sunday morning where you forget which envelope you put your cash in. So if you can use Venmo, do it. It keeps it a lot cleaner. Speaking of little emergencies things, if it's within your budget to have an extra set of hands on any day of your wedding, please let me do that. Please let me bring somebody in. I can absolutely, unless I tell you in our final walkthrough that I need an extra set of hands, that I will not be able to do it without an extra set of hands. Pretty much I can do what needs to be done. That's the whole point. However, every once in a while, stuff gets slipped through the cracks. For instance, we've had a wedding a few years ago now with the table linens. where the mother of the bride was very, very tied to this idea that they would have different colored, quite brightly colored floral table linens on each of the tables. Unfortunately, I think it wasn't communicated how important that was to the bride because she took them off the linen rental. So then the day of the wedding arrived and the bright floral table linens that the mother of the bride had wanted didn't show up. And I don't think the bride realized how upsetting that would be for her mother to not have them. So luckily we had an extra set of hands on deck, which was Grace, who then ran around and found a whole load of fun, different colored floral pieces of fabric from Michael's and Joanne's Fabrics and brought them up and we did the tables with them and everyone was happy. But there was no way we could have done that unless I'd had someone extra here. And the same goes with any other little emergencies like that. Having someone extra on hand is really, really helpful for me. It's not in everyone's budget, and I do understand that. It's why it's not required. But if it is within everyone's budget, it makes me have a little bit more breathing space. Hi, guys. Grab a label from that, and then we will have to find binder for them. Yeah. You see moments like that. Okay, so that's tipping. Any more questions on that? Or anything to do with staffing, I guess, on Rixey Manor, since we've gone kind of to that. Yes, that is true. If you haven't read through your handbook recently, you will see that there's been an edit in it. And again, it was on the email. Please Venmo me the money for our bartenders or give me the cash for the bartenders before the wedding day. I hate having to chase you guys up on Saturday for it. You guys are hopefully tipsy, happy, and do not want to be thinking about money. So please, 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 after we have settled how many staff you're having on your team at that final walkthrough 4 to 6 weeks out, please at some point between then and a week before your wedding, send me that money. You can Venmo it. Like I said, I can give you for the wedding. If I haven't got it by then, I'll try and remind you on that day so that then again, it's not a Friday, Saturday. We try and keep this, she's just like, look at my tweet, people. So please try and get that to me before drop off. If not, I'll remind you of drop off. If I forget, I will remind you on the wedding day. Also in your contract, you will see that there is a $500 deposit for accidents and whatever. Again, I very rarely remember to get that from you because we've never had to use it. I'm very lucky. Our guests and our teams and everyone are all wonderful and respectful. And even if something gets a little damaged, it's generally not in any way malicious and we can just fix it. It's always helpful to have a check written out for it just in case, but I'm probably not going to get it from you. And if I do, I rip it up on Sunday. So any other things on staffing and money? Like I said, I'm doing my least favorite things, but okay. Cool. And the numbers of staff and stuff are in the handbook to give you an idea. They're also on your Google Sheets, just to give you a rough idea. All right. Families. So I would say probably conservatively, about 1 in 4 of our couples comes to us with a family that is tight-knit, gets on well with the other family, and that's great. It's wonderful. But that does mean like 75% of our couples are not coming to us with that experience. So I'm speaking to those people, which is going to be a lot of people in this room, and there's no real way around it, which is that parents are split up. They might not be comfortable together. You've got that aunt that posts everything critical on Facebook and hasn't been able to keep it to herself. Or you've got a sister that is going through her own stuff and maybe is approaching a wedding with a different attitude than you'd like. We're going to talk a little bit about how to keep those things together. Practically, a lot of people do first looks. It's a good time if you are doing a first look to have a think. If you have families that may not be comfortable being photographed together, a first look allows you to split those up. So you would say do mother of the bride and her family before the wedding and father of the bride and his family after the wedding. It's a nice way, for instance, say if you get on better with maybe your mother, and being able to do more of the family photos on the side of the family that you get on better with, so that you can kind of just quickly skip through dad's photos at the end of the after the wedding. We just do a couple. First looks do allow you to split people up like that. It does mean that they don't have to be in the same room. It means that the parent that you perhaps don't, it's horrible. There's always, I think everybody in this, even if you are a parent in this room, understands the idea that when you're with your parents, maybe you become the best version of being a son or daughter that you need to be for that parent. It's not necessarily your most authentic self, and you don't necessarily feel that you have the ability to react and emote and feel like you would do if they weren't there, for better or for worse. If you have somebody that you feel is going to be making your mourning more stressful, more difficult, or less authentic to you, I would recommend not having them there. Invite them to come at the same time as the other guests, about 20 minutes, and then once everybody's here, honestly, you're so distracted with everybody and everything else that you can let a lot of stuff that you wouldn't normally be allowed to let slide, or you wouldn't normally be able to slide. It doesn't seem so important when everyone else is there. In those few hours before your wedding, those things that irritate you about somebody really irritate you, okay? So if you are, just be realistic. Weddings are not times to be aspirational, right? It doesn't make any mother and father can be sat in a sitting room for the first time in 10 years and have a civilized conversation. They're not an aspirational time, trust me. It pushes so many buttons, a wedding. There's so many specific roles that people feel that they need to be fulfilling. It's not the time to test that. Just keep everyone apart, okay? And by the way, I very regularly pull one member of a family aside and point out to them that if they can't get through 12 hours, they are not getting invited to Christmas. When that kid is born, they're not getting invited to the first birthday party if they prove that they cannot be an adult. I then give them a drink and a cigarette, if that's what their thing is, and send them back, and usually it works. But it's worth having that talk with them yourself and saying that it is a dress rehearsal for the rest of your lives and the new families that you are forming. And if they cannot prove to you that they can do it, they probably won't get an invite in the future. It usually is a reality enough shock to them that you guys are forming a new family, and it's your choices to who you bring into that family, it's not expected. And I say that knowing that we do have a lot of LGBTQ couples here where that choice is unfortunately a no-brainer for them. But it doesn't just imply, that is not just something that you go through if you come out or you're living a life that isn't what your parents necessarily expected for you. It's everybody. Everybody's parents have those expectations for them. It's up to you as to if you bring them into your next stage of your life. If they celebrate with you, you don't have to do anything, okay? Like, I would say probably about 25% of our couples, they're not walked down the aisle by their father for many reasons. Sometimes they've lost their dad, and sometimes it's just not something that they want to bring into their new life with them. And it is fine. From another practical thing, there's also a lot of step-parents involved and godparents. And there are a lot of other people that raise you that aren't just necessarily your mother and father. I think it's very, very nice to be able to recognize those people and acknowledge that you do want to bring those people into your new life with you. If you have step-parents, we see a lot of kids that do first dances, like parents' dances with their step-parents. We've had dad and stepdad walk right down the aisle. We have had all manner of pulled one of the bracelets out from the bottom of the cake right before we cut it, and they had like little charms on them. And that was my way of honoring the group of women that have helped raise me, not just my mom. Some other practical things to remember is you do not have to think within inside that box. If you don't want your parents making a speech, or you don't want to make a speech, or you don't want to do a first dance, don't do it. You just don't have to. Weirdly, you have to cut a cake. I don't know why. That's just never going away. Of all the traditions that we don't see anymore, cake cutting, we see every single wedding. I don't remember the last time that we didn't cut a cake, slice a cupcake, eat a donut. I don't know, but there's some form of dessert feeding. It's not a two-person job generally. I don't know why at the wedding it's a two-person job. I mean, we've had people cut logs. That's a German tradition. Plant roses. We've had a lot of other things, but there is still always that cake cutting. Okay, it's just never going away. Speaking of which, garters and bouquet tosses of things that might or might not go away. Bouquet tosses we see about 50% of the time. Garters we see about 25% of the time. If you're going to do a garter toss, there is nothing worse than the groom that does not get involved in it, okay? So speaking to the grooms in the room, if you don't think that you are going to play it up, and if pony comes on, you are not going to like do it, just don't do it, because or else you look, it's worse, okay? Like either do it or don't do it, all right? Bouquet tosses you can kind of half do. It's fine if it's not your thing. But the garter, you gotta put on a show, okay? And if you're not gonna put on a show, just cut it. It's true. And by the way, if you're gonna be nervous because suddenly her dad's watching you put on a show, again, don't do it, okay? Like, you don't have to. But nothing is worse than when you're just like, sorry, and then run away again, all right? Okay, so family politics. This is one where generally it is helpful if people in the room do talk to me about their specific situations, because you are not alone in them, and usually other people are going through them. However, I am very aware that for the first time ever, by doing this live, that might be a bit more of an issue. So is there anybody that does have some family politics that they want to talk about or that they want some advice on? Yeah, you see, that's what I was thinking. I don't know. Yeah, I guess the biggest thing to do is you're not the widows. Generally, I find that children downplay how horrible their parents are. If I have a kid and they're like, my mom's a little much, I'm like, okay. They don't usually oversell they usually undersell, because at the end of the day, you generally really do love your parents and you are so glad that they're there and celebrating with you. It's so you want them there and you don't want me to think badly of them, and I get that. And I gotta be honest, I pretty much love all our couples and I pretty much love all our parents, and it's not a big deal for me if they're a little much, okay? Their kids are getting married, they're allowed to be a little bit much, just in the same way that you guys are allowed to be a little bit much here and there, okay? It's a big day, you're basically financing a house, and like, it's okay to not always feel in control or always that it's exactly what you wanted. It's okay to have those moments, and we're here to talk them through. And if you do have any family politics that we always go through them about 4 to 6 weeks out. If you do feel that there's anything you want to go through, I'm always on the other end of the phone. And I can promise you that there is probably nothing that we haven't dealt with before at this point. And, you know, I don't suppose they'll ever watch us. I had a brother of one of our brides, his fiance got a little drunk, threw her engagement ring at him in the middle of the dance floor, burst into tears, screaming, and said, I don't understand why your family think I'm crazy. And I think everybody was like, no idea where they got that from. So, you know, we've had groomsmen, or we've had people go and hide in bushes and make nests because they fell out with their wife. Fake seizures. Yeah, mother of the groom had a fake seizure.
Oh, no.
He told me, he said her new thing to do whenever she doesn't feel like she's getting enough attention is to pretend she has a seizure. All right. Like I'm telling you that there is nothing. I had a mother of the groom stand up at a rehearsal dinner and tell the bride, who by the way is one of my best friends and I adore her and they are very happily married for many, many years, stand up at the rehearsal dinner and tell them that he's making the biggest mistake of his life. They've been together since they were 14. She still haven't got over that they got drunk together at 16 or something. I mean, like, parents are bringing their own stuff to it too, is my point. So is your aunt, your uncle, or your godparent. They're bringing their own experiences. They're bringing their own feelings to it. I, with the exception perhaps of that one mother, I'm not sure that I have ever seen I've seen people go into it misguidedly. I've seen them overreact. I've seen them maybe not react how a couple wants them to react, but very rarely do we see anyone be malicious. Just weird. But weird's fine. We're all a little weird. All right. Anyone sat at this table want to talk about family politics? All right. Gosh.
I do like your deep, but don't do the whole when you do toasts. Don't family politics come to that, because you're gonna have some people like, hey, I want to do a toast. I'm like, you're not on the list, bro, it ain't happening.
Oh yeah, we don't do free mic.
Yeah,
toast
don't do
ever.
that, some DJs will allow you to, don't, it's just, don't.
No, don't. I always ask, yeah, hang on. Oh yeah, Kat, what, yeah.
So we had some family issues, we'll call that at our wedding. And one of the ways that we dealt with them.
You guys can come sit up here if you want. No. They're hiding in the back. But they've already done this, they're experts. Valerie also has already done this. She was one of our very first brides right here on the end.
One of the things that we did is that we hired a babysitter to deal with one of the challenging parents. And it was my wedding gift that I asked them specifically to own, like, your one and one only job for me for my wedding is take care of parent A. And to make certain that there's no problems and to make certain you're behaving well. Did was that we weren't certain how one of my family members was going to react. So we flipped the kind of the traditional way of doing speeches and had the parent that was kind of troubled to give the speech at the rehearsal dinner. Therefore, it was with closer friends and family. You can control the environment.
There's also less drinking at the rehearsal. Like, people are less drunk at the rehearsal dinner.
Yeah, and I think those are kind of the big things that we did is that I just convinced one of my close family members of saying, give me a wedding gift, babysit this person, that's all I want. And it turned out really well.
It does help, like if you, and like I said, this is not the time to be aspirational, this is the time to be realistic. Generally, we are talking family members here. You've known them your whole life. They're not gonna change their personality that day, okay? They're just not. In the same way I'm saying about you guys, like, be realistic as to who you guys are, and we'll talk a bit about this with timelining. Like, if you are not a person that is good at getting up early, let's adjust that timeline so that you aren't in hair and makeup at 6:30 in the morning, okay? It's not a time to be aspirational. On the subject of free mic speeches and things like that, there's a few things that you will see on your wedding day that we do. But one of the things I always ask is that everybody sends me a copy of their speech so that I can print it, so I can give it to them in case they lose their speech and because we don't like it read off phones. The other reason I tell everyone they need to send me a copy of the speech, but I do not tell them this, is because I vet those speeches. When they come off the printer, I read them. And if there is anything in there that I am like, Christ, I will in fact that's the point, it gives me a little heads up as to what's coming. I can run it by you guys and say, hey, this joke doesn't seem funny to me, but like, are you okay with it? And that kind of stuff. So there are quite a few things that happen through the day that have a very practical reason. Like, for instance, we don't want people not having their speech in hand, so I do always make sure it's printed and given to them. But there are multiple layers to all this stuff, and certainly we have had. Were you the DJ for that one where the father of the bride was so inappropriate? I had to give her a vocal halfway through.
I've had a couple of those. One was real bad here. It was like, Dad, you're done. Like, don't come here to get with it.
Like, is that the one where he'd written it and we all thought it was because he was drunk, but he'd actually written it how he said it?
Yeah.
That was bad.
Yeah.
And then I learned my lesson, which
He
is
was
why
worse. He was like that all day.
Yeah, which is why I've learned my lesson, and I always read the speeches before I give them to people. People aren't going to change on your wedding day. You want them to, but they're not. They're going to be who they are, and honestly, they're going to be a heightened version of who they are. Same with all of you guys. All right, it's not the day that your personality gets rewritten. Guys, I will say that there's a big misconception here in the wedding industry that grooms aren't involved that much. I think it's very telling if you look around the room that is not the case with our grooms. It really, really isn't. I'm very proud that our grooms get involved in the way they do. I'm very proud that they are active members of their wedding. And I love that they bring a different energy to the wedding. They're very much more pure. They're there to marry the person they love and to have a really good party. And I think it's really, really cool. But, one of the things that grooms generally aren't very good at is telling their parents anything. So you've got to remember that if your bride gives you like 75% of the information as to what's going on at the wedding. She's not going to give you 100 because honestly, I don't think you or her would particularly care how the napkins are folded. But she's going to give you 75% of that information. You're going to retain like 50% of it. And then you're going to remember to tell your mom like 20% of it. And then she goes into work on Monday and her coworkers are like, well, what are the flowers going to look like? And she doesn't have any answers to those questions because she hasn't been told that information. There is a reason why she's going to get a little frustrated, why she's going to get a little bit nuttier, okay? Again, very specifically, just every once in a while, mothers of the groom are the ones that are a little bit more work. But often I have a huge amount of sympathy for that, and it's because they actually don't know what's going on. So they feel out of control, so they get here on Friday and they want to take back control. They've still got a kid that's getting married too. It's a really big day for them. And they want to know all the stuff that you don't mind. So they're going to want to know the table linen colors and they're going to want to know all of that stuff. And some brides are great, can communicate with their mother-in-laws and they get that information directly from the bride, others not so much. My point is please try and include the mother of the groom as well. They have got a kid getting married and actually long-term it's going to give you an easier wedding if they know what's going on ahead of the game. If we have them turn up and they don't know if it's a buffet or sit down or whatever, they literally know nothing, they're walking in blind. And I would be stressed about that. Paying for the wedding. Everybody's finances come from different places for their wedding. Traditionally, the person who does the welcome toast at the wedding is the person who has put the most money into the wedding. Again, there are some traditional stuff like this, which is traditionally the parents of the bride pay for most of it. That's what tradition dictates. I don't know that that's ever really the case here. Most of the time, or a lot of the times, our couples are heavily involved in financing their wedding. It's easier to stay away from that when it comes to planning a wedding. The welcome toast I always recommend is done by the bride and groom, not by a parent, unless it is an easy choice for you guys to make as to who that is that's doing it. It's easier to stay away from kind of who's hosting the wedding kind of things. Like the invitations traditionally would have Mr. and Mrs. name of the bride are inviting you to join watching their daughter marry. Like it was very much like that traditionally. Again, that's usually gone out the window and it's just the couple is inviting people to come to their wedding on the wedding invitations. It's nice to stay away from that. It creates less hurt feelings. And the other way to create less hurt feelings is whatever you do on one side, you do on another and across the board. So if you are having kids at the wedding, down to say cousins, everybody's allowed to invite their kids down to that level of things. You're not going to pick and choose. Like the bride side is allowed to have their nieces and nephews, but the groom side isn't. Make sure that you've got equal things on both sides. When you plan photography lists, make sure that you've got 5 photos on one side, 5 photos on the other. If you do an extended family photo with aunts, uncles, godparents on one side, do that on the other. That is going to be your best way of making sure that no one feels overlooked or hurt. And at the end of the day, nobody here is a horrible person. No one wants to hurt anybody that's coming to their wedding. If you do, don't invite them. It's not the time to be malicious either. So, you know, there's a few ways to get around hurt feelings on that. And really one rule applies. One rule to all them all. So that's kind of that. Anything else on families?
I could say maybe one thing,
Yeah.
be thoughtful about the seating. So if you know that certain people maybe don't get along, just having some space between them really makes for a nice evening.
It's like I said, it's not the time to assume personalities are going to change. If you wouldn't want to sit both 2 people together at Thanksgiving, like don't do it at the wedding. They're not going to suddenly have resolved all their issues.
This is Dora brought a great thing up about photography too, and that I've noticed a lot at a wedding. So I'll break down the ceremony, it doesn't matter what venue I'm at. But say here specifically, when I'm breaking down my ceremony rig, I see the family politics and family, and I'm always, you know, kind of cue on in some cues to how the day's gonna go. We had someone that didn't want their new sister-in-law to put in like didn't want her in the photos, didn't tell brother. So out front, it was really awkward. They're like, don't hurt her, we don't want her. He threatened to leave, it was really weird. And I'm just breaking down my equipment as fast as I can. But just so, don't spring that on someone the day of, right? Like she was saying, just don't manage expectations. Like, we want pictures with everyone, but maybe there's a person you really don't have an affection for, and.
I've done that.
Yeah.
I've done that where I've had
Don't do it day of, is the
No.
biggest thing.
I've had that, I mean, and we try to do like I said, we try and make policies across the board. We had a group recently they wanted their wedding unplugged, right? And he was like, I know my mother's gonna pull out her phone. He's like, she's never not gonna pull it out. And I really don't want her to, and I've told her 100 times, like, I don't want her to, but I know she's gonna do it anyway. And I was like, hey, look, Rixey Manor has a new policy. I collect all phones from the wedding party before they walk down the aisle, and then they get it back when they're done, and we do that every week, and that's what we do, and everyone's gonna hand over their phone. Again, it saves that conversation, but we can't put those policies in place if we don't know about them in advance. Like, I can't suddenly walk up to the mother, I really can't. I will put myself in a lot of dangerous situations for you guys when it comes to people yelling at me, but I am not gonna walk up to the mother of the groom in the middle of the ceremony and confiscate her phone, okay? Like, nah. But I will figure out a way that I can confiscate it before the ceremony. And actually, by the way, it was a very nice thing to do. I think it worked quite well, because a lot of people didn't pick, a lot of the wedding party, the phones were behind the bar. They actually didn't pick their phones up until much later in the evening. They realized they didn't need them, and they knew they were behind the bar if they did need them. And it was quite a nice way of making sure that the more important members of your wedding were actually very, very present throughout. So it wasn't a bad thing to do at all. Yeah. Okay, anything else on family politics? And I'm sure it will come up time and time again as you go through timelines and table layouts, because that actually dictates some of those things for sure.
I'll touch on a little bit of stuff when I talk about music and requests and stuff like, because that actually comes into play a little bit, so.
I mean, we're juggling, I tell people this quite a lot, if you imagine walking into your house on Thanksgiving or Christmas Day or into your parents' house, and how there's all that noise and everybody is grabbing you for hugs and like trying to get caught up with you, and that slightly like feeling, I don't know if you know what I mean, when you walk into a big family gathering on those days and it's an overwhelming feeling. It's that only like times by 100 on your wedding day, and everybody wants to touch you and hug you and kiss you and fix your hair and pull you aside for a picture, and you get touched all day. You get hit emotionally with, it's the only time that all those people are going to be in the same room together. Like, it's probably never going to happen again. Physically, it's exhausting because you're on your feet again all day dancing. I mean, wedding dresses are not light on the whole. And I'm always in heels, so I do appreciate the girls that are usually in heels all night as well. It's a long day. Don't add to it by making, those things are going to be there whether you want them to or not. Those feelings of overwhelmed, emotional, whatever. If we can remove those moments, we are going to remove them for you. We are going to try and make those days easier for you. We're going to try and make that feeling less, because we want you to be present and enjoy it. But the reality is, it's the weirdest high. It's like being super drunk if you've never been super drunk. It's like all things at once, and it's an experience like you'll never feel again or before. I don't know if those that have been married will attest. It's like it's like being in a fog all day, right? Like, taking a breather to remember why you're there is really hard.
Yeah, I want to bring up a point about everyone wanting to touch you and give you a hug and give you a kiss. And I don't like being touched in general. And so I don't mind giving hugs. It's just that, I just paid a couple $100 to have my makeup done. I don't want people's lipsticks and smudges all over my face. I know that sounds really terrible. Well, it doesn't, but
I think almost everyone in here will agree with you on that.
But the way that I kind of handled it is that when I knew the kissers were coming up, they would come up and give you a hug, but kind of like this weird, kind of like stern, like, I'm gonna hold you back a foot, and like have that awkward 20-second or 10-20-second pause. But people kind of latch on pretty quickly, like, yeah, don't come near me. And so like this that was how I handled it.
I mean, you guys did have, in many ways for that, the joy of getting married in COVID.
Yeah.
Which means that personal space was more respected. I think that everyone's got more used to that. I think that anyone certainly getting married last year in 2022, it was the first time that most of our couples had been in a group of that size in many, many years. Certainly not been hugged and touched and kissed like that. So I think it was really even more overwhelming for our 2022 couples, where you, or like 2021, where you've not had that less over the next few years as people come back into it. But I actually don't think it will. I think probably, again, speaking in gender terms, most of the women, most of the brides I deal with here aren't comfortable with being touched. I don't think anyone should be comfortable with being touched unless you literally invite someone in to touch you. But when you're getting married or you're pregnant, somehow those two moments, people feel that your body is actually fair game, public property. I don't know. I know, don't get me wrong. So you do generally go, okay, I'll deal with it. But I don't think there's probably, I think there's probably only about 2 or 3 women in this room that are like, yeah, great, I'm gonna get hugged by 100 people.
Real quick, if I can mention too, so fellas, this also applies to you. So when crazy Aunt Lucy from Ohio, you'll hear her mention 100 times today for me anyways. When she comes up to you before the ceremony and sees you out there with you guys taking pictures and hugs you, I'm always putting on a microphone on the grooms, and I'm like, oh, hey bro, you got like makeup all over your,
Yeah.
you know, just be mindful. And you don't have, I wouldn't have a clue. I don't look like this. So
Yeah.
when I'm micing you up, or someone comes by and says, hey, you got stuff, take the time to clean it off. But then just, you know, say, hey, well, after the ceremony, let's.
Yeah, it's hard because we talk about not trying to insult anyone. It's really hard to get out of that situation. I don't know that there's a great way out of it, but like, just be aware of it. And I think just be more the best way to get through it versus trying to, we have shout and go wipes and touch up makeup kits and all the rest of it to make it work. But it is a part of it that doesn't get addressed enough. And I think that it's probably one of the major reasons why grooms cry a lot more on the wedding day than brides. Grooms are very much more in the moment, whereas I think brides feel, well, firstly, you know what the timeline is. So in your head, you're like, and you're kind of planning the next thing, and you know which guest is supposed to be sitting where and all that kind of stuff. Guys may have that information, but generally, as soon as the wedding happens, they've forgotten it all, and they're just there to be kind of moved around and have fun.
Yeah.
And because of that, you get in the moment, you cry more, and you feel more. I do try and encourage our brides and their mums and mothers on both sides to actually take a step back throughout the day and have a breather and actually like take it in. And that if you feel like you want to cry, to let it out, because if not, Sunday's hard. You suddenly get hit with all of that emotion, all of that stuff that you didn't really address on Saturday, and Sunday's real hard. I mean, we've had many times I've had brides just weeping on the library sofa. And they're happy, they're sad, they're confused, they're exhausted. They don't know why they're crying. They just know that it's the only option in front of them in that moment. And I think pretty much everyone in here has had that moment. The only thing between ugly crying and pretty crying is do you smile through it? So if you smile when you're crying on your wedding day, again, this goes for everybody, you look great. If you are trying not to cry, what happens is you purse your lips, your face gets redder, you look pissed off. Like, trying not to cry makes it look like you don't want to be there. Crying and laughing about the fact that you are crying is what guests want to see. Like, they're there for that show. You're there for the guy that can't get through his speech. You're there for those moments. Like, that's what they want to see. Don't try and stop it. It makes it worse. And the photos look bad. And all that makeup that you've just spent money on. It's easier to touch up the cry lines than it is to de-red you. Anything else? Now we're going to go on to timelines.
I have a question about crazy aunts.
Yeah, go for it.
I recently went to my uncle's wedding back in October, and we didn't expect one of my aunts to storm the altar
Right.
with her phone, and now we're worried she's going to do it at ours.
Just let us know which one it is, and we're on it.
No, which stormed it as in I wanted to take photos.
she got in and like went like this.
Did
throughout
they-
the whole ceremony.
Were they specific at the beginning about it being an unplugged ceremony?
No.
Okay,
So
so
we
we,
didn't expect that to happen.
so we will always, either me, your coordinator, your officiant, someone will always get up there and we very politely say on pain of death, if we see a phone, I will take it. And I will, if someone did that, I would absolutely go tell them to sit down.
Yeah, okay, cause like,
Don't
I
worry.
mean, I didn't mind the phone per se, cause like a lot of people had phones out. It was the getting up and in the aisle.
Yeah, it's also kind of the give an inch, take a mile thing. When it comes to phones in a ceremony, really, like, give no inches, like, no phones. There are still gonna be those people that bring them out because people just think that nothing applies to
No
them.
means 10 and yes means everyone.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, so we always say no phones, you know there's gonna be the awkward person that brings them out, like, but yeah, exactly. It's, even if we say in our club, if you say it's okay to have your phones or you don't tell them that they can't use their phones, all you've got to do is go on Google and like look at the photos from a professional photographer, where in fact they're looking down the aisle at you guys and it's mostly like 10 iPhones and then you guys. It is easier not to do it. There are times I'll sometimes say, feel free to pull your phone out once the big group photo is done at the end of the wedding. And it gives them a permission time.
And if I could say something, your photographer will usually, they some of them are pretty strict on
On
their
the
task.
taskmasters for sure.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
they will shut that stuff down.
Yeah.
I've seen photographers like elbow.
Oh yeah, some photographers get
They're
real.
focused on time.
Well, they want to do their job right,
Yeah, right.
and they're being
Exactly.
handcuffed because they can't. I always tell people that I want their wedding to look timeless. That's one of the things that I often say when I do ask people to put their phones away. I am like, we try and aim to have weddings at Rixey Manor feel timeless. We want those photos to look timeless. It's one of the reasons why I don't like people reading their seats off the phone. It's one of the reasons why we never serve things out in cans or bottles. Is because I never want anything on that table and your photos to be able to date your wedding. And your phone may be the top of the line modern phone right now, but you can guarantee if you guys are looking at it with your grandkids in 50 or 60 years, they are going to be laughing at whatever phone is in that picture. And so we do try really, really hard to try and make sure that all the photos that you guys have taken with your photographer, unless obviously every once in a while we do something very cute, like the vintage cola bottles with red straws. One of our couples really wanted that. That's something they were into. Great. But we do try and make sure that those photos will be able to hang on your wall. I mean, fashions are going to change. Can't do anything about that. But that they can hang on your wall for the next 50, 60, however many years, and your grandkids' walls. And there's going to be nothing in that picture that you're like just embarrassed about. Which at some point will be a very old life. So if I explain to guests sometimes as well, that gives them a reasoning more than just like, sometimes they need to feel justified as to why I'm saying stuff. The fact that I've just said the bride and groom don't want you to pull out your phones is not enough of a reason. Like I have to give them like, because A, B, and C. And then suddenly they're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. I think you don't actually have a choice and it doesn't matter what you think, but you need to give them justification. So don't worry. And I think we were just talking about this, Grace and I were just talking about this. We used to have one of our brides had donated a poster board that she'd made up that said, this is an unplugged ceremony. Please keep all phones, silence all phones and keep them in your pocket. And we used to have that outside on a fairly regular basis. It got a little worn out and we haven't replaced it, but actually we're missing it. Now we haven't replaced it. So I think we will be kind of replacing that ourselves. So there will be that sign available as well to go out. It's one of the few signs that I actually think you should have. The rest of the signs, which I think a lot of the time is just a waste of money. But we'll get into that. Budgets, timelines, table layouts, which way should we go? Anyone? Bus, more money. All right. Budgets. Honestly, if you've booked here, you've probably already had a little bit of a think about the budget and you've gone through it a little bit. I'm mostly going to talk about the stuff that I don't think is worth money and the things that I do think is worth money. Because everyone's budget is really, really different. We have budgets that range from one number here to that number with an extra zero. So there is no way that I could sit here and tell you how much things are going to cost. I will tell you that unfortunately, if you haven't got caterers and florists and things like that locked in at this point, I would do it as quickly as possible. Everything's going up in price right now, and I've noticed that definitely like things that budgets that I would have been like catering amounts that would have been appropriate a year or two ago are not appropriate anymore. In fact, we were just looking through your budget from a couple of years ago, and I was saying that some of those numbers now, unfortunately, are still massively under, particularly catering. I mean, if anyone's gone to the grocery store, you know how much more food costs. So, of course, it makes sense that the catering prices are probably going to have gone up too. All right, things that I think are absolutely worth the money. I'm not just saying this because Nate is here, but a good DJ.
He's not in the room right now.
Oh, good. He's not in the room right now. A good DJ.
Yeah.
I actually polled, and there will be another poll going out because I haven't done it for a few years, but I actually polled a lot of our couples a few years ago as to what they thought the best money, what they felt that they'd underspent on, where they would have changed stuff. Universally, those that booked a cheap DJ, as they booked a cheap DJ. The DJ does so much more than just play music, but having an experienced DJ that can read the room and knows that when the bridesmaids are on the dance floor to play Backstreet Boys, and when they go for a shot, they play something to get a different crowd of people up. And, you know, they're not going to mix from a country song straight into rap without, like, because it just destroys the vibe of the night. Nate's going to talk about this in great detail, but, like, it generally is the thing that people feel, one of the things that people feel that they regret for not spending more money on is the DJ. It's the only thing that came up time and time again. Now we do pretty much tell everyone they have to have shuttles. It used to be that people who didn't get shuttles really regretted that they didn't get shuttles, but that's a very, very rare wedding for us now that doesn't have shuttles. They felt, brides and grooms felt that it meant that basically 50% of their guests couldn't drink, couldn't let loose, couldn't enjoy it because they were just thinking about how they were going to get home and things like that. Things that people feel that they overspent on, the biggest thing was the dress. It's crazy to say because obviously buying is a big part of weddings, but once you put on a dress and you've got your hair and makeup done and all the rest of it, you feel like a bride. To be honest, you should probably just be wearing what you're wearing right now. And if you go stand at an altar with full face of makeup and your groom looking at you like you are the most beautiful thing on the planet, you are a bride. It doesn't matter what you're wearing. Obviously it does because I'm really into fashion. I'm just telling you what other people told me. So that has been one of the bigger things that people regret is spending too much money on the dress.
If I can say one thing about the dress, it's just all the ride pages, and, you know, because they're always asked for DJs and, you know, other vendors. One of the biggest questions I see on those pages are, you know, oh my gosh, I didn't know, like, can someone recommend me an affordable place to preserve my dress? I spent, you know, X on it. I don't want to spend the same amount of money preserving it.
Yeah.
So think of that too when you're buying a dress. I had no clue. I literally just learned that this year, and making friends with bridal shops, and they're like, yeah, it's $1,200 to preserve your dress, and I was like, what?
It's also a lot to get it altered and things like that. I put my dress in the washing machine and now it just sits in case a bride has an accident and needs a dress. I have a couple. I actually have 4 dresses put aside in case you guys do need a backup dress in varying sizes and different styles. Because I am annoyingly always planning for the worst case scenario. On the subject of dresses as well, like don't forget that there's a lot more to it than the dress. There is the alterations, there's the accessories that go with it, there's your budgeting, all of that kind of stuff. I love everything off Amazon that's on top of the dress, and it works really, really well. If your dress is particularly bulky or heavy, please consider having something here back up. I mean, like I'm talking go to Forever 21 and just pick up a cheap little white dress that you don't mind if you're on the dance floor and you change into, like, it does not have to be a second wedding dress, but just, or, and this is my favorite option, buy yourself some nice white silk pajamas because they look great. You can party in them. And then when everyone goes home at the end of the night and you're drinking with your bride, you've done the bit with all the photography. Once the photographer goes home, I think it's much more important you guys feel comfortable and ready to relax and enjoy yourselves than worrying about what you're wearing or how you look. It's the point of the wedding is to have fun, which gets overlooked, I think, a lot, actually. All right, DIY flowers. So Tammy's not going to be here, so I would talk a little bit about flowers later because I have to be Tammy later.
but also DIY flowers. Now, here, and it's also kind of what you do.
I have experience with it. And so my biggest piece of advice in that space is it's really tempting to buy bulk flowers and get them ordered to your porch and you're like, I can do this. And you get your mom and your crazy aunt in there and you put together all of your own things. And then the wedding day comes and they're wilted. Or
you try and do them here and you got to do them on a day.
or you're trying to cram it in at the last minute. One of those two things happens. If you understand a little bit about how to take care of flowers when they come in and you feel confident because you've done this before, I say go for it, but I always...
This is why Valerie's great and why I turned it over to her, because I hate it. But she is someone that did it really successfully. And there is no one thing that fits everybody here. There isn't. And everyone has different priorities, different skill levels, different budgets, and different timings. Like, if you've got skills and you understand the level of commitment that that's going to be from a time perspective.
Yes, you have to plan it in and sort of a, kind of a little dance when it comes, those 2 days prior to your wedding day. And if you feel like you can carve out the time to handle your flowers, or you're confident that you have a partnership with maybe family members or a good friend who can help you make the flowers successful, definitely feel like you can do that. But if you're a little bit nervous, like, well, I want to try it, I watched some YouTube videos, it seems like it's easy enough, maybe that is where I would hand it off to an expert, because you're going to be very stressed out, and then what do you do? Are completely wilted day of. And you have to figure something out.
And I will say, economically wise, it's not always the best option for you. If you aren't confident, you have to do quite a lot of test runs, you have to buy the stems yourself, you have to buy more than you think you'll need, because you are going to have ones that don't come in looking perfect or that wilt and things like that. So economically, it's not always the greatest idea. Silk flowers are obviously the other option. They take a lot of storage, which is one of the bigger reasons why I think a lot of people don't do them. It's quite a lot of space to store a whole load of silk flowers for however long before your wedding that you make them. They work pretty well. I always recommend, if you can and it's within your budget, get a real bouquet for you as the bride, and potentially something real to go on the arbor that then can go onto your sweetheart table. Those are the two places that I really feel good uses of flower budget money. Because your bridal bouquet is in every single one of those family pictures. It really is like a huge centerpiece in your wedding photos. And because of our arbors, and you guys have seen the photos, but we can also go through them again. When they're ready to cut those pieces down and drop them onto the sweetheart table so that they have double the impact. Generally, I think that doing your own flowers is going to work out about the same price, certainly if you account for your time in it, as getting someone else to do them. But some people really like the experience. Like,
it was super fun to me. I really loved it. And, comparatively, the prices were a little bit different, but when, like you said, if you were to pay yourself a certain amount per hour, I think probably the DIY flowers came in more expensive because of the time spent. I wanted them to look really beautiful. It was wicked fun because I like doing that type of stuff. So if you love it, dive in.
Val's also made bouquets, silk bouquets for brides. Like, she's done flowers for our brides since then as well. Like, she's an amazing crafty. You have all the skills I don't. Like, you can make things.
If you can, we DIY'd my daughter's wedding, and my wife is like Pinterest queen.
She is.
She's just talented.
Yeah,
She's also a fashion designer.
She's a fashion designer. So we actually got her flowers got featured in Best DIY Barn Wedding in Virginia, and we won. It was incredible. I'm looking at the photos, and I had to bring them up. I was like, there's actually fake flower rental houses, which I didn't even know about till a couple of years ago. During COVID, it was kind of a way people got around it. It was all fake. I showed up at a big venue. Wow, these beautiful dusty roses. How do you get that? And they're like, oh, they're all fake.
Yeah. And guys, all the Indian photos, if you see photos of this, I've got my real, I love it. That big stage, the Indian stage that we had here this summer. All of those flowers are fake. I mean, from a weight perspective, there is no way you could do that. Like they were just heavy by that many, they would fall off. So you don't know really when they're fake or real, but the person sitting in front of them does. And the way they move, that's why I say the bridal bouquet, because when the bridal bouquet walks down the aisle, when it moves, if it's got shady bits, and it will move like real flowers, versus silk flowers, it's usually much more rigid and structured. So
Another thing about fake flowers too is that, and if you're super concerned about aesthetics, know what's in season, right? You don't want to have like a winter wedding and have all these summer flowers. People are like, those have to be fake, right? But, so I mean, it's not a big thing, but if you're super into the aesthetics, my wife, I'm looking at the photos, and it was a spring wedding, so it was all spring flowers, you know. It's all. My wife was really.
we did our last COVID wedding in November, and the theme was sunflowers, so of course it all had to be silk. Because originally when they booked it, they were going to get married in September. And then 2 years later, when they finally get married, it's December. And of course we had to use silk flowers for a sunflower themed wedding in December. So, all right, guys.
I have a question
Yeah.
about flowers. So if you're using fake flowers versus real flowers,
Yeah.
is there any like significant difference to the way that the pictures come out?
It
With like
depends.
reflections off of silk and all
I
that
think centerpieces on guest tables, I mean, a lot of you might have heard me say this already, like your guest table pictures, you're gonna see them in the books and you see them on Pinterest, right? They look perfect. They've got a lovely centerpiece in the middle, all the napkins are beautifully folded, all the silverware's exactly where it's supposed to be, the candles lit. It's gorgeous, right? You're not putting that photo up on your wall. It's just not, you're not gonna put a photo of an empty table up on your wall. For guest tables and things like that, there's a lot of ways around spending a lot of money on your guest tables, and I really don't think it's something that you should prioritize. I think that, like I said, I think the things that maybe are in most of the photos, so that's the bridal bouquet, the arbor, and the thing. If you want to do real flowers, those are the places I would certainly suggest that you start. Obviously, guys, if you are flower people, I was a massive flower person. Like I'm talking to the people that are like, flowers. I'll go all for it because like it's great, and the room smells phenomenal. Like that's the other. Like
That's one
there's
thing
a,
about DIY that we didn't have that kind of mist, is that we didn't have the smell of flowers.
Yeah. there is some the smell, the touch. Like real flowers hit a lot more senses than just silk flowers do, and I think that's overlooked by people. That there's a lot more senses hit with real flowers. But no, I mean, photo, like I said, you know it's got to be fake. But if you look at it, you would never think it was fake in a million years.
One other thing I can add is you don't necessarily have to choose either or.
Yeah, that's what I'm kinda
You can
getting
mix them, you can even mix them in the same arrangement.
Yeah.
So for a couple of the arrangements, they were silk flowers. That morning, I just thoughtfully tucked a couple of maybe aster flowers and a couple of things, sturdier ones that were real in with a couple of I put arrangements in the bathroom. I thought that would be cute. And used some of the leftover flowers and just had the silk ones made ahead of time and left a little bit of space for a couple of fresh ones. There's tips and tricks for mixing like that.
And don't underestimate candles. Don't underestimate candlelight as a decor item, particularly if you're not getting married in June, July, August. And I don't actually think there might be a couple of people who are budding into that beginning of June, end of August here. But June, July, August, the sun's up all the way through your wedding. Candlelight doesn't have the greatest impact in the middle of Virginia in summer. The room is so flooded with light. But if you are on the tail ends of those, which I think pretty much everyone here is, candles are a great way of supplementing, creating more atmosphere, things like that.
Different color candles too.
Yeah.
Like long tape, red tapers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just breaks
And-
up the tabletop.
And your florist can usually do candlescapes too. So like Tammy does amazing candlescapes. Yeah, so you don't have to just think florist does flowers. They do a lot more outside of that decor-wise than just flowers.
They're also what I consider an artist too, because I mean, you give me some flowers and I can hot glue gun, I'll go to town, but I can't design them. You know what I mean? It's just like, if you don't have that in you, you're not gonna learn it in 2 weeks.
No, that's it. No view, again, realistic
Florists
versus
are definitely artists.
aspirational.
Yeah.
All right, timelines. If everyone would like to turn to the timeline table layout portion of the handbook, we're gonna go through this a little bit.
Imagine what it makes me page off.
What? Oh yeah, guys, the index on the front is a page off. I don't know why. So page 12. All right. So we're actually going to run through timelines quite quickly. And the reason for doing that is because they are the one bit of the wedding that really is a mechanical thing. So I'm a big believer in the sparks joy. If we can find a place in your wedding that's going to spark you joy, whether it be to have a bottle of vodka you guys drank when you were on vacation in Germany, like let's do that. Every time you see the bartenders pull out that bottle of vodka and pour a drink, it's going to make you happy. Okay? If you do table numbers that have the names of all the different places that you guys have celebrated an anniversary or whatever, do that. Every time you pull open that spreadsheet and you look at those table names, and instead of saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it gives you jogs memories, it's going to make you happy. Do that. Timelines, there really isn't a way that we can personalize timelines to make you more joyful. Okay? They are what they are. They're a mechanical part of the wedding. There is a way that they work, and there is really a way that they don't work. All right? The biggest thing for it is what you leave out of it. Okay? Just out of interest, by a show of hands, is anybody here, who here is not doing a first look? Who's not doing it? I know you guys aren't doing a first look. Okay, not doing a first look. Okay, so we're going to go through it primarily as though you guys are doing a first look real quick when we talk it through. And then really the biggest difference if you're not doing a first look is that your cocktail hour is spent doing a first look. We will build in an extra 10, 15 minutes into the cocktail hour just to make sure that we get it all done, okay? So whenever we're building a timeline, and we will build your timeline very, very specifically for you in that 4 to 6 week out meeting, okay? What I'm going to give you today is a basic guideline. Everybody's ceremony times are going to be slightly different. Most of them are within the 4 to 6 category. Is anybody getting married earlier than 4 or later than 6? Okay, what time are you guys getting married? Oh, okay, I actually know that. Yeah, we're on a whole different timeline. But some of the rules are going to be the same, okay? So like the amount of time that we leave for stuff is going to be pretty much the same. When are you guys getting married? Who else just said they're getting married? Okay, cool. All right, so whenever we start building a timeline, we always start with ceremony time. We actually build forward and then we build back, because forward is really, really easy, okay? You are going to leave a certain amount of time for your ceremony. Most ceremonies here last about half an hour. That's generally what we schedule. If you are doing one of Mary's specials, you will be in and out in 9 minutes, okay? We've done it enough times, we know we can do it. We also do a lot of weddings here that are not of a 30-minute special kind of thing, because there is a reason that they are going to be sometimes an hour, 2 hours. How long is your ceremony going to be, do you think?
Oh, God willing, half an hour.
Okay.
If that.
Okay.
Any Jewish people in the house?
That's a long one.
No, okay, that's a long one.
At Indian weddings, those Indian ones are 2.5.
Yeah.
The real fun thing for Indians is most of the time the couple don't speak the language that the priest is speaking, so they have no idea what's going on either. So they are honestly just stood up there for like 2 hours being like, oh, we walk now? Okay, so most of our ceremonies last about that half an hour. Again, we will personalize this very carefully when we get to your meeting out. Most cocktail hours last an hour. It's in the name. If you're doing a first look, hopefully we just do a couple of big group. We do the big group photos straight after your wedding. By the way, the big group photos, guests down below on the front porch. We do a photo of everyone that came to your wedding. It's beautiful. It looks like we're doing it for that reason. And in many ways we are. But it also has the added benefit of it's a good time for your coordinator to introduce themselves to everybody at the wedding so that they realize that that person is the person in charge of them for the night. And if they have a problem, they go to that person, not to you guys, okay? It's also a really good time to give everyone there a kind of a quick rundown as to how the rest of the night is going to go. Photos or a lot of photos straight after the wedding. We actually make sure that those people don't go in the house after the group photo so we don't lose them. So at that point, we might say, okay, we need all the bride's extended family to stay on the right-hand side, or the groom's extended family to stay on the left-hand side. Everyone else can go to cocktail hour. And if by kind of pulling everybody and directing them while their focus is on your coordinator in that moment, shuttle schedules, same deal. Guys, this is a heads up. Remember, the last shuttle is leaving at 10:45, and if you are not on it, there are no such things as Ubers here. So like, is on us. It's a really good time to kind of reiterate just a few of those bits and pieces to your guests. Then we let everyone go to cocktail hour. We do the photos, they go eat. Straight after cocktail hour, we do introductions into the ballroom. And then usually it goes introductions, first dance, and welcome speech. It's usually done before dinner. Then dinner, we usually leave about an hour unless you have an extraordinary number of guests, okay? It takes about an hour to get through 120 to 150 people for a buffet and oral plate, okay? There's a little adjustment in there. Usually if I know your caterers, I know what timeline they like on that. But if not, I will actually just talk to your caterer and say to them, hey, how long do you need for this? I'm not involved in that particular part. I assume that your caterers are experienced enough to know how to get everyone's fed and cleared up. I totally bow to them on what timeline that they need for that, okay? Straight after the ceremony, straight after dinner is usually when we do cake cutting first, so that then it can go back to the kitchen, so the caterers can be cutting it, and it can be served straight after speech, that dance floor and how those dances and things go. That period of time, usually we put aside about 15, 20 minutes after dinner. Then you're basically done until the end of the night. As a general rule, the bar needs to not be open for more than about 6 hours, okay? That is the tipping point of drunk, insane people, all right? Between hours 6 and 7, we lose people, okay? My bar attendants are very, very good at their job, but I will tell you that anytime we go on the odd occasion, like New Year's Eve this year, we went beyond that 7-hour period, and boy, did it remind me why I tell everyone not to. You guys are great. You guys are a whole different ballgame. So that 6-hour bars being open is generally a really good rule of thumb to know when to close the bar. That's not necessarily to be like, that's the end of the night, but like the bar closes at maybe like 10:30, last dance is like 15 minutes after that, last shuttle's at 11, right? It's a softer way. We don't shut. Okay, just as a heads up. So that's kind of, I mean, really guys, that's your timeline, okay, for once your wedding goes forward. It's very straightforward from there. We will, when we put your timeline together, do it in kind of 5-minute blocks. You will see on your Google Sheets underneath this tab that says Saturday, there is a blank bit of timeline at the top. There is a sample timeline right below, okay? Okay, we will put together something that has got those 5-minute increments in it like that. And then I will take out the 5-minute increments and I will just write the words to follow, because we all know that there is a real natural flow to how the day works. And if your first dance takes 3 minutes and we scheduled 5, we're obviously not going to wait 2 minutes of weird standing around while you make your welcome speech, okay? So I then adjust it to say to follow, so that you guys really understand that there is a natural flow as to how the day works. Also to understand that there's going to be a hot air balloon comes over the mountains, and it doesn't matter what's really going on, I'm going to grab you guys and be like, hot air balloon photo, or a rainbow, or whatever else might come up, okay? The timeline, certainly from the ceremony onwards, is a very living, breathing thing. It would go to time all the time if it was just our bride and groom, but it is not. We have a lot of other people involved doing their jobs and attending, and it needs to be a living, breathing process. Before the weddings, we try and keep that very, very tight, that timeline, because we have a strict time that we want us to get started. We can't adjust sunset, and usually our ceremony and the basics of our timeline is around sunset. We want cocktail hour at sunset, we want speech at sunset, whatever. We can't change sunset, so we have to get the ceremony started at the right time so that we have at least a hope of finishing at the right time.
Don't stack anything that could go long before sunset, like speeches. Because if you got someone you said, oh, it was a 2-minute speech and it takes me to get going, so they're crying, and the photographer's looking at me like, cut the mic off, sunset's going.
Yeah.
I'm like,
sunset really is a very big part of how we schedule our timeline.
and if it's important to some people, it's not most it is, but it's definitely, don't, anything that could fluctuate, don't schedule that before sunset.
Yeah.
Or after a wave.
Yeah, absolutely. We always try and you'll note it in there. There's a few things that there's just a couple of things in the binder that are worth kind of pointing out. Schedule the last 12, 15 minutes before it actually has to get out of here, because drunk people take a really long time to move.
Or you lose gas.
Or you lose gas, or someone gets on it and then they've lost their phone, and like, give me a buffer. The reason I say that is because you will get charged another hour if your shuttle drops off late. So I would always much rather it drop off, even if everything goes to plan, maybe it will drop off 10 minutes early, fine, but it's not gonna cost you any more money. If it goes late, it's gonna cost you an extra few $100 because, I don't know, Aunt Susie lost her phone, okay? And probably you don't care that much.
Can I mention real quick, so shuttles is probably the number one reason in the delay of a ceremony. You need to communicate with your shuttle people that it's imperative that they're dropped off a half hour prior, there's 2 runs, it's 2 different hotels, whatever your makeup is. We had a bus, we had to wait one time and literally just sit here for 45 minutes waiting because the shuttle went and dropped everybody off at a different bar.
Wrong venue.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had to go pick them up. Right, so make sure they're on point, there's added beats, like super anal attentive with your shuttle, because that is the biggest delay I've ever seen at a wedding.
I don't like shuttles because I have no control over them.
Yeah, and that's
They're
happened more
off-site.
than once.
They're off-site, I can't change it.
Do you like Uber and stuff doesn't come out this far?
There's a couple of taxi companies that if you book them in advance will, but no.
Do you have like a budget estimate for shuttles?
So roundabout, it's looking like roundabout right now, it's gonna be about 1,200 to 1,500 per bus. Someone just sent me, I don't know if they're here, did someone just send me their shuttle contract? Is the person in the room who just sent me their shuttle contract? No, okay. Someone just sent me their shuttle contract to have a look over, and it was 2 buses for the night, and it was just under 3. And I think you guys, when you did it, it was, you had a Lightfoot, right? Did you?
Yeah, we had vans.
Yeah.
I would say, the shuttles are definitely one of the unique things about this location. You really have to think that through, how many people, like, do you need the bus to be absolutely full every time?
Yeah.
That means that you don't have any like spare seats, that you kind of need to think about like how likely is it that your guests will figure this out, right? So like we had one guest be going onto a van to a different venue.
That's so stupid, by the way. I'm sorry.
It's like, and I think it's just like that's not what most weddings have, is this sort of shuttle service. So you have to be really clear communicating to your own guests.
I will say that a lot of the venues around here do require shuttle services. So the other thing is to try and we always make sure that whatever shuttles we're waiting on obviously get here before we do a ceremony. But I cannot tell you, sometimes guests, I do wonder. I'm like,
And nobody gets on the first
no,
shuttle, just if you have like 2 or 3, no, maybe an older guest
Yeah.
or 2. So just keep that in mind. Like,
and
so-
again, it's a really personal thing per venue, per you guys. So we do nail that down in that 4 to 6 weeks out. We go through it like once you've got your RSVPs back and you know which hotels and like what's your guest makeup. Because again, if we're often older people want to drive themselves out here because they want to be able to leave when they want to leave. If you're talking a big party crowd of guests, like it's all your friends from university, then it's going to be a lot more of shuttles needed. So it is more of a personal thing.
Yeah, I think, so the other thing I would mention in terms of timelines is I did not realize how much the DJ has to do with the timeline.
Yeah.
And how much a good DJ can take off your plate.
And that's
It's
what I'm saying by cheap DJs.
It was an absolute
Yeah.
game changer, like to have somebody who knows now people need to get their dessert, or now people need to like give, like, why has this speech not happened yet,
Yeah.
or something like that, because we did not have to think about any of that, and that really meant a lot to us.
There are
Who
really,
was your DJ?
Yeah, I can't remember.
there really are like, so there's a lot of people in your vendors who, everybody has to work as a team. But really from the point of view of like how the day of the day and making sure that in theory everything's going to plan. But if everything goes to plan, little more than glorified babysitters, okay? Because your makeup artist basically handles the timeline for the first 4 or 5 hours. Then really your coordinator is in charge of the ceremony. Then your caterer handles cocktail hour, dinner, and then it gets turned over to your DJ who handles the rest of the night, okay? So like actually and that would become very obvious, I think, when all the vendors start talking, is how much we are all actually involved in each other's jobs. There is, the timelining is definitely, it's like I said about the caterers. I bow to your caterer. And it's the same when we go earlier in the day. So before the ceremony, we'll always make sure the bride is shut away an hour before the ceremony. Guests will generally start showing up about an hour before. We usually try and do, if we are doing a first look, we usually try and leave an hour and a half to 2 hours all the photos from first look through to you getting put away. So usually we would try and do the first look, say about 2 hours before, 3 hours before the wedding. So if the ceremony is at 4, we're generally gonna aim to do the first look somewhere between 1 and 1:30. And this is if you're assuming you want to get all your wedding party and family photos done before cocktail hour. It takes about half an hour for the bride to put her dress, jewelry, and makeup on, and shoes on. So we schedule about half an hour for that. So that means usually the bride has to be done with hair and makeup and ready to go before the ceremony.
And then another quick point on timelines I want to bring up too. So she talked about being very specific because of sunset. I would say that catering gets the equal amount of attention. So if you're serving especially a protein, meat, or whatever, beef, chicken, whatever, you want that to be warm. If dinner's at 6 and dinner doesn't happen until 6:45, it's gonna be warm and really dry.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
And that's not the caterer's fault, by the way.
Yeah.
We had one father of the bride do a welcome speech, and it was for 10 minutes, and he was in 2 different languages and off his laptop, and he kept getting lost, and it took forever. And my caterers are freaking out because they're like, it's a plated meal. Plated is much harder to delay as well, because once it's on the plate, it's got to go out, or else it gets cold very, very quickly. And they can't exactly wait for all that stuff to be finished and then plated. So they were like freaking out back there. I mean, it was fine, but like it wasn't the quality.
It looks bad on them, and they had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, it wasn't the quality of food that they wanted to do. Okay, receiving lines are.
Don't even put the thought in their head.
Okay, Brian Graham would stand here. Brian Graham would stand here, and every single one of your guests will come through, shake your hand, tell you the right. It takes so long. Please don't do it. I mean, please don't do it. If you don't know what it is, you've not missed anything. Trust me. Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So if you do a first look, you don't have to really, you can do the group photos before the cocktail hour, so, you know, we're not missing out on cocktail hour.
No, so the whole point of the first look generally is so you guys get to go to cocktail hour.
Okay.
So that you it removes a whole load of, it removes a big element of pressure of you guys.
Yeah.
I will say also first look, doing your family photos goes much quicker in a first look, and bridal party photos goes much quicker in a first look, because your wedding party and your family aren't thinking, oh God, the bar's open and appetizers being served. They have nothing to do other than wait for the photos. So they're very, very focused, and they go very, very quickly. Once the bar's open and appetizers are being served, keeping everyone together is really, really hard. The last thing, oh yeah.
No, I just have a question about the shuttle too.
Yeah.
So, like we're gonna do everything on Friday too, like it's
Okay.
like, so we only got 150 passenger bus. Does that bus just keep going back and forth? Okay, so they do typically.
It depends on your contract.
Yeah. Mostly, the only one that doesn't, well, AA Lightfoot was the only one that didn't do that, and now they're no longer around. Unfortunately, our favorite shuttle company is no longer doing it. So, most of the ones now you have them booked for the night. We actually use them. We have our first and last shuttles booked, basically. We will put usually one in every hour. So generally there'll be like an 8 o'clock shuttle, a 9 o'clock shuttle, a 10 o'clock, and then your next one. They don't always run. Like Nate said, sometimes people aren't on them. They don't always run. Sometimes we have a couple of guests who ask me, and we haven't sent one. I don't think we're going to do it. So we'll do it at 8:15 or 8:30 just because we've got a few guests that want to go home.
Okay.
We use them kind of more like taxis in
right.
that period, and then like shuttles at the very end of the night and the very beginning of the night.
Make sure you're, when they do their introduction, like they mention little things like that. You know what I mean? Like, hey, we have 3 shuttles tonight, so you don't have to take advantage of, the first one, but no, there's only 3, and I say that there's no Uber.
Yeah. Also, this is something that Nate and I get. Nate and I'm always rolling my eyes because I'm like, Nate, can you tell them there's a shuttle? And Nate's like, there's a shuttle, but don't take it. I'm like, no, take it.
Don't kill my dance.
Yeah, this is the only moment we have a fight is where I'm like, count the shuttles because I need at least 10 of you to have gone. Yeah.
for allocating parking spaces like I would
Yeah.
for elderly, do you have to reserve a certain amount of those for vendors to park?
No, so always your private people and your vendors are gonna be parked on this side. And then we're gonna park, anyone who's coming in and out is gonna be on that side.
And wedding parties do not block that's the
Yeah.
thing of my existence, when I get here and all the dudes like park their trucks and whatever.
We have to be able to drive vehicles up to the back of the house, please don't block the road.
Do you know how many cars your parking lot fits?
Okay, I was gonna say, our contract states 35 cars, right? That's what our contract states. We have done weddings for 200 people here with no shuttles and it's been a dry wedding. We can fit a lot of people and a lot of cars up here. I generally, in this room, I don't think there is anybody that is gonna particularly have to worry about whether we have enough parking, okay? The contract states 35 because we want you guys to get shuttles. If you are having a dry wedding, which, anyone in here having a dry wedding? Yeah, I don't think anyone in here was having a dry wedding, an alcohol thing. All right, the last thing is, please, if you are open to it, consider eating upstairs in the bridal suite, instead of down here. So when your food gets served, technically, even if you've got a buffet, we always try and serve the bride and groom. We would much rather have a couple go upstairs to eat, because you actually sit down, you eat. It's also gonna be the okay. It's 20 minutes so that the two of you get to sit together and bond without pressure.
And you don't have to hear this.
Yeah. You're not on a show.
That is so super annoying. That you're like eating your dinner and they're like, do I have to kiss? I haven't been ways that we can curtail that, but that happens at everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, it gives you a breathing space, and like all the time, it's usually kind of halfway through your night, or at least halfway through the formalities of your night, and to be able to take a 20-minute breather, the two of you upstairs, take your dresses off, like, I mean, seriously, I've got photos and moments. One of my favorite memories is one of my brides sitting in the bathtub. It wasn't full with water; she was just hot, in her Spanx, with a bottle of wine in one hand and a bread roll in the other. And her brand new husband just perched on the edge of the bathtub, just chatting. They were just chatting. That was how they were. They just needed, like, it was perfect, right? Like, I mean, sometimes you need those moments with that person where you totally drop that mask, you totally drop that perfect thing that you do on your wedding day, and you just have a moment where you're very real with the person that you are supposed to be able to be the realest with. And it can be energizing, not to mention it's literally energizing because you get some food inside you, okay? So if you're open to that and want to do that, we go through that in that 4 to 6 weeks out. We make sure your caterer knows. You can also change your mind on the day. Bear in mind on that one, that's a very easy thing through cocktail hour. You're like, yeah, no, we've decided we really need that break. Or the alternative, which is we're doing great. We want to be with everybody. You can change your mind on the day, but know that that's an option.
I got a question about that.
Yeah.
So how does it work with like the transition of leaving the room without Aunt Sally getting her feelings hurt, that you're not gonna be there to eat with them, to coming back?
Your coordinator is like an invisibility cloak. When we have you, everybody thinks that whatever you're doing is the most important thing in the world, okay? And they won't bother you. It's amazing. Like if I've got like my bride and groom and I'm like, we're out, everybody steps back. You can get through a crowd, I can be the rude person. I'm like, it's really important, like they need a minute. Or more importantly, I just lie. And I'm like,
Another good
we're going for some
segue
photography.
into table visits, right? You want to visit people you haven't seen in a long time. Not like it's kind of like a receiving line, but not. If I see someone's got you landlocked in a table for 5 minutes, I see that in a booth, I come save you. I'm like, hey, we need you over here for this real quick. I'm just move on to the next table because we've got things we've got to do after this table visit.
I don't think
And if you did 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes,
it's a long day.
you're done.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you got 1 hour.
The shuttle's coming.
Yeah, the shuttle's coming.
Guys, I don't think there's anybody in this room that hasn't had that look from the person where they're like, get me out of here, I'm done. If you throw that look to really any of your vendors, they will get you out of there. We know what that look means. By the way, it's also good in the first dance. If you are done. If you think you're gonna do the 3 minutes dancing and after about 90 seconds, which I always say don't do a very long first dance, but if you're after about 90 seconds, you're like, well, this is just weird and awkward. If you throw a look at your DJ, they will read that look and be like, and fade out the music. Or you dip and kiss, that's like the universal DJ end of music signal, okay? Like, don't worry, we will get you out of those situations, is my point. Like, people kind of just, you're so important on the wedding day, so important. Everyone assumes you always have somewhere more important to be than with them. You're like a commodity. You give someone 5 minutes in your wedding day and they feel like the most important people in the world. And that trickles down to parents, by the way, and then wedding party. So like, you know, just know that you're a valuable commodity, but they always assume that if I've got a hold of you or your coordinator's got a hold of you or DJ's got a hold of you, that whatever you have to do is way more important than them, even if it, which it is, to eat or take a photo or stuff. And they don't think about it too much. Plus, while other people eating, they don't really care about you. Really, food trumps everything. So they're going to the buffet, they're eating themselves, they're not missing you while you eat by yourself. All right, segue into table layouts due to the fact that that is like one of the things that people have a lot of questions about. All right, table layout. There's a lot in table layouts. It's like the worst math problem. You know when you did geometry at school and you were like, when am I ever going to need to use this basic math and geometry? Table layouts, weddings. There were a lot of rules about table layouts. You can see it's actually one of the longest pieces of the handbook. And then if you go to the tab that says table layouts, you will see that there are lots of options of table layouts. Divided by numbers of guests. Okay. What I've got at the back is the 2 6-foot rounds are set for 12 people. Okay. That is as most people as we can sit at a 6-foot round. What we had here was a 6-foot rectangular set for 8 people because we have people on the ends. That is the absolute most that we can sit at a 6-foot rectangular. All right. Just know that. Okay. Like, you cannot do, as Grace said, you cannot put 12 people at the table. You cannot max out the tables if you have charges. You just can't. Your charges take up this much more room. There is no room. If you are doing charges, then you need to make sure that your table maxes out at 10 at 6 foot, 8 at a 5 foot. And all of this is written down because there is no way you could take in the amount of information there is about tables right now. Okay. Yeah.
When you say chargers, you mean phone chargers?
No, chargers are the big plates that go underneath the plates that you eat off. They're usually gold.
Oh, okay.
For some
So
reason.
you
It's
have
like a
those,
placeholder
it takes
on
like.
there.
Yeah.
If you're doing buffet and they upcharge on charges, it's a waste.
So I do think, who here is using Taste of Elegance for their caterer? Okay, so quite a few people. I think Taste of Elegance include charges if you want them in there.
If it costs extra in buffet,
I think, so generally because Taste of Elegance include them, that would be one of the ones that we generally see charges in the most. I will say, unless it's something you're really, really tied to, don't worry about it too much, okay? But if you are tied to it and you're gonna do charges, just bear in mind you have to keep those table counts a little bit lower in each one. Okay, we briefly touched on linens. As a rule, guys, if you are having a wedding of about 120 people here, and that's what we use most of our math to start with, you are gonna need somewhere around 20 to 25 plates. Why is explained in front of you. And that will change based on like very specific things. Like, are you having a photo booth? Does it need a linen for the photo booth prop table? All of those kinds of things. But as a rough idea when you are budgeting, please do not assume that because you have 10 tables, you need 10 table linens. You do not. You need a lot more than that because those are going to be the 10 tables that are just what your guests are eating in here. But cocktail tables, welcome drinks tables, all those other things also need to be covered.
And have as a Dora check your math.
Yeah, table linens get wrong all the time.
If you're having a significant number of children at the wedding,
Yeah.
and you're planning on doing like chicken nuggets or something,
elsewhere, do you factor in seats for them in the planning, or do you?
It's totally up to you guys. A lot of the time, if there's a lot of kids coming to the wedding, what I recommend is that they take the downstairs of the cottage for the night. You put a babysitter over there, you go to Costco and you get a big thing of chicken nuggets and a big thing of fries, and they put them in the oven, and you save yourself a whole load of money and a whole load of children. And they can come over, their parents can tell them if they want to join, if that's what you guys are okay with. But by putting them over in the cottage, it means that the thing is if you set them a place, then you're gonna have to get them a plate and silverware and all that stuff. And that's great if you wanna do that. But if you don't wanna do that, don't. It's totally up to you.
If you don't mind interruptions during the ceremony or in toast, invite kids.
Yeah. Kids, because everyone goes, oh, that's cute, as they do something that you didn't plan on them doing.
And kids usually tap out about 8 o'clock, or you got that one kid that like, there's a switch that flips at 8. And I've seen kids like spin on the floor and kick their parents.
Oh yeah.
During toast. I'm like.
Then I've also had kids that have been just the coolest, like most fun, like a terrible thing, like their rendition of Frozen in the middle of the dance floor has been one of the highlights of the wedding. It really depends on who you guys are and the vibe of what you guys want. But there is nothing wrong with putting them over there, giving them frozen food and a babysitter, and it happens probably, I'd say a quarter of our weddings, there are children on site, but actually we don't see children here that much. The kids are just generally dropped over there. They have a really fun party. We've got some great babysitter recommendations. They bring balloons and they do coloring, and they have their own little kid party over there, costing you very much less money than if you have to include them over here like they are a real guest. Okay, the table inventory is on there. Please read that thoroughly, because if you can always rent more tables in. If you are having a bigger wedding, generally you don't need to. We can definitely do a wedding up to about 250 people with the tables that we have on stock. But if you very much specifically want a specific layout, any of the ones in the book we can obviously supply the tables for, but you might have to rent them in. Quick note, on the Google Sheets, there is a tab for ceremonies, who's walking down the aisle and who's sitting on the front row on each side and things like that. Please don't overlook that. That is part of that family politics thing that I need to know. I will make assumptions and they are going to possibly be wrong. If I have not got it written down that your brother is walking along down because your dad, even though your dad's not walking you down, your dad's walking. I don't know this stuff. Unless it's in front of me, I do not know it. And if I ask those questions when we're doing the walkthrough, then everybody gets involved with their opinion as to what's happening, right? So if I ask who's sitting on the front row because I don't have it written down at the walkthrough on Friday, suddenly Crazy Aunt whatever and everyone else has their own opinion as to who should be sat in the front row. If it is written down in front of me, I speak with authority, and I say we are going to have these.
Keep your readers on the outside, right? Yeah. If you have somebody coming up doing a Bible, poem, whatever, keep them up front. Doesn't have to be front row, but keep them on the outside. Yeah. Nothing awkward than seeing in the middle and something.
Shuffle through.
Excuse me. They should have a sign.
Yeah, and Mary is coming in to talk about ceremony, but it is unbelievable to me. Certainly now I push it even harder, but it's still unbelievable to me. I had a wedding this year where I'd asked them over and over again for a copy of what the ceremony was going to say because a friend was doing it. And I hadn't got it, whatever. It happens. You guys get a lot of people asking you for a lot of stuff on the run up to the wedding. Anyway, so on Friday I was like, great, let's have a look at the ceremony, blah, blah, blah. They hadn't written one. There was no ceremony to walk through because no one had written a ceremony. And we did that, and that was great. But people overlook the ceremony all the time, how it's gonna be legal, how it's gonna go. That tab's there for a reason. Please make sure it's filled in. It isn't one of the ones I bully you guys to fill in by that 4 to 6 week out period, along with the bedroom assignments and things. As long as I have them by the Friday, I'm not too worried, but they do have to be filled out before we get to Friday.
But it's also something you can do right now.
Yeah, that's
Right.
a really good point.
You don't need any vendor for that. You can just write a ceremony and that's done. And
Yeah.
everything you have done now, you don't have to do in this 4 to 6 week period.
Yeah, that's really true. Like, who's walking down the aisle in what order is probably something you can figure out now. Who's sitting in the front row is probably something you can figure out now. That's a very good point. I always forget that you could do stuff in advance of me nagging you for it.
Not like we did, but.
That's also very true. It's always really great in theory. All right, table layouts real quick. If we could just have a look at the pictures that I have done. Guys, I literally did these in the last week. So those that haven't looked at the handbook for a little bit probably haven't seen them before. So it's worth having a quick look. I color coded them for you. And that is because I need the number of times the right number of table linens do not come in is all the time, okay? So everything that's colored is gonna need a table linen on it, okay? How I have color coordinated them is on what size the tables are gonna be, but also could be how you break down the colors of your table linens. Okay, so sometimes the table linen color across the board, and sometimes people highlight different tables in different specialty table linens. Like maybe they want to do the sweetheart table in a velvet, and your other guests are going to use more economical polyester, whatever it might be. The table linen, so your table layouts that are there, all of them have a number at the top. It's your minimum to maximum number of people sat at that table layout, okay? I mean, it's wrong. You can put less people in any of these table layouts, all right? We either make it smaller or we remove a table. So there's a lot of flexibility in any of these patterns that you like to make them less people. It's harder to make them more people than that max number on the top, okay? You will have guests that drop out in the week of your wedding, just like we had couples that dropped out last night. In the last 48 hours, we had 3 couples that couldn't make it today. So you will have guests that do the same. They get sick, they crash their car, whatever it might be. Know that whatever your guest count is, so it will start shrinking from there. If we have a family group that drops out and it's a 6-foot table and that 6-foot table's now got 7 people on it, I will automatically make it a 5-foot table and just tuck the table in it so that we don't have big tables with few people sat at them. It's firstly a waste of footprint in the room, but also it looks weird. It's the same with ceremony seating. If you tell me that there's going to be 111 people at this wedding, I'm going to put out 112 chairs. Firstly, there's going to be a few of you stood up front, but secondly, nobody wants their wedding photos with empty chairs in front of them. If people didn't show and didn't let you, it looks rude, it looks like you didn't plan it properly, it looks like we didn't plan it properly. So we will always make sure that the number of seats that are set out is pretty much exactly what your guest count is. Just as a heads up, it's one of the reasons why it's important to give us. Does anyone have any questions on timelines and table layouts?
Leave room for grand entrance.
Yeah.
With the color coding, is the purple tables, sweetheart tables, going to be usually sweets?
So the pinky ones, purple one is sweetheart table and cake. So usually the sweetheart table and cake are right next to each other. They're often the same color table linen, and they're usually where the sweetheart table is right there and a cake table right next to it. Okay. If you're making a deal of your cake, if you are not making a deal of your cake, we actually keep it tucked away until right before you cut it. Any other questions on that? This is all the very personal stuff, so we go through it again before your wedding. Guys, we went a little bit using a piece of software called All Seated to do table layouts. The number of couples this year that have said it was pretty much the most stressful, worst piece of their wedding planning has meant that we've gone away from using All Seated again, because I hate it too. And it made them feel like they were being stupid when it wasn't. The software's just not very good yet. Generally, I think what we're going to go back to is how we used to do it, which is when it comes to table layouts, we will go off a guide as to one of these. Like I said, a guide, not necessarily set in stone. And all your guest count, guest who's sitting at what table will go into the Google Sheets. There's already a tab for it, and we do it that way because All Seated just confused everybody. So we're now kind of going to do more personalized mapping out for each wedding based off, these are the ones that are the most successful. that work the best, give you the most room, that kind of thing. I'm looking, does that mean that they're in town?
Yes, food is here.
All right, I think we'll do food and we'll do booze after lunch.
Typically the right way to do booze is.
I mean, I was gonna do booze before lunch, but since lunch is ready to go, and we just talked about how food doesn't work if you leave it sitting around for a very long time. I think what we'll do is, okay, nice. All right, we're gonna start booze while she pulls the tops, and then we're gonna do booze, and then we'll do booze afterwards. What? Yeah, grab that for me.
I'm sorry.
Last year behind the bar, right?
Yeah.
So he is our resident expert on most stuff, but he doesn't usually do boot camp because Soup usually does it, and Soup can't do it this year. So Adam's been thrown at the deep end for the first time to talk about a bit about it. So
The
we're gonna
one
do,
who didn't get norovirus.
yeah, the one who hasn't been sick. So let's go through quantities real quick, and then we'll talk about like what after.
Basically just gonna be going over that, and reiterating a lot of that information, so if you just wanna turn to that page in the handbook, we can just kind of go over it that way.
Which is gonna be 15, yeah.
Page 15? Yeah. I will say that the quantities in here, we already inflate those for you. So every wedding we have, everyone is super confident that their friends can outdrink everybody on the planet. And we find that tends to not be the case, and you always end up sending alcohol home with you. So I will say that the numbers in here are already inflated. Don't feel the need to inflate them anymore.
Please don't
At
inflate
all.
them.
Yeah, we had a wedding. They thought they had like kicked 2 kegs, so they sent a poor groomsman down to Fredericksburg, which if any of you are familiar is about an hour away. He came back with 2 half kegs of more beer, and we realized what had happened was the bride had gotten angry with everybody during the rehearsal and had turned the taps off. So he did about a 2-hour round trip for nothing, and was not super impressed with that. So we will always let you know at the end of rehearsal dinner sort of how everything is trending, and if we feel like you need to go and get more, and we can handle that as well.
Yeah.
We will always find a person to go out and get it for you, whether it's a member of your bridal party or a groomsman or one of our people.
Yeah, please don't. If you do a big rehearsal dinner, we learn very quickly what your guests are drinking, and if we think we've miscalculated at any point, we will tell you. But we've done this a lot.
Yes. I would like to point out something very specific, which I think is a change that we added this year, is we're not doing half kegs next year. It's just too much weight. It requires like way too many hands to move one. So we are just going to do, if you think that there is a beer specifically that your, what's the word for people who come to weddings? Guests? You're drinking more of, just provide 2 quarter kegs. And it makes it a lot easier for the bartenders to live, because it's got to go down some really rickety stairs.
Yeah.
And we want to limit the danger to our bartenders as much as possible. So we are limiting beer to half or quarter kegs and sixtels from here on out, just for ease of moving. And then as well, when people drop them off, we often have parents who are dropping them off. We just don't want people hurting themselves getting beer to our venue.
Speaking of which, drop-offs, you have to bring your beer in before Friday.
Yeah, we need time for them to go into the kegerator and chill, and then they need time to be on CO2 for a little bit before they get served. So just so everyone's aware, yeah.
About how often do you see kegs like
Every
run out of beer?
Run out of beer? No.
Yeah.
Very rarely. I will say that like we had one wedding where that was an exception, but I think the 120 people came, they were all service industry people. That was the one exception I think that we saw. But
Yeah, and we always have backup beer downstairs anyway.
Yeah.
We could do about 4 weddings with the amount of beer that we have downstairs.
Right
Right now, and you guys wouldn't have to bring in, which we'll talk about.
yeah, that is also something to consider as well. There's usually
You have to have a keg, or if like they're not big beer drinkers, but like there's
Honestly-
a handful or bottles of keg.
I would always prefer, as
Yeah.
someone who works behind the bar, that we don't serve anything.
Right, so beer has, when you drain a keg, to take a keg back, it has to be empty, okay? What we do is we'll just give you your keg deposits, and we'll keep the kegs, and then we'll empty them at some point, and we return them to Total Wine.
Yeah, generally, you will have a conversation with Dora a week prior to your
Yeah.
wedding. You'll call into her and say, and she'll say, like the wedding last weekend, they didn't, you have to spend. And we can just sort of
It's part of that big pay it forward thing.
Yeah.
Like the bride for turning off the taps, and we ended up with 2 extra kegs. Like, we were like, what do you want to do with them? She's like, I can't return them, so keep them. So like I said, if you guys aren't particular about what beer you've got coming up as our next wedding, we can just keep what's on tap downstairs and you can just drink that and not worry about it. If you guys aren't particular about beer and you've not got a big group of beer drinking people in there, we've usually got half a keg down there or a couple of kegs down there that we can throw on tap to get you through. We also have then got some people where beer is absolutely what they're into, in which case we will do a revolving tap. We can make, it's that joy thing.
Yeah.
Like if beer's what brings you joy, if beer's what your crowd loves, if that's going to be the thing, then we adjust it to fit that.
And that's, as Dora was mentioning earlier, like special bottles of liquor, like if you have a special vodka or gin or scotch that you like. We would kind of prefer you limit that sort of specificity to you as the, because sometimes we have people who are like, oh, someone's a dry Gibson. And so they'll bring in a special bottle of gin, we'll make 2, and that's it for the night. So if we can kind of like limit the special liquors to the 2 of you, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it just gets kind of complicated, people's feelings get hurt. It's all just stuff we kind of drop and friction we want to avoid.
Yeah, if someone brings in a bottle of beer, a bottle of whiskey, it's always whiskey or bourbon, isn't it? But like if they bring it, it's always a scotch, whatever. They bring it in and they're like, that's just for me and those 3 people there.
And so we are all great, but we want to be an extra brain power, trying to remember which 4 people we're serving that to.
Yeah, and also then the 5th person who's like,
oh, but I'm here right now.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
I will say we have like sort of 3 different bars that are sort of outlined here. We most frequently see the modified full bar with specialty cocktails, which is the 3rd one here. It includes several cases of white, red, and rosé, kegs, and Jack Daniels, and then signature cocktails are pretty common as well. And we've included some sort of recommendations for signature cocktails to you. These are by no means the rule, but they are what we see pretty commonly. And we are also, pretty open to accommodating.
yeah.
Whatever you.
I mean, guys, if we can try and avoid having a specialty cocktail that can't be batched.
Yes.
So
Because the worst thing during cocktail hour is having 120 people crammed up against the bar, all ordering Manhattans. We are perfectly capable of making Manhattans and old fashions, but the amount of time that is required to each cocktail means that it's more time people are not sort of enjoying.
what we generally like to do is while you guys are doing a ceremony, the bartenders will be pre-pouring stuff. So that as everybody comes out from the ceremony, which is the only time the bar gets really rushed, as everyone gets done with the ceremony, there's stuff on the bar that they can just grab and go. And that's how we get it cleared out quickest. But it's much easier to do if they're cocktails that can be pre-batched. Ones that can't be pre-batched, they're generally the ones that.
So anything with a heavy syrup, we are try to avoid that.
Lavender, hibiscus.
Yeah, Manhattans, old fashions are doable, but again, you can't really batch those. We can batch things that get like a soda water topper or anything with carbonation. We can batch those generally and then just top them with the carbonation, but we have found that over an extended period of time, carbonated beverages sitting in a dispenser lose their carbonation and therefore lose the effect of the cocktail. So it's a shame to sort of create this elegant, very specific cocktail just to have it kind of lose its full effect as the night wears on.
There's a great book on Amazon that doesn't cost a lot of money, just on batch cocktails.
Oh,
which
wonderful.
I recommend. We bought that and like read through it and.
Drunk through it?
We didn't drink through the whole thing, but we tried. But it gives you also some idea on like when to add ice and like how to calculate like how much you're actually diluting a cocktail and stuff. And so I thought that was really helpful.
Yeah, that's great.
What was that again?
I'll look up what the name of the book is. But.
Guys,
Bring it with it?
he brought his laptop with his budget. Yeah, so guys, the cocktails that are on there are just some examples. Like I said, a lot of the time, I mean, you wouldn't believe the number of times that we have couples that are like, we want specialty cocktails, but we don't drink them. All right, well, here are a couple that work really well. Or there's too many to choose from. What's in front of you is just like the good ones. If you're like, I think I want a rum-based one, or I think I want a gin-based one. Those are some ones that work really well.
Pretty common, very easy to batch.
And popular.
And popular.
And popular.
Do you recommend if in our budget to have like a small
Exactly. as well if you're doing a specialty bar tasting. So if you want to do a whiskey tasting, you want to do a rum tasting, it's really, really great. I love that kind of stuff. And if I remember after lunch, we'll talk a little bit about actually that, and the cookie bar and things like that are a great way to get a lot of your guests involved in it, because you can invite your guests to bring their favorite bottle of whiskey. And actually you can stock a specialty bar without really having to stock it yourselves if you ask everybody to bring their favorite bottle of bourbon or rum or whatever, because you want to, and then it's great. You need another bartender up there, you need another table linen, but really it's not a big deal. It works really well for that through cocktail hour.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to mention next. Is that we would generally run the specialty bar just for that hour, and then bring that bartender down.
And all the bottles will come down
Yeah.
here.
Okay.
If you're doing cocktail hour upstairs and you have kids, how does that work?
So we almost never do even through cocktail hour or bar upstairs.
Okay.
Almost everything comes out from here. It used to be that when we were over kind of 120 guests, we would recommend a satellite bar, but it got used so rarely. And it just ended up being so much more of a pain for everybody, including you guys, because then we have to worry about bottles and chilled and all the rest of it. That really now, even our big Indian weddings at 200 people, that bar works just fine. We don't need a satellite bar.
We just put an extra bartender back there, and we just kind of keep
Yeah.
rolling.
Yeah, so we're going to talk a bit after lunch. The things I want to talk a bit about after lunch are glassware, serving at tables, wine, and then we'll taste some wine. Actually, we might do that through lunch.
Okay. Yeah.
And we'll kind of go through a bit more of the alcohol stuff and a bit more as to how we keep everyone like at the right level of drunk and what that looks like.
Sorry, the book I mentioned has the very creative title "Batch Cocktails" by Maggie Hoffman.
There we go. I feel like we need to do an Amazon show.
All right, guys, if everyone can just do, it's a bit like school. Guys, have a look around. Is anyone that should be here still not back? There seems to be a jacket and a chair there, so if there's someone there.
I just saw something in outreach.
Right here. Yeah. Okay, guys, just while we wait for just a real quick thing. Lunch was Pancho Villa, which is a restaurant in town, just so this was just their drop-off thing. Obviously, it's good food and it's quick and easy, and it was what you said, $17 a head is what it worked out.
A little under 17.
A little about 17 a head. So it's a really like breakfast, which was platters that we picked up from Martin's and things like that. With like these are kind of some of the more like easy, cheaper, economical options for food outside of your wedding day. And Ponchos is great. And that will be for 70, and we have about 50 something here, and there's still loads of food left. So just to give you an idea as to that being that kind of thing. All right. We have lots of new people who have joined us. So quick introductions. Okay, so you guys kind of vaguely met. Oh, no, all of these people. All right, we'll start here. This is Rachel from Briley Images. Giselle, who does a lot of hair and makeup. You met these guys kind of. Hi, Marissa. They got married here when? October. Okay. I'm Mary Sullivan, who's an officiant. And those are kind of the people that we're missing that would normally be here at Bootcamp are a caterer, because Taste of Elegance is doing their tastings today. And Black Garlic, Meryl, who runs Black Garlic. It's her sister's bachelorette weekend. So my two caterers that came here most couldn't be here. So they have both lectured me very strongly for about 2 hours each on what they wish you guys knew. So I'm going to be standing in on that. And then, like I said, Tammy, unfortunately, we're going to hers is sick day. So is dealing with that stuff. Yeah, Aaron's not here yet. It's not quite one. We'll be here after a week or a minute. As it is, flowers real quick. We kind of touched on flowers anyway. There's not a huge amount more to say about them. So if anyone has any questions that are about floral, very specifically, or anybody who wants to look through, I think Tammy mentioned that a few guys have proposals with her that she sent back, that you might have some questions that you needed answered from my perspective. When we are done at the end of the day, the Borrow Cottage, which is over there, is going to be totally open for everyone to have a look around. By all means, trips around the house and think about designing bedrooms. All of your vendors here will be available to have chats with and go through stuff with. So while we'll wrap up in a few hours, like everyone's gonna still be here to kind of go through stuff, okay? If you're over in the Borrow Cottage looking at stuff that you might want to borrow for your wedding, Honeybook allows you to add to your Honeybook thing. If you could please, it's in your contract, but if you could please make sure that you do upload your contracts to Honeybook, it makes my life much easier, it makes Grace's life much easier. And if any of these people in front of me have a question about something, I have then got most of the information I need to at least be able to give them a guidance versus always having to come to you guys to ask questions, to pick your guys' brain. But you can also upload pictures to that. So if you are over in a storage cottage and you are thinking, oh, I like those table numbers or bars or whatever, by all means, snap a photo of it on your phone and upload it to your Honeybook. Firstly, it's going to jog your guys' memories of what you might want to borrow, but also on Friday before your wedding when you've totally forgotten everything, because it's your wedding weekend and bridal brain is as bad as baby brain or COVID brain. I at least have a picture representation kind of what you're thinking. Same with, you can by all means put your Pinterest board on there, links on there, anything. The more information you give me, the better. If your contract was with anyone sat in front of me, I'm probably not going to read it because generally contracts are fairly similar. I know what they're going to do. And honestly, it's quicker for me to just pick up the phone and call them and say, hey, what time are you starting? How many hours are you on for? Whatever. Than it is for me to read through their contracts. But certainly if you're contracted with someone new, and definitely your catering contract, whether it's someone that's worked here before or not, it's going to answer a lot of questions for me that I end up testing. And it will help me make sure that I've got your table linen number correct, all of that kind of stuff. So please utilize Honeybook and upload those contracts and pictures and anything else. All right, let's finish with booze, then we'll do food trucks, and we'll go on to everyone else.
Cool.
Wine. So now we're back about you gotta come middle of the table, middle of our last supper table. Which looks real. It looks, when I'm looking at it, it looks very last supper. I was gonna say, my knowledge of
You have to ask.
like, where's this doing? Yeah, all right.
Very helpful. Thanks, Marissa. All right, so we're talking specifically about wine.
Yeah.
Let's have the.
I thought you had the wine list.
I did, but now I don't. So that's fine.
It's behind you on that.
Yes. Okay, so I guess we're specifically talking about wine for the next couple of minutes. You'll see that in our handbook, again, page 15, if you're looking at the alcohol section, for any of the kinds of bars that Dora has outlined within the handbook, we recommend about 6 to 8 cases of wine, mixed kind of however you want in terms of what you think people are going to be drinking: reds, whites, rosés, and sparkling. I think sparkling is
Yeah.
as well, right? And if you're looking at wine packages from Velocity, which we have, Kim over there did a great job for us, sort of outlining. We have everything from tier 1 behind the bar. So if you wanted to check any of that out, we are going to be doing a tasting, I think, kind of usually for like the last hour or two of the Bootcamp. So we'll be serving quite a bit of that. And I think within those.
Kim is also just about that she now has started a new thing which she will deliver the wine. Which is going to offer you guys, if it's more than 2 cases, which all of you guys probably will be, she'll actually deliver it up here and drop it off in the week before your wedding. So that is like something to really bear in mind. I will say that returns on wines are a little bit more complicated than they are on the liquor. Bottles of liquor, if it's sealed, you can usually just take it back to Costco or any BABC and return it, and they'll take it. Wine is a little bit more difficult, so it is important that you like the wine you're drinking, because chances are you're going to hopefully have leftover bottles, because if you don't, it means we did not do our job properly, and we underestimated how much you guys are drinking. So the worst case scenario is you're going to have a few extra bottles of wine to drink at home over the next however long.
And I will say that with these numbers, which are the numbers that we've been using for years for wine, wine is the one thing that we generally send the most of back with you. Liquor and beer, it's sort of a crapshoot, but wine, unless you have a huge wine drinking crowd, you're going to go home with it. So make sure that your numbers are good, or that it's wine that you want to be drinking.
And then you have
Space in the car.
And then you have space in the car, yes. Because otherwise you're just gonna start leaving stuff on the front porch.
Yeah, which happens all the time. Which reminds me, soda. Please, on that Monday before your wedding, ring me and see, before you go and buy any of this stuff, ring me on the Monday before your wedding. Firstly, there's no point in buying it long-term in advance and storing it. Prices don't change. It's not like you have to buy these like years in advance. It's gonna save you any money. It's just gonna give you something that you have to store for a really long time, something you have to resist cracking open for a really long time. And so just buy it on the week of your wedding, take an afternoon off, go fill up your car with all your booze, bring it straight to us, unload it, go home. Whoever's on site, whether it be me, Grace, or ads that day, will glance into the front room and will be like, okay, well, they ran out of room in their car to take home the pallets of Coke they brought, so you don't need to bring in any Coke, honey. Or they brought a huge bag of lemons and we used one, so you don't need to bring in lemons.
Any questions on mixers, leftover alcohol? It's like specifically for weddings where you don't think you're gonna be drinking a lot of beer or whatever, give us a ring, like Joel said. And we can generally get you squared away pretty well for your event.
It's very, very rare that there's not gonna be something that you don't have to bring because we have it.
Yeah.
I think that's fair to
Yeah, but it's
say,
just
right?
important that we know in advance because we also have problems with overstocking.
Yeah.
Occasionally, so
Yeah.
as long as we, just keep lines of communication open, important for us and for you. Anyone have any questions on the line?
Well, with the mixers and stuff, I think we got that included with our caterer. Are people typically doing that?
So some people do have that package with their caterer.
As long as sometimes we'll go into a wedding not knowing one way or the other, as long as we know, it's fine.
And again, that Google Sheets, there's a thing in there for alcohol. It asks you to list out what you're bringing. It's firstly for you guys, but really, really it's for us. Like, it gives us a chance to glance at it and go, hey, they're not bringing any whiskey. There's no whiskey listed. And then I just give you guys a call or a text and I'm like, hey, was that deliberate? And you say, yeah, no one in our family drinks whiskey. Or someone in our family drinks way too much whiskey, so we're not bringing it in.
I will say that the Google Sheets is also very important for this because we have had a few weddings where we've gone to set the bar.
Yeah.
Bartender has gone back into our alcohol room and gone, there are literally no mixers. What is going on?
Yeah.
Not realize that the caterers will be bringing it in an hour later.
Way to give them a panic attack.
Yeah. So
Or you've got a bottle, or you've got some, you bring it in and it's tons of cases and you've got a bottle of something very special in the back end of one of those cases and maybe we miss it and we don't see it. If it's on the list, we know what we're looking for. We know that we're gonna have these things behind the bar and we look for them. We had one bride that forgot her champagne at Total Wine.
ooh, yeah.
Uh,
Go do a
Yeah, we
special
had
one for
to,
that.
so she picked up all her stuff from Total Wine, dropped it all off with us on Thursday. Again, we always double check stuff when it comes in. She hadn't filled in her sheet. We did not realize that she was missing 3 cases of champagne that she'd left at Total Wine until Saturday, where she was like, well, where's that case of special champagne I bought?
It was a Total Wine.
Yeah, it was a Total Wine sale. So we went to the Velocity with him, sorted her out a couple of cases of champagne. But there are joys to using local people and using local people for wine is one of the I really recommend. Not only will she drop it up here, but she will talk you through what you should be drinking. I'm not a wine drinker, so it's invaluable for me to have somebody that can actually guide a little bit. And also if anything goes wrong, or for instance, on Saturday night or Friday night, you guys put away a case of red, which would be almost unheard of on a rehearsal dinner. And then we're suddenly like, oh God, we're gonna need some more red. We ring Kim brings us a case. It's a whole lot easier,
And I think that this is on the Google Sheets, but if you are doing different lines for your rehearsal as opposed to your ceremony, make sure those are listed in the Google Sheets so we're not kind of scrambling the day of.
Yeah.
Because the last thing you guys need is us asking you questions that you don't really want to be answering for those 2 days.
Yeah.
So you list them in rehearsal and ceremony, that would be awesome.
Wine service at the table. We can't monitor how much people are drinking. Don't get me wrong, I love it because it's a whole job that these guys don't have to do. And they don't have to work as hard because people are getting served at the table. We cannot monitor what is being drunk when people have wine service at the table. So a lot of the caterers will only do 1 or 2 wine pours, even if you get wine service at the table. They will pour once before dinner and once after dinner because they're serving dinner in the middle of that. You do need to bring in extra wine of whatever they are pouring, obviously, because then 100 people are going to get a glass of the red. So you will need to bring an extra wine for that. We'll talk it through in that final meeting, but generally, unless it's really important, I will say really important, usually to a parent, it's at the table. In fact, it's pretty much a requirement. And you must bring in as much water as we list on there.
Yes.
Not more. That is not a suggestion. We do not overstock the water. Please bring
It
in more.
literally, it goes all the time.
It's almost never do we have leftover water. Like, I don't remember the last time, but on Sunday when we were packing up cars, that there was more than maybe 2 bottles to go home with people. Like, if it is here, people will drink it, they will feel better for it. So please bring as much water as you can physically get your car.
Especially on those Saturday nights when it's just you and your best friends hanging out and none of you want to go to sleep and you're up until 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
You're gonna want water, so.
And we just leave cases on it on the bar when we go and people grab it. It really, really improves the Sunday, if we have lots of water on the Saturday. When we have to ration water, we're in trouble.
Yes. Anyone have any questions so far? Cool. Also, do not overbuy types of wine.
Yeah.
I think we have listed here, no more than 4 or 5 types, 2 red, 2 white, 1 sparkling. 2 white or
Yeah.
we just find that people don't really, this is gonna sound a little rude, don't really care about variety when it comes to a wedding. They want a red and a white, they maybe want 2 options each. So, don't stress out too much about having 5 different reds for your wedding.
You guys will understand this so much by the time you get right to your wedding. Decision making is hard. It also makes things more,
So we have some lists.
and it also makes things more time consuming. And it makes it more time consuming for you guys, but it also makes it harder and more time consuming for your guests. If they're given 2 options, they will pick one and they're happy to do it. If they're given 5 options, the amount of time that they stand there going, which will bring us on to food trucks in a minute, is also a thing. So it's nice to sometimes limit to actually make them feel less stressed out. Decision overload is a problem with guests as well as you guys. Any questions on it? All right, food trucks.
Cool. Good job.
Yes, ladies in white dresses.
Oh, the reddest.
Primarily red, really deeply red.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to say this. Touch wood. We have never had a bride get wine on her wedding dress. Yeah, she's like, I've got this one. All right. The other thing we see a lot on wedding dresses, funnily enough, if you are DIYing your own flowers, is remembering that they've got a lot of pollen in them. And actually, that's one of the bigger issues we have. All professional florists will depollinate their flowers so that you're not going to get anything really on your dresses. But you wouldn't believe the number of brides where they're DIYing their flowers and they put their flowers to their dress, and suddenly they've got a big yellow stain from the lily or whatever else it might be on their dress. Same with boutonnieres from the grooms. If there's something in there that's got like pollinated stuff on it and they hug people, then suddenly everyone walks away with little yellow patches of pollen. All right, food trucks. So there's like 4 or 5. Okay, so hands up if you're doing a food truck at all throughout the weekend.
Nice.
Say happy vendor. We all love a food truck, okay? All right, so there's a few things to know about food truck weddings. Firstly, I think we're probably one of the only venues not only does them, but kind of encourages them and really enjoys them. So we do have a few things that I recommend with them. One is that Grace is here. That's one of my biggest recommendations. Food trucks, they are designed to move to new locations. They don't have to do a catering walkthrough like a new caterer does. They come, they set up, they serve. But what they do stops the moment it comes over that food. The moment it's in the hand of the guest, their involvement in what is going on stops. So we do need to make sure that we have enough people on staff to clear plates, to restock things, to make sure that grandma, who doesn't want to stand in line at a food truck, gets her food brought to her. So that is one of the big things with food trucks, is we need to make sure that we know in advance so Grace can come in and she will run a team of people. The number of people that we will need depends on the number of guests you have. It's really that straightforward. So we'll figure that out when you get a little bit closer. But you will need at least one event manager to run the day, and then we'll probably bring in some high school kids to help just literally move trash and pick up plates. Some other things about it is please buy party packs of plates and silverware and things off Amazon.
because we just give them to the trucks, and that way all the food is coming on, like matching plates, matching silverware, and it's kind of neat. This goes for all of this stuff also, by the way, goes for if you're doing it for rehearsal dinner or catering for brunch too, okay? Like I was saying, decision making is the thing that slows down food truck service. 100%, the biggest issue we have with food trucks is the fact that they are making every meal fresh to order. So that means that there's a much longer delay in people ordering food and it being served to them, versus you guys just walking through a buffet like that. So to make that quicker, I recommend limited amount of options at your food truck. So pick your favorite 2 or 3 options. Don't give your guests the whole range of everything that they have to offer. I also really recommend a wood-fired pizza truck alongside whichever food trucks you've got, because they just make the pies, they put them on the table, and anyone who's packaged can just walk by and grab a slice. They'll have like 3 or 4 different pies out. You don't order them specifically. But that's the only one of the food trucks that's not done like that. So also we rearranged the timeline a little bit. And now for those that aren't doing a food truck wedding, maybe worthwhile listening to the way we do a food truck wedding timeline, because if you want to do that for your wedding, by all means do it, because a lot of our couples love it. We front load everything. So we gather everybody in, sit them down, we do all the formalities before dinner, because once we have released people to food trucks, the whole point of them is that they drift and they get a taco from there or they get a slice from there. They're not coming to sit back down. So we try and get all the formalities done while everyone is in one room looking at you guys and focused. And then once they're released, we don't try and gather them all back up again, because honestly it's almost impossible. Plus it then puts us on a deadline. We say food trucks will be here for the next 3 hours, dance floor's open, go. The joy of that is you guys are done like an hour and a half earlier of being pulled around and stuff by your coordinator. Because once we release everyone for the food trucks, your photographer might want photos of you getting food at the food trucks. Or if sunset's a little later, they might drag you around for that. But essentially you can relax and breathe, because your job of the day of speeches and dancing, all of that kind of stuff is done. And your parents' job is done, and everyone can just like chill out and breathe into it a little bit more. Like I said, it's totally doable if you are doing a buffet or a plated food to move all that timeline to the front. But it's very, very much recommended if we do a food truck. The whole point of a food truck wedding is that it has that more like festival vibe. It's more relaxed. People are kind of mingling a lot more and chatting a lot more. We don't want to keep breaking that up with different formalities where we kind of stop and be quiet and watch something and then carry on again. If everybody's sat for dinner, then the stuff that goes on, like your speeches, your newlywed games, stuff like that, it's more like dinner theater for them. So it has a different vibe on that. Is there any questions on, like that was just a rough food truck thing, but any questions on food trucks?
If we just do a dessert food truck, will that change the timeline?
So if you're just doing a dessert food truck, it's much easier. I still recommend a lot of the same things, make sure that they've got nice plates coming out. It depends who's doing it. Right, cool. Yeah, you say you're all awesome. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, Captain Cookie and the Milkman, it's a very, very popular food truck that comes out here a lot. They everyone in front of me. So they do fresh made cookies off the truck. They bring in homemade ice cream. You can make your ice cream cookie sandwich. You pick the top one, you pick the bottom one, and the ice cream in the middle. And boy, does it give your guests a sugar rush. Nate hates it.
Kills my dance floor.
Everybody rushes out. So that's the other reason, by the way, the food trucks, we tend to frontline everything, because once they open, everyone goes out. So no, cookie, if you've got dessert coming in, it's a slightly different way. It really depends on who they are. Captain Cookie have been here so many times, we know they basically know what they're doing, where they're going. It's all very, very straightforward with them. If it's something more involved, then maybe we can talk about something slightly different, but for what you guys are thinking, for what most of you guys are thinking in here from that perspective, you don't need to worry about it. For the, yeah.
Can I ask something about food trucks?
Yeah.
When you're using a food truck versus full service catering, what do you do for linens and napkins?
So all of that stuff is going to come through a separate rental company. We will work out the table layout just like we did. By the way, Mary is one of my coordinators, as well as being an amazing officiant. So she's done this. So we work out the table numbers for you, just like we would if it was a caterer. We think about who's sitting where, we give you the table linens, but as opposed to giving that information to your caterer, you're going to give it directly to the rental company, and they will deliver and drop off usually a day or two beforehand. On the subject of that, rehearsal dinner brunches. Food truck or not, usually they're not full service caterers. Who here is doing a full service caterer for a rehearsal dinner? Yeah. So they're usually not a full. Okay. No, they have taste. Okay. So if you're doing a full service caterer for your dinner, they're going to ask you a lot less questions. They're going to bring in the stuff again. If you're not doing a full service caterer, then we still need to talk about how they're coming in, where are the linens coming in from, what are your plates and things like that going to look like. Unless you are a few months out, don't panic about it too much right now. However,
No full service also requires extra hands.
yeah, that's what I'm
Depending
saying.
on the numbers.
Yeah, if you've not got any extra hands and people and people helping, Aaron, take a seat. Guys, this is Aaron from Newgen. Then if you've not got people serving you, are going to need help. Like, there's just no way around it. Unless it's literally like you and your bridal party and you're having pizzas, you're probably going to need an extra set of hands here to make sure the trash cans are cleared out and toilet rolls are restocked and all of that kind of stuff. So we will go through that, and I strongly recommend that you do not put those jobs on your family members. It is not in the budget of weddings very expensive to have an extra set of hands from my team on place, but it will relieve your mom of a lot of work.
And most of the time they don't do it anyways.
Well, there's that. In the nicest way. They get distracted. Brunch food trucks, we got a couple that we recommend. Cafe Diem Donuts, Frida's Biscuits, there's a few. They're really, really great. Really quick, if you haven't thought about doing brunch, please think about it. I think it's a really nice soft landing for the couple. It gives you a breathing space to check in and catch up with people that you saw on Saturday night, but your mind was so wrapped up in being newlywed or getting married that you're not really necessarily processing what's going on. And it gives everybody a really good option to tell you on the day after your wedding how awesome your wedding was, which everyone likes to hear.
It also helps too that if you have a bunch of stuff to take home, if there's more people here, there's more cars to fill.
Yeah.
Like normally.
So-
How does that work?
Okay, rehearsal dinners and brunches generally. There's generally kind of a few different ways of doing it. You just invite your private people. If it's just your private people, that's going to be your bridesmaids, groomsmen, and anyone who would traditionally wear a flower or have a flower. But rehearsal dinner and brunch, our rules are very much softened, right? Like with everything, if we're just talking about our private guests, the people that are in the house and our parents, the timings, the alcohol service, all of that, we have a softer idea as to how that's going to run. When you start inviting more people than that, then we have to really start following the letter of the contract and the letter of the law. And then we have to bring in bartenders and things like that. Rehearsal dinners, we see one of mostly 4 options. One is just private thing. You basically use it like an Airbnb. I say goodbye, you guys all hang out, have pizza, hang out. You do that, but then you do that until say 7 o'clock, and then 7 o'clock you invite everybody here for just a pre-wedding drink between say 7 and 9. That's an option. Another option is to go into town and do the whole thing in Kolkata. And one that I think we're going to be seeing more of now this year, I don't know, is the idea that you actually do a bit of both, which is you meet everybody, you might do dinner here, like just casual with your private people. They originally get one of the breweries in town, and then you guys leave. That's is that see if these guys are all nodding. I think we're going to see it more and more. You guys leave so that they can carry on drinking, partying, doing whatever they want. But our brides usually have dresses to steam, nails to do, things like that, and they want to get out of there a little bit earlier. The groom usually doesn't have to be out of there as early because his day usually starts about 4 or 5 hours later on Saturday. So he could stay there and have a few more drinks with friends. When you guys are here, figure it out. So I think more and more people going into town and then leaving. Might be having people here first and then all going in, but for the big group, like inviting everybody. They're actually doing that more in town. And most of the time we will see either a bigger rehearsal dinner or a bigger brunch. So if it's a bigger rehearsal dinner, brunch might be more limited. If it's a smaller rehearsal dinner, brunch is usually like everybody who's leaving the hotel, like between 10 and 12, drop in and grab a bagel. Like once you check out, swing by, kind of deal. And see, this is one of those not aspirational, be realistic about who you are things. Like, I don't think there's anyone in this room that hasn't like woken up on Sunday morning and be like, if I see anyone ever again, I will kill them. You're not the person to have a brunch. But if you're the kind of people that when you hang out with your friends, you've gone out with your friends the next morning, you will kind of gather in the kitchen and talk about who went home with who and shouldn't have done and all the rest of it, have a brunch. Like, know who you are. Like, I am much more that person than a rehearsal dinner person. Like, I'm not a late night person. The idea of drinking like 2 nights in a row with a whole load of people makes me, I know I wouldn't be able to do a rehearsal dinner, big rehearsal dinner, and then a wedding. Like, I just know that my stamina isn't there. But I do know that I could do a big wedding and then like crash on a sofa with a cup of coffee and my best friends and talk about the night before on Sunday. Be realistic about who you guys are, not about who you want to be, because there's nothing worse than waking up on Sunday morning and being like, I don't want to see anyone ever again. And some people, like Rachel would not be a brunch person. I love Rachel. She's up at 4:30 every morning to go to the gym, but I don't think that's going to be the thing that you would dive into, right? Yeah.
If you do the brunch, where do you, like, do you have to have tables set up, do like food trucks?
So often with brunch, what we'll do is we'll leave at least half the tables from your wedding still set up. When we break down at the end of the night, if the caterers are breaking down, we'll often leave some set up, and we just do that. It's brunch is so casual. It's a lot less planning. Anyone got any questions on the stuff you just talked about, which was supposed to be about one thing and went to Southern College over, as we're supposed to do now. All right, yeah.
What about like tables for the rehearsal dinner?
So rehearsal dinner table layouts, again, from a purely selfish perspective, I try and keep the rehearsal dinner layout fairly as similar as possible to the wedding, so we don't have to move 10 tables in and 10 tables out on Friday night in the dark and in the rain. But some people want long banquet tables like this for their rehearsal dinner instead of rounds, and that's what we'll do. So you have to come in separately if you haven't got a full service caterer. Anyone who's renting from Sammy's, anything from Sammy's, like a tent or whatever, they do linens. It's very easy to just throw whatever rentals you need on top of that order through Sammy's, and they'll just drop them off when they bring the tent in. That's going to be your simplest way of doing that. We do now have black lycras that are on the table in there if everyone has a look. We have like, how many of those do we have? I think like a dozen. Yeah, like a dozen of them. They just do 6-foot rectangulars. So we bought them kind of as a backup emergency thing when people do this. But we've also got those if you're doing something just very kind of casual and they're very nice for rehearsal dinner. They're just black lycras. So you've got a few different options. Table layout wise, rehearsal dinner, usually you don't assign tables. We just cut enough seats out for everyone and it's free for all. Any other questions? Trying to make the rehearsal dinner and brunch, just we try and do everything we can to make it not another wedding for you to plan. Like, you want choice events, so that's where you're not working. Your rehearsal, or your wedding day, you are kind of working. I mean, there's no real way around it. Like, rehearsal day, you're working. Wedding day, you're working. We try and get you off the clock as quickly as possible so you can actually enjoy it. But Friday and Sundays are the days where the pressure is way less on you guys. And I mean, and at the end of the day, it helps that you haven't got a photographer recording everything you're doing, which you want, absolutely. But it does mean that the day to get the photos that you guys want, we have to have a timeline. To get out how many people we need it, we have to have a timeline. There's no way around it. On Saturday, we gotta plan it like it was a job. But Friday, no. Friday, I'm usually just like, all right, we walk it through. This is where everyone's going to stand. This is what everyone's going to do. Bar's open, food's there. I'm here to make sure no one kills themselves.
So I heard for the day of the ceremony,
yeah.
The actual meals after reception. So I was curious about smaller scale for like rehearsal dinner. How hard is it to, if you want to have that inside?
Not hard at all.
Okay.
Generally, if you want to have more wet weather plans like that, and I love a rehearsal dinner on the roof, my biggest piece of advice to that is just to overbook on staff on my end. Like we can leave these things way later if we have more hands. So like if we don't have anyone extra on Friday night and we have to make a decision about whether it's going to be upstairs or downstairs, we're gonna have to make that decision while I still got people on here. I can't do that myself or just with one bartender. So the later you want to leave it, the more hands we will need to have on deck. But it's not impossible to leave it until 5 minutes beforehand if we've got enough manpower. Any other questions? Real quick on the bad weather thing, flipping the room, if the room in here has to be the ceremony in here and then we're flipping it for dinner for any reason, it takes about 30 minutes, we do it all the time, it's really nothing to worry about dinner. And don't get me wrong, if you're in here, it's mayhem. But it's organized chaos, we all do it a lot, and it goes very quickly, very easily, and like, it's not a big deal for us at all if we have to go from ceremony to dinner in here. So while mentally it's a big deal for you guys because it's probably raining, don't let the practicalities of it worry you, we've got that.
The other thing to add too, that if you're using one of our recommended caterers, they already know. But if you're bringing someone else new in, that's very important that they know that their staff has to help if we have to flip.
Yeah.
Because we can't do it without staff.
No.
Where do you shuffle everybody?
They go in the house, yeah.
Outside.
Yeah.
Not outside.
Yeah. It'll be in the rain with all of you.
They sit on the front porch.
They do go on the front porch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you have a tent set up out
Yeah.
back, does it completely obstruct the view?
Not at all. The roof trusses are actually about 3 feet deep, and we're about another 4 feet off there, so it doesn't obstruct the roof.
It also doesn't obstruct the view from the roof either. We did a tent on the back patio, and yeah, and it from the roof is still absolutely beautiful. From here is still beautiful.
Guys, I'm just going to reiterate this. If you're thinking about doing the clear tent, and if you're looking through the books on the thing and you haven't thought about it, you'll see the picture of the clear tent. And you'll be like, I want to do a clear tent. Please remember it's a greenhouse in Virginia. I've actually noticed one of the rental companies will not rent the clear tent in July and August because it is just impossible to keep cool. So please bear that in mind. It is much easier to heat a space and much cheaper to heat a space than it is to cool a space. To cool a greenhouse in the middle of July and August in Virginia is, like I said, I don't think no one in here is getting married in July and August, right? You might have one at the very end of August. Yeah, very end. I class you guys in September. But like that mid-hot, like, please don't do a clear. I mean, we've had this conversation and you guys are gonna do a clear tent and cool it. But haven't you gone through the ringer to try and figure out how to do that? But it's the same with anything. If it's important to you, absolutely do it. There are ways to do everything. There's ways to do, I mean, we do poker tables, we've done petting zoos, we've done like oyster shuckers. If it's important to you, do it. It will work. We will make it happen and it will be beautiful. If it's not important to you and you're thinking about doing it on a whim, probably don't do it. That's what it boils down to. If it's a whim, if you look at those photos and you're like, clear tent, oh, that'd be fun. Possibly don't. But if you can't and you're like, clear tent is what I want, then absolutely do it. Do you understand the different mindset in those two things? Like, and if you haven't done it by about 2 months before your wedding, it's not that important to you, so don't bother. If it's important to you, you will have sorted it out 2 months before your wedding.
Since we're on the topic of like rentals, I went on Sammy's, they had like all this outdoor seating. Do you kind of recommend getting that for like people, or is it?
I love it. If you've got the money.
I mean, they're like, they didn't look that expensive. So.
No, it's good, and some of the rental companies, like Something Vintage, has outdoor furniture sets and things like that. In the past, in fact, some of the furniture sets that are here are because brides have found it's cheaper to buy it than it is to rent it, and then they leave it here. So that's also an option. I will say furniture might be a thing that is cheaper to buy than rent, but then you've got furniture, or we've got furniture. Because if you haven't got enough room to hold 5 sets of lounge furniture,
Depends on what it because like for you guys, you're gonna tent for Friday night outside. If it's nice weather on Saturday, you're gonna have people outside and not many people inside for the actual reception. That's, you have to remember that too.
Okay. But Virginia can do anything you want. I mean, Tuesday it's gonna be 80 degrees here. Like, I mean, that's the end of, that's the reality of it. We talk about it, but if you were getting married on Tuesday in winter here, you would have put a tent out there with heating. Your bridesmaids would have fur shawls. You would have bought hand warmers. We would have hot chocolate ready, and absolutely none of it would be needed or used, and it would just be a waste of money. The other side of that is we've had weddings in
Early October.
well, we had yeah, that was ours. Yeah, that was yours. Yours was yeah, it was all cool. Yeah, I mean, but I remember we had one August wedding. It was August 6th, I think. It was 55 degrees outside of Fort Worth rain from start to finish, and like. You've got a bride that's got like all her bridesmaids are in like sheath silk dresses. Like, I mean, normally that is absolutely in Virginia in like the first week of August. But that day they were all freezing. You know, you just hurricane. Yeah, it's real fun. Yeah, we've all got horror stories of where Virginia's weather turns something totally unexpected on your head.
4 seasons in one day. Hail, snow, a rainbow, rain, and then a rainbow. It was like summer, spring.
Yeah.
If inclement weather, where would the cocktail hour be?
So
Supposed to be on the
it's generally through the house, front porch. What we would generally do is set up charcuterie would be in the dining room. So if you've got like a stationary appetizer thing on a wet weather day, we would set up stationary acts out in the dining room. But we would put the cocktail tables that were on the roof on the front porch. It's very well sheltered out there, and that, or you could tent the roof, in which case it could still happen out there.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like 120 or so could fit, but
It's really not
it's not,
it's really not a worry. Space is weird for a wedding. That's another thing. Like, I mean, it's very hard when you don't do this all the time to judge how much space people take up. You know, I mean, there was seating in here, I think we worked out for like 135 people. If we put people on both sides of the table, like not sat like this, but if we put people on both sides of the table, that just on these tables, there was seating for like 135 people. Okay, so like, it's weird spacing. It's really hard to
Are you, and I don't want
visualize.
to overstep, but are you allowing, sometimes we would max out, this is years ago, and I don't know if they still do it, but you'd get up after dinner and come back and your table was gone because we needed a dance floor. You know, I mean, it was like people were literally, it was like this.
Legally, we're allowed to go up to 150 people in here. So sometimes if a couple is right on that boundary, not on 150, but over 120, but maybe not 130, 40, we have ways around it to save you the money for rent. That's really generally at the end of the day. But it's all trade-offs that you guys have to think about. Like, and I mean, I think we have quite a lot of people in here who have technically got enough guests that can fit in here, but are doing a tent. That's becoming much more popular right now, which is people are doing a tent even if they can fit in the ballroom because they want the tent and they like the different spaces and they want to use that flow. So we're seeing a lot more of that now than we were beforehand. But again, COVID changed a lot of things, I think, in that respect. COVID affected.
Yeah, I would not recommend packing this fall.
I don't like packing.
To the brim, it's uncomfortable. Wait staff can't serve water at tables. It's just.
I think one of the table layouts in there is one that's pushing it slightly, but 120 is 120 give or take a couple is pretty fine in here. Any other questions?
If you're outside in a tent, is the DJ still in this ballroom?
So, actually, you know what? At this point, let's turn it over to Nate. We'll start going through vendors. So what we'll do is we're
Can
going to
I not sit down while I talk?
tell you just a little bit about what they want. One of the things that I always ask them to do is tell you something that they wish they can tell every couple, even if it's not the advice you want to hear. Okay, and then we'll do.
Comfortable with that.
Yeah, and then we're going to get previous couples to maybe say one thing that they really highlighted about their wedding, but again, one thing that they weren't so impressed with, or something they changed, or in the run-up to planning, something that stressed them out.
much anything. I want you guys to realize you're not alone when you want to tear your hair out a few weeks beforehand. And then we'll just do kind of a big quick Q&A roundtable discussion on it. I'm taking a seat.
So I'm Nate, right? I'm on the DJ.net. Some of you have booked with us. Thank you so much. Some of you have me. Some of you have, we have 4 other DJs. The biggest thing I want is for you guys to have a stress-free, it feels weird, like DJ, like, back to dance floor, yeah, like, let's do it. But I really want you guys to have a stress-free day. Like, if I don't see a drink on your table and there's a special, I notice the little weird things, like you get special drinks, I'm grabbing your drink and I'm bringing it to you. Like, I just want you guys to literally not lift a finger and not worry. But
Nate
also
is the person, by the way, that will tell me if, like, our bartenders spend all their time Hawkeye watching the dance floor to see if anyone's getting.
I'll lean over and look at Adam and I'll be like, this
But
one.
he's the one that knows how drunk people are getting at any time, and he will point them out to me or Adam before we even get
We've
there.
got a picture of Rachel standing in front of my DJ booth
Oh, yeah.
as a bouncer.
Yeah, I was a bouncer.
Because you got the one incessant friend shoving their phone in my face, telling me I'm a horrible DJ because I won't play some weird heavy metal song for them.
How dare you?
Exactly. But anyway, so entertainment is like my main focus. But let's rewind back towards the beginning of the day when the guests show up. Out front, if you're doing we've done ceremonies on the roof. I think I've done one back yet. And then out front. I handle all the mics for that. Aaron, I work really close with Aaron. Aaron's a great videographer. If you have a videographer, they need to patch into, most need to patch into your DJ setup. If you have a DJ and you have a videographer, they need to have a conversation before the day of. It can happen the day of, but some DJs just don't, or they charge extra. You want to make sure you don't have that added stress. But yeah, so I handle the mics. I'll put a mic on one of them. Like for Kai and Marissa, Kai, you wore a mic. I came in, mic'd them up, and then set them out front, and we had an awesome. I mean, everybody heard everyone. And listen to Marissa say something. I love her voice. Very soft spoken, like just that raspy. I just love that tone. Hard to pick up if you had no mic. Literally 5 rows back, no. Half you people would not hear her speak. Outside, wouldn't happen. Birds chirping. We've got some rednecks sometimes shooting a gun off. Quasi-redneck. I'm a little city boy, but I like but that happened. This is the country. Want to show that picture. So use a mic. I usually say if someone has a lapel, one of the couple has a lapel, and then Mary, I always mic up Mary. She can project, but still you want that redundancy in audio. If mic fails, like if Kai's mic failed, we had a backup. You guys had a rattle, right?
All right.
Right. And so it's you want everybody to hear that. You don't want to have all that half hour of what are they saying? You know, you gotta put grandma in the front, all the old people in the front. You don't want that. It is what it is. The thing that Isadora touched on said one thing that I would say that you may not want to hear or like to hear, and it's just brutally honest. Kids ruin weddings.
It's true. I'll take from Nate.
This is on the web. I'm sorry. You're saying your sweet vows, and little Joey is freaking out because his dinosaur isn't working, or his, he can't go visit his mom, who's a maid of honor, and wants to run up in the aisle. Or, I say that kind of jokingly. There's sweet moments. There's the flower girl that takes 10 minutes to, because she's so anal about putting out every flower. We had a young, really young. She got down, didn't put a single flower out, and at the very end, down by the groom, and the groom was just like, let her roll. I looped the song like 3 times. It was like she had a job and she wanted to do her job, so she did her job. And but that's not rude. That's actually a sweet one. But just understand, like during toasts and speeches, little Joey's screaming, little Amanda's over there, doing whatever. You got babies. I would say give your friends a date night. That's just for me personally. Like give them a date night. Either rent the babysitter. We've got a local one too, right? We've got local babysitters that grown adults that come over and watch your kids.
I just keep one in the shed.
Yeah. Let's go. But yeah, so a DJ does a lot more. They converse. We're one of the few vendors that talks to almost every guest. We say things out front. We can do the announcement if you're efficient as a friend and they're nervous and they just kind of want to power through and do the quickie 7-minute ceremony. I can get up front and say like, hey, afterwards, please stay here. And Isidore will come up at the very end and kind of tag team with me on that. I can also say, with a microphone or go up front, no cell phone photography allowed at all. And we're serious about that. If you ruin the photos, we'll see that forever. And I say that, like, you ruin the photo. And hopefully, it, like, drives that, put it away, don't mess up the photos. I can make those kind of announcements. And then if you have any readers, we had quite a bit of readers, right?
Jewish weddings generally come with a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah. We had quite a bit of readers. Yeah. It was a lot of, So we had mics on both sides, we had people coming up, So when if you want those heard, you're gonna need a mic and a mic stand so they can hold their paper. You don't wanna give somebody just a hand mic, but if the wind starts blowing and they can't read their paper, you wanna stand. Simple things like that you usually think of that you wouldn't necessarily think. Pick your songs. I say, personally, I don't like to give you guys a ton of homework. Just from the information I heard today, it's also overwhelming, right? It's like there's so many different choices. I don't want you to think that, and a good DJ should not require that you give them an entire playlist of music to play in any kind of specific order. They should be able to read a crowd. You guys don't know everyone that's at your wedding. You don't know his size. You don't know your size, whatever the case is. And we want to make sure that everyone gets a chance to dance, right? We don't want just one clique of people dancing. So we want to do multiple genres and decades of music. But yeah, so songs. Someone throw out a number of an average. How many songs are played at a wedding? Just guess. Anyone?
50.
80 to 90. And that is mixed. So true, and I'm going to use the air quotes, right? I'm a real DJ. Match beats per minute, so you don't know when one song stops and the other one starts. Because if you just do the fader, where it's just kind of like, oh, this song's done, you listen to Uptown Funk, 4 minutes and 22 seconds, that would be. There's DJs out there that do that kind of stuff. That would be your 50 songs. You get 50 songs to be done with that. I try to get about 100, 120. I don't like quick mix, but I know what songs to play the longest and what songs not to. You want a DJ that understands that, can read a crowd, and like, okay, we got older generations over here tapping their toes, during dinner. Like after I eat, I come out here, I'm literally just, it's all intel for me, right? I'm looking around, what do they tell? Okay, they like that, they hit a sneaky wonder, they had cheering, whatever it is for dinner. And I'm like, okay, cool. I know you kind of get in some Motown early on. We want to make sure that all guests are involved.
I always say that kind of as vendors, if you're involved with the guests at all, your job is kind of a professional eavesdropper. Like you are constantly scanning the crowd to figure out what they like, what they don't like, who needs what. The bartenders are basically clocking who's drinking what. It's, I don't know, professional eavesdropping, I think is the best way to kind of, we're trying to preempt everyone's needs. We're not waiting for you guys to ask us or tell us. We're trying to preempt everyone's needs. Photographer, if you start to look like you're getting a little cold, they're going to cut those sessions shorter. Like we're not going to we're going to watch body language very closely.
Good people watching.
Yeah.
Yep. And then a decent DJ will take requests on the fly. But they also have to be a good gatekeeper. You have a certain vibe you're looking for your day, and you want to make sure that they're not way off on that. If someone requests, I had Right Round by was it World or whatever? It was the old school, the 80s one, and this was a young EDM, and I was like, I might have that, I have it, but I'm not. And I'm the bad guy. Your DJ should always be the bad guy. Never, the easiest situation I can describe is the Macarena, right? Some people hate it, some people love it. It's coming back because kids are taught Macarena in gym class now. That's how they get in the mood. It's like that's how they're getting kids to move now. And I'm getting 10-year-olds requesting Macarena, and I'm like, what? But no, your DJ needs to be that gatekeeper, right? And he needs to take, or they need to take the blame of, oh, I don't have that song, I'm sorry. Because if they say, no, they don't want it played, you don't want you at the sweetheart table, honey, we've played this song for the last 20 years in every family event.
Yeah.
Why can't we have it here? And you're like, I just put it on. The newlyweds, they have to deal with it. So I'm the bad guy. I don't have that song. But, and deflect, right? Oh, what else? What else? So, like that kind of vibe when you're building your playlist, understand your do not plays are just as important for you guys as your must plays. I don't want to play a song that reminds you of whatever, or mom and dad were divorced and I'm dropping an old school song and it was their first dance song. Huge no-no, right? Like, it's happened. That's why I say it's happened. Basically, short list, 10, 20 songs. So don't just think you could be all country. You want all country, sorry, country folks, country balls. Unless you all wear big bell and yellow hands. It's good for cocktails, it's good for dinner. The party style stuff, the friends in low places and some other stuff like that can work for like party songs with the dance floor. But like country centric usually doesn't go over well that way. And that's another brutally honest truth. Yeah, there's not a lot else. That's toast. Come on in.
Guys, this is Hannah and Sam real quick. So Hannah and Sam are literally everything. Hannah was born here, grew up here, in the house.
Like literally here.
Like literally here.
Where
you're sitting. Yes, yeah, exactly here. They work here. Sam's behind the bar. Hannah's extra hands to me. They got married here. Literally, they're Rixey in a nutshell. So they're awesome. Yeah.
I had the privilege of being there today.
Yeah, he's worth every penny.
So getting back to like the entertainment side, she mentioned newlywed games and garter removals and flower, all that. That's all coordinated by your DJ. Like your DJ should just be like, now's the time. Like go up, tell the photographer, tell like the videographer, like they need to be. If you're hiring not me and they're not as experienced, I got like 430 weddings deep in my career. If they're just newer, if it's a friend, whatever, they need to tell, especially the photographer and videographer, what's coming up next. If they call toasts, and the photographer's not in the room, huge thing.
Or dad.
Yeah.
We had it.
Or dad, yeah.
Yeah, have you had that? What is it?
Yeah, we've, they started the first dance and we had no idea. And it takes like at least 10 minutes to get cameras set up, get lights, get audio synced with them. Like it takes some time. So if things just happen, like we are just, it's already happened.
And if
We don't get do-overs.
If it's not photographed or videoed on your wedding day, it didn't happen. Just as a heads up. I don't know why that's a thing, but it's true. Yeah.
So yeah, just make sure you get solid vendors that work. Don't sleep on booking DJs. People that DJs just come play music.
It's a massive difference.
Yeah.
There's no one I like working better with than Nate.
Yeah, thank you.
I will say you're going to get a lot of everyone patting each other on the back here because we all work together a hell of a lot and we love each other. So can you touch on lighting?
Yes, so lighting. I come with all my packages with uplight, and most DJs can provide it, or even bands if you want a band. Preferably wireless is the best. It's the little cubes that go against the wall, the uplight. They'll take, and this is not a boring place, but they'll take a white room and it's like magical. Just go and look at on the DJ _VA on Instagram. I do a lot of walkthroughs of Rixey, other venues, just to show the uplighting how much it's like the before and after. It's like, whoa, they spent some money on this place. It's like you walk in and I can match the colors. It could be a tertiary color, it could be the bridesmaid's dress color, it could be flower color, it could be every other color. We try to complement the photographer and the video. I always ask, hey, is this too harsh on your? I can dim it, I can change it. I can shut it off. My stuff's all wirelessly controlled from my DJ booth. I can change colors and on off at literally 2 seconds. But you want to make sure that, like, imagine dancing right now, like all of us jamming out there, it'd be kind of weird, right? No lighting, lighting adds. It makes a party atmosphere. That's why I throw it in for free now because I did it selfishly for me. It helps my dance floor.
Also, we can't let you fumble around in the dark. So unless we have supplementing lighting, that you're gonna have is our lighting. So when the DJ, if we've got up lights and the next party lights go on and the dance floor's lit and we have the door open, the bar light lights the steps enough that it's safe, and we can actually turn off these lights and it really changes the atmosphere of the room. If you don't have those options, like I said, obviously we can't leave everyone just walking around in the dark, and candle light is very pretty, but it's not gonna do the job.
We had a client here that specifically requested no lights, only candle lights, and no uplighting. I brought uplighting anyways, I set it up, I just shut it off. We went to Toast and the photographer was freaking out, like, there's no lights, so I took 2 of my lights. I got the Toast right up here. It's literally pitch black in this room with just candlelight. And I put 2 lights up here and put them on white. And the photographer's like, thank you, because I don't know what
Yeah, we won't generally turn off the white lights until after all the formalities are done, because that's made the photographer's job.
That was a different one.
We're gonna open it up to questions at the end, because I like when everyone recognizes that as a team we're working around, and like, I like doing questions at the end on this one, so you understand that none of us work individually at all.
Yeah, if you've got any vendor that doesn't talk to the other vendors, that's not good. That something, I'm not saying it's gonna go wrong, but just more chances that it could. Like what Aaron says. Imagine if I call First Dance, your photographer and videographer are eating.
Yeah.
That would be a nightmare. So just make sure stuff like that doesn't happen. Going into like First Dance, so on my form, my planner form that I send out to all my clients, it asks, First Dance, daddy, daughter, mother, son, whatever situation is applicable there. Do you want the full song or 90 seconds? I probably should reword it and say a minute and a half. Still the same amount of time. Everybody picks the full song. If I grab any one of you right now and sit here 4 minutes of I love your first for 4 minutes, it's like really awkward after like minute 2. So like a minute and a half is like.
I think it says it in the handbook. I recommend any song that you are dancing with somebody, you stand across the table and just look at them. Don't do anything. Stand and look at each other and see how long you can do that.
I tell them to practice in their living room, like seriously. I'll see the form and I'm like, hey, it's on the form. You fill out all songs, and that makes average songs 4 minutes long. 4 minutes First Dance, 4 minute one parent dance. That's 12 minutes of just dancing, and
it does get awkward.
It gets a little like people start talking and you lose people. People start, it's just it can. But having said that, my own dance with my daughter was Cinderella. It tells a story, and I literally, me and my wife met on the dance floor. We're all ravers, met later. But we're dancers, and I love dancing. So I literally taught my daughter how to dance for 8th grade dance. Like I took her to daddy-daughter dances when she was little, taught her how to dance for prom, that kind of thing. So that literally told the story of her wedding, and I had to give her away. But anyway, so that meant something to me. So I played that full song. Absolutely, if you've got a song like that, it tells the story, and I can make a custom edit. I can chop out parts if you want to skip. Remember that? Skip some certain parts, we can chop it out and make it the same song, just short. An experienced DJ will do it. But yeah, that's we've covered dances, we've covered party time. Party time. The lights should be synced to music, so it kind of goes with the music. I'm an old club DJ, so I kind of pride myself on that. It turned into a wedding DJ, just to get out of that lifestyle. But yeah, weddings. Is like a mini club towards the later day. You can start off with standards and the Motown and all that stuff. At the end of the night, it's a club, and especially for the younger generation, we've seen the floor like dip. We get this place rocking. But yeah, and then one thing I highly have been recommending, it was introduced to me a couple years back, is the private last dance. It's especially if you're doing a send off, even a fake send off, whatever it is. You kick everybody out, even vendors. Like, we don't want staff breaking down tables. And me, you, the photographer, I hit play. I usually go walk in there just so you guys have your own and just decompress. It's a good way to decompress. It's just you two, and sometimes the photographer, it doesn't have to. And another thing, to touch on photography real quick, and Rachel can jump on this too, is that you don't need 3 hours of dance floor footage
No.
with your photographer.
You'll just realize as you get further in, they just get more drunk and drunk. More drunk people fall, and all the photos look the same because the same people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some pictures. You
I
can tell,
have some
oh,
very
these were later
interesting
than that.
photos that will never see the light of day.
So yeah, that's kind of like, so if you have a photographer that's a package that says, 3 to 8 or 3 to midnight or whatever, and you can save some money and you're not doing a big send off, you don't need it there. You know what I mean? Like
An hour.
Or do your send off early and like
yeah.
Fake
Do
send-off.
wedding
Fake
party out
send-off.
front.
all the
and then-
footage you're gonna use from that is gonna be captured in the first 15 to 30 minutes of dancing.
Plus, if you have sparklers, you don't want drunk people handling your sparklers. Brides, you have hairspray on.
Yeah. We always do fakes, but any sparkly pictures you see here are not real send-offs. In fact, we will be doing one. You are having a real send-off. They are actually leaving on Saturday night. Everyone else is staying and they're going. So they're actually gonna have a real send-off, but that is an incredibly rare thing for us here, that the send-off is real in any way. It's always faked the moment it gets dark, because people are still sober enough to do what they wanna do. Also, guys, just a real quick thing, if you are thinking of doing sparklers and you're getting married in the first few months of this year, or first half of this year, do check with me before you buy something at 200 over.
Nice.
Yeah, just as a heads up, I've got loads right now.
That was, you know what, I think I probably should have mentioned this too when we were talking about budgets earlier. Also budget in that you're gonna sell probably half your crap at the end of your wedding, right? You're gonna be that bride on Nova Brides. It's like, I have, table runners, I have sparklers, I have.
Or they just come back to me about 3 weeks after that and go, sorry, you know how I said I wasn't gonna leave any of that stuff because I was gonna sell it? I can't be bothered and no one wants it, do you?
Yeah. That's how you get 200 sparklers.
Yeah. Well, no, the reason we get 200 sparklers is because people have 100 people coming to their wedding and they're going to do a sparkler exit at 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock, and they forget by that point that so many of those guests are already going to go home. Some don't want to join in, so we just get left kind of 40 each time. But every time, then over 30 weddings a year, it builds up to a lot of sparklers. So we just have a lot right now.
I would say, final thought for me too, it lends to a good night. So typical sweetheart tables, parents right there, usually grandparents here. Try not to put a grandparent near the music.
Yeah.
Just for sensitivities. We don't want, get them sometimes where it's just unavoidable, and they look at me and they start tapping their ear, and I'm like, I'm dropping like Usher, yeah, and it's like, and they're like, can you turn it down? I'm like, bride's twerking on the dance floor.
Yeah, it's definitely, then we just kind of persuade them to go sit in the sitting room.
Yeah, that happens. But yeah, if you have any questions towards the end.
We're gonna go through a whole load of questions. We're gonna go kind of in order of the vendors arriving for the day. And Zelda is gonna be the first face that anyone sees. For anyone that doesn't know, this is Zell Sampa. She's a hair and makeup artist. She does a lot of our hair and makeup stuff. I printed off a whole load of her pricing things and they all went, which means lots of you have picked them up. If you didn't manage to get one, let me know and I'll get some more printed off. Or I can email it directly to you. Go on then, you're up. Do you want to sit there or do you want to?
I'm going to sit because
All right.
I'm a behind the scenes person that'll talk to me.
You should.
Hi, I'm Giselle. I do hair. Actually, I am from New York City. I was born and raised there. I come from a background of fashion, so I do a lot of fashion week. I had clients like Target and Kohl's under my belt. I did that for about 8 years before I came in to do weddings. Fashion is hard and lots of time on set, so when I wanted a family, I changed to weddings. And that's what about me.
Comes and hides in the corner until her job is done.
Like come in, I wave a little wand and then I leave and no one sees me come in or leave.
Hey,
Perfect.
I can put somebody's makeup on. I can try. Yeah, I like it.
All right, how about what do you wish all brides knew about their makeup and hair on the wedding day?
I think for me it's more of if someone doesn't want to do it, don't force them. Just because I've had plenty of brides who are like, I really want my mom, I really want my grandmother, or someone special, a grandmother, and they've been going to see their hairdresser since the beginning of time, and now they don't trust me because they don't know who I am, and I'm not their hairdresser.
don't make them if they don't want to. It's uncomfortable for them, it's uncomfortable for me, and then they're going to sit there and judge me because I am not their hairdresser, and I will never be their hairdresser, and that's okay. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and be offended because your mom did not want to sit and get her hair done with me.
How long should you leave for people for timeline?
Say that again?
How long should each person take time? When you're building your timeline, how do you do that?
About 45 minutes per service, so that means 45 minutes for hair, 45 minutes for makeup, and then I give a full 2 hours, 1 hour hair, 1 hour makeup for the bride. So that takes about, quite a large party, depending on how many you have, about 5.5 to 6 hours. If you have a large party, I end up hiring an additional artist or more than one additional artist, and then each one of us breaks down in service. I don't do any more than 6 services because then that's about 6 hours of work, and no one wants to do 6 hours or more of getting ready. It's exhausting for you guys. If you have to wake up, if your party is late and you have to wake up at 6 in the morning and you're going until midnight, like, think about how long that is for you. In terms of timeline, if you're getting photos done, which most people are, that's when her and I work together often, and we kind of talk and mishmash opinions and timelines, and she'll tell me, well, I'm gonna come here at 5 or 2 o'clock. So that means I have to be done at 1:30, because between 1:30 and 2 o'clock, there's absolutely no way anyone's gonna get hair and makeup done. And it's because everyone's like, well, I gotta get my shoes, and can somebody help me clasp this earring, and I have to go to the bathroom, and I need to get my stockings, can somebody find my rings, and it's like chaos. So there's no way that anyone can get hair and makeup done in those 30 minutes. So I like to have everybody just done before, and then you can just sit around and wait until she shows up.
Can I ask a question or just add? Because one thing I didn't know about, just did my hair and makeup for the wedding.
In fact, that was the reason why we met.
Yes.
I think that was your first.
You are.
So when we were kind of talking about the timeline, I realized how early in the day that I needed to get my hair and makeup done. And one other quick thing is that she actually put a little bit of touch up on my husband's face too. He has really dark under eye circles, and so my husband got his makeup done as well.
Yeah, they had a bit of
I did not want to look feminine. I was in a full tail tuxedo, but I get really red, so I had my skin tone evened out. I think I might have had a tiny bit of highlighting around my eyes, so that it's like stage makeup, so that people could see your expressions.
And your photos probably look
amazing. Because otherwise you would have seen like splotchy, like, especially you're probably gonna be crying. There's a picture of me with a full red face that I can't even imagine how that would have looked without any makeup on, and they charged me as a junior bridesmaid.
The one thing I wanted to ask, if you could tell them about, is if you're getting your hair, your makeup, or whatever done so early in the day, you think about maybe doing your own hair and makeup for work. By the end of the day, you kind of feel like you're melted off, you look like a little bit of a hot mess. How is it
mixing like little drops of stuff into the foundation, and that's what makes it waterproof. But you can't find that like at Sephora. You can only find that, at your professional stuff. Whereas it's like the Sephora of professionals, and you go in there and it's all the name brands of all the professional brands. You can't get at Sephora or Ulta. And those little things I carry in the kit to make things waterproof, to make things last long, so that when you're getting your makeup done at 11 in the morning, by 11 p.m. it's still going.
And it's not still going, guys. It really is still going. Like,
No, I mean, like, I've had my hair and makeup done by you plenty of times, go to the gym for like 2 hours, and I still look good.
And she takes selfies,
and I take selfies, I'm like, look at this.
It's just different from, a professional standpoint. We tend to carry things in our kit that you wouldn't find at your local store.
There's one thing that I remember you told me when I went for my session to kind of figuring out what would look good on the day of.
And I didn't know this, but you made a point about, because female, or a lot of women now do kind of full like shaves and like waxes and all of that stuff to kind of prepare, texture, exfoliate, and make your face look beautiful. But you said that not to do it too close to the wedding because the hair is so nice to read why the makeup sticks. So be super careful when you go and you do your prep and your waxing and all, if you choose to go that route, because your makeup will not look near as good if you do it too close to the day of your wedding. There's a nice little timeline, and I'll send you things like when to do what, and like let's say you're waxing your eyebrows. Don't wax above the eyebrows, only wax below the eyebrows, because we have little tiny vellus hairs on top, and that's what
touch up here and there or whoever. The amount or the speed with which your photos will come back to you will be quicker if your photographer does not have to go through 1,500 photos and remove a pimple. Just the reality is, if you can remove it from makeup, it makes her job so much easier. And it takes no time at all, and your photography will come back so much quicker. And because Rachel's not sitting there. I mean, you've done it for me. She took some photos of me, and I had a bruise, and she was so mad at me because she had to remove the bruise from my photos. I will say that it was boudoir, which is what Rachel does, and she had to remove a bruise from me in however many photos, and I don't think you've even forgiven me now. So if you have, as a bride, if you've got marks on your, like I cut myself all the time, I'm just accident prone. It's easier to just have your makeup artist cover them up than it is to have your photographer Photoshop them out.
And just tell them usually when you hire someone that's a professional, they should be okay with covering things up. I've had last minute where like on the day of, it's like, my husband's got this giant zit on his forehead now, what do we do? I'll just walk on over and we'll cover it. It's not a big deal. Like it just takes 2 seconds of my life.
Don't be so much for a man that you won't let her do it.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, I'm not gonna put the lashes on you.
Yeah.
Or anything like that. I just go in and
She can
cover a little
airbrush
bit.
abs too.
Yeah.
One miraculous thing that she did is 2 days before my wedding, one of my bridesmaids got hit in the face with a softball. She had 2 huge black eyes, and you would never know in the pictures.
Wow.
So it's almost like special effects. Like, how did you do that? But
And you cover up tattoos too.
I can cover up tattoos. I've had brides who are like, my grandmother doesn't know that I have this here. Can we get rid of it? Absolutely. I've covered everything from tiny small ones to pretty big ones. My recent one was she kind of had a little bit of a sternum one, and her dress was pretty low. So I just covered whatever with the dress was going, and I just kind of airbrushed it out. And no one would know that that was there unless they were like looking at her dress, and no one does that, right? I mean, as long as your mesh is covering, plus the makeup and the lighting, I mean, we're good.
I think my last thing is that when you do your trial makeup, this is kind of what Carol was talking about, like, it's really important to do your trial run, but it's also just as equally important to do it and then tell the person who's doing it how you feel about the makeup. There is no point in doing your trial run if they give you a full face of makeup that you don't like and you don't tell them.
You have to tell us because we don't read minds. And as much as I'm really good at reading body language, I've had, there's always something because, I have a way of how I part my hair and I just zhuzh it how I want to. If you have a way of parting your hair or you see it a way all the time, make sure you tell your artist, like, okay, it looks funny to me. I can see when they're shifting in the chair, they're doing a little touch, it's just something is off, and I'll ask them, but you can't count on that. Not everyone can do that. You have to be honest because I've had, people tell me like, oh, I didn't like this makeup when I went to wherever. Did you tell them? Well, no.
Like,
How are we supposed to know? We don't know.
That's the number of times.
Us.
Yeah, and that's probably the thing with brides here is when they say, no, our brides are so lovely. So they don't want to ask anyone. So they're like, oh, I'm just gonna go change the lipstick color out after the makeup artist as well.
Don't
and
do that.
I'm like, what? Well, why? And they're like, well, I don't really like this color. Well, was that the color in the trial? Yeah, huh?
then
Okay.
yes, it's
Well,
okay to change it.
It's okay, they don't get offended, but also what's the point of doing a trial if you're not gonna be honest about how you feel about it? And also, just as a heads up, if you're doing a trial, try and plan something afterwards.
Yes, because you will look very fancy. So don't go home and Netflix.
Boudoir shoot, go and do boudoir photography.
Well, she kind of comes with that anyway.
I do.
But go do boudoir photography, go do something, because you are gonna look really great.
Yeah, most brides tend to come in the morning, they'll do like a 10 a.m., they're done by 12:30, they'll go out and have lunch with friends,
Yeah.
wine with whatever.
Make a day of it.
So make a day of it, sometimes you can do it around your dress fitting. So if you know you're getting a dress fitting, come in prior to that. Anything of that sort is great. Engagement photos. Unless you want your hair up, then maybe you wouldn't want it up to for your engagement photos, but if you do, that's fine too. Just make sure you communicate with your artist because we really cannot remind. I had a bride once who did 3 trials and every single one of them was kind of the same. And I'm like, I don't understand, what is it? She was comparing me to her longtime hairstylist. I am never going to be her. It's like when you go to those, you ever been to a paint and sip and everyone draws the same thing? You're following someone to be that art. And that's what was really going on. She was comparing me to somebody else and I will never be someone else. So just be honest and tell us, especially for me, like, I'm not gonna fight you. Like, what? Come on, like, I want you to like it, right? That's the point.
Cool. Rachel? Photography and videography would usually be the next to arrive in my day. Generally, okay, so real quick, for those that don't know, Aaron, he's at New Gen, and they do photography and videography, and works here, no photography.
We're just doing video.
Just doing video, that's great. But they generally, what I was gonna say is generally, New Gen are absolutely, if you are seeing a video of Rixey Manor, pretty much, I'd say 75% of them, if not more, are New Gen. So if you ever go on Vimeo or you go anywhere like that and you see footage of Rixey Manor, it is probably New Gen footage. They are amazing, they're local, and who here is thought about doing videography or is doing videography? Okay, it's kind of, that's actually usually about the proportion, it's about 50-50. People have very strong opinions on it one way or another. But generally the day is led by the photographer and the videographer is kind of a part of that. They have their own things, but generally it's led by the photographer. So I say Rachel starts.
All right. I'm Rachel. I'm a wedding and a boudoir photographer. So if anybody wants to write a boudoir, then groom's boudoir. Couple's boudoir together. Bring your dress. What's that like? I am that human who follows you around all day. My goal is to basically get you to Nate. So we want to get all your photos done. We want to make sure that everything your family wants is done, what you guys want is done, and then I want to send you to have a party. And then I can take pictures of you guys really drunk. That's basically it. So you guys feed off each other. So I'll say things, you'll touch each other, but honestly, you guys, those pictures you see, it's really you. It's really you looking at each other and just kind of having fun.
Rachel's very good if she can make you feel comfortable naked.
Yeah.
Then she's very good at making you feel comfortable. She's very good at making you feel comfortable when you look the best you've ever looked.
Get to know each other, and it kind of shows me how you are in front of the camera, and it shows you how I am behind the camera. And we just like have a lot of fun, like you guys, in the bookstore. I tell tales about you now.
Second shooter?
Second shooter, I do come with, some of my packages do come with second shooter. They are people that I've worked with for a long time, and they have their own companies. It's just kind of whoever's available during the month, because like early in the year it's easier to find a second shooter than it is at the end of the year, but it is possible. Yeah, they come. Yeah.
All right. Walk me through family portraits and how they can be as painless as possible. Okay, everyone hates family portraits, including family.
Yeah, so
everyone
family
hates
portraits is the worst part of the entire day. Basically, what I always want from my couples is I want a list of family formals of the people that we're going to photograph. And then I usually, at the end of the ceremony, I have the officiant announce, like, coordinate to stay here, because as soon as they run off the cocktail hour, you're never gonna see them again. And they're not coming back.
We're usually on the roof too.
Yeah, they're usually on the roof,
That's
or
even
like,
worse here.
yeah,
Worse than
but-
cats, yeah.
But if I have a list, we get there super, super fast, as long as everybody's there, because I know some people try and sneak off and like grab a drink, and again, they don't come back.
Details.
Details?
I'm just gonna keep feeding.
Yeah,
you.
just keep telling me stuff.
Okay.
Details, have all your details ready in the morning before I get there, and usually
What
all
are
my
details?
Huh?
What are the details?
Oh, what are the, oh, sorry. Your dress is significant.
Yeah, like family heirlooms, like if you're gonna wear a certain necklace that has a picture of a loved one inside, like we would love to get that in the video. We wanna put everything that's important to you in the photos and the video.
Yeah, if you have like embroidered things, like, from like old family members, anything like that, that's important.
Your borrowed thing, blue thing.
And we make sure that on Fridays you guys check in. I tell you exactly where all that stuff's there. They take them, everything gets returned to them, so that at no point, it's like a chain of custody. Okay, we need to know where all, because they're really important things. It's sometimes like your rings.
Yeah.
Your rings very regularly are the thing that gets shot. So we need to make sure that we have a complete chain of custody as to who has them at all times. What do you think every couple should know about photography?
Don't stress, please don't stress. We're here to have fun, like that's what the day's about, so I want to make sure that everybody has fun with me.
Let me add something, because this is one awesome thing about Rachel, is like, she's the kind of person I've never seen her emotional level go past like here, like right where it's at on the wedding day, it's gonna be that way, right? That's crazy important because everybody's stressing out. Like she's saying, please don't stress, but like sometimes you do. And she's not going to like fight with the videographer, like that kind of stuff happens. One thing I'm here to say is like, vendor cooperation is like so freaking important. And like, so if you get a videographer who is just like all about their video and like, and they, to the detriment of your photos, like that's a raw deal for you. They're helping themselves and their business because they're trying to get like these very specific shots, but they're not putting you as the thing that's important, right?
We
So,
had
like-
we had a photographer here second or third week of January, and it was cold, like really, really cold, but beautiful, but like so cold. And he had it was their first time shooting here, and I always say, the first time photographers always want to get photos of you in every single pretty location that the manor has to offer. And we're very lucky, we have a lot of places to do that, but it can make your photography sessions go quite long when they're trying to build their portfolio as well as take photographs of you guys. One of the reasons why I always tell them to come up and scout beforehand, I'll often make the offer to them if they reach out that they can do your engagement photos here, someone else's engagement. I'd love them to do some photography here to your wedding day. So when they get to your wedding day, their primary thought is what you need as a couple, not what they need as a business. And the people that were here at the beginning of January, the photos are beautiful, don't get me wrong, it's not, and actually are very sweet to work with. But you want to talk about the couple were freezing, so cold, and they kept saying, and I was running around, we did a flip that day, so I was in here and outside, and they kept saying to the photographer, oh, we're cold. And they're like, yeah, just a couple more photos, just a couple more photos. And I just went out and was like, we're done. And the photographer, there's still 10 minutes left to do photography. I'm like, no, there isn't. Look at them. No, like, there is not 10 minutes.
They're blue.
Yeah, there may be 10 minutes in there may be 10 minutes on a clock left, but I think you've well over timed what you think this couple can put up with. And I think that having a photographer that puts everyone here that's not me, everyone that's a vendor at the wedding day is an artist. And I mean that, like, every single thing that's not it's not what I'm here to be. And I am constantly impressed with the art that my vendors on a week-to-week basis create, whether that be a beautiful cake or beautiful videos or flowers or whatever. They're phenomenal. But the fact of the matter is that they are artists, and every once in a while they get a little wrapped up in the art of what they're doing versus remembering that they're actually here to serve the couple. And I will say that the vendor that is most likely to be I rarely have issues with any other vendor at a wedding losing sight of why we're there more than the photographer. We had a photographer, we had a couple, but asked one of our photographers, not Rachel, to do a color pull, which is where you've all seen it. Like, it's like where you have a picture and like the lips are red, like Marilyn Monroe, it's black and white and the lips are red. It's like a color pull. It's something that some photographers do, some don't like to do. Anyway, she was like, not what I do. I'm not going to do that. And I was like, well, kind of getting paid to do that. And I get that, like, that's not what you want to do. And I'm like, at no point are we saying you need to promote it, put it on your Instagram, put it on your website. But if it's within your capability to do it, do it. And I remember, it was a photographer I don't particularly like anyway. And I remember coming back into the kitchen and saying to the caterers, I'm like, my God, you wouldn't believe the argument we just had, because I'm like, do this photo. And they're like, well, if a bride and groom asked us to make PB&Js for dinner, we're not putting that on our menu. But if that's what they want, we're going to make PB&Js. Like my chef is much more capable of doing so many other things. But if what they want is peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for dinner, boy, we're going to make them the best peanut butter and jelly sandwiches that we can possibly make them. And we will probably never do it again. And that's kind of, I think, an important thing to remember with artists generally in your wedding. But it's one of the reasons why some photographers do drop off our recommended list, is because there are a lot of them out there that very quickly lose sight of the fact that they are actually remember sometimes. Is that fair? I mean, I know Aaron's probably worked with a lot more other photographers than.
Yes, you know we're in the team.
They do exist. Do you feel that way? Do you know what I mean about that with photographers? Like.
Yeah. It's it's just, if they can put you first, like that's really what you're looking for.
I mean, I've done hair that I don't particularly like that somebody wanted. I just don't take a picture of it. Don't tag me on it. I didn't do it. It's fine, but if that's what somebody wants, I'm just gonna do it.
Also, guys, from an engagement standpoint, if you don't like how you look in a photo, you don't like a pose, you don't like an angle, things like that, just like the hair and makeup, do tell your photographer, because then they won't take photos of you like that. If you don't love how you look when you're sat down because you're worried about your stomach, like, they won't do those photos. Or if again, communication. If you don't tell your photographer that, they're not gonna know. Alternatively, if you like, I look so skinny and awesome and amazing and like I'm glowing in that picture, then they'll take so many more of that type of picture. Aaron, what do you want to add and tell?
Okay, so we're Nutrin Media and we do cinematic video. And so what we hope to leave you with is the most emotionally meaningful video that makes the most sense for you. Okay, and so that's going to mean different things for everybody. Almost everyone, like, video, I think, is probably one of the coolest things to produce about a wedding. I think that. But it's a really cool social media post. It's a really cool thing to have. Like the highlight videos are really cool to watch, and they're really emotional for you. But you should also consider, like, there's other kinds of video that might work for you. Because if that's not your thing, like, I'm not a very sharey person on social media. Like, I probably wouldn't do a highlight video at my wedding. But I definitely would do a family pack. So I have a couple things that you might want to consider. One is the family pack. Right? So family pack is like a set of edits where you have your whole ceremony cut together. And it's like, there's like an intro to it, and it shows just your ceremony. It's really good for people who weren't able to make it to your wedding. It's really good for kids someday to show your kids. It's really good for, like, sharing that whole wedding in the parts that you want to, because we're also going to cut all your speeches. And when someone passes on and you want to go back and watch that speech, you don't have to watch, like, wade through the whole day of watching. You have each speech there. That's really important for some people. That's really important to me. And then we love audio. Like, I think that's like one or two on my list of important things to do that day. Like, for instance, it's the sweetest thing in the world, and I cry at, like, while I'm sitting there editing all the time, because, like, you and your dad is seeing you for the first time, and, like, no one else can hear you guys talking because you're not talking for anyone else. But I have a mic on you, and, like, you can hear all those. You can hear your dad's breath catch, like, like, you hear that and you see that, and it's like, it's really all the feels. And so family packs, super cool. Social media cuts. If you're the kind of person who really wants to have like the most awesome day ever and then share that with the world, I recommend doing like vertical video that can be shared. Like, and we can even do like a few smaller pieces of content you can post as reels. You can post on your stories. You can, any like vertical, just a lot more in terms of video for social media. So we can do social cuts like that. Raw footage, and this is hard for some people to hear. Rarely ever useful. Okay, and everyone's offering it. We offer it, but it's rarely ever useful for you to have the raw footage because a lot of times it's not color graded, which means that it looks like a gray slug on your screen, and it's there's a lot of shaking because we smooth a lot of that out in post. Sometimes we start the recording early because we can't so-and-so start speaking. So we start the recording early, and it's just like, it's not super watchable. It is useful for your curiosity if you wanted just to watch everyone that was drunk and dancing. That's fun, right? But it's gonna be fun one time. And then you're gonna be like, oh, I'm never watching this again. And then it's useful for clips of people that you want to remember. We've had some clips be used at funerals, stuff like that. That's not fun to talk about, but like that's where raw footage can be useful, and we'll just give that to you. We don't even charge for it. But then the highlight video. This is what everyone thinks about when you think wedding video. Highlight video is a 3 to 5 minute video, and the most valuable thing about the highlight video is it's designed to catch everything on the day that was meaningful to you, all your little details, all your friends, and then the most meaningful audio that happened that day. That's in there. Well, according to us. And when we deliver the first cut of the video, we're gonna go back and forth and you're like, hey, so and so said this, can we put that in? That's fine. But the highlight video is more about remembering how the day felt in 3 to 5 minutes without watching the whole ceremony, because you'll cringe a little bit when you watch the whole ceremony sometimes. So those are the things those are big reasons why you would want to consider video, right? I cannot stress the family pack enough, the social media cuts, and remembering with the highlight video. A couple things I wish everybody knew about video is one is audio is so important. So if I'm miking, you and the minister, please be patient with me. If I'm miking for a second, if I'm saying, wait a second, we want to get this audio, there's nothing that hits the feels like audio. And it's just so cool. And your DJ, for the love of God, matters so much.
There's a theme. I think there's a theme from everybody today.
Yeah, so the other thing is vendor cooperation. So in terms of video, the 2 people that matter the most, or the 3 people that matter the most are your person who's coordinating, your DJ, and your photographer. You don't want your videographer and photographer to be competing for shots. That sucks. They should be able to help each other out and both get better at everything. Okay, and then your videographer and photographer, something to keep in mind, they're going to be with you more than anyone else that day. They're going to be with you more than your coordinator, more than your maid of honor. They're going to be with you, so get someone you can get along with.
Very important, really, really important.
Wildly important, and probably more important than like how some of the pictures might look.
Well, it's true. If you don't like the person behind the camera, your pictures aren't going to be as good.
No.
Right? If you look at that person, I am 100% sure that the last 10 minutes of those photos of that very freezing cold couple a few weeks ago, I am 100% sure that all of those photos are not going to be good. Because they were pissed off at that photographer and they were cold and they weren't happy. So those photos aren't going to be good because when they look at that camera, it doesn't matter how posed they are or anything like that, there's going to be a softness in their face and body and all the rest of it that it can't be there if you don't like the person. Also, I will point out that as beautiful as photography is at a wedding, it's always the videos that make me cry. I don't know about anyone else.
They're more emotional.
Yeah.
They don't. So I like to tell people this: pictures are going to sit in your living room. They're going to sit all over your house. You're going to see them every day. You're not going to see the video every day. You're going to watch it probably a limited amount of times, and that's the reality of it. But as far as emotional impact, they're very emotionally moving if they're made well and they're made around you guys and the things that you love, right? So that's pretty much
Yeah.
everything I would say.
No, it's always jump in.
So I wanted to, when Isadora was talking about like one thing we learned as past couples, we were originally not gonna have a videographer, because we were tight on our budget. And then suddenly we had some extra money to spend from my mom, and she said, what's something you cut your budget? Very fortunate, but she said, what did you cut because of budget reasons that you still want? And it was a videographer. Easily, that is the best money we spent for our wedding besides booking it here. We have watched it probably like a dozen times. We got married in October. It was a really special way to share it with people who weren't invited or couldn't make it, they're not gonna sit through the hour-long video that you have of ceremony and speeches or whatever. And it's like everyone we showed our video to were like, I don't know what you spent on that, but it was worth every penny. And we unfortunately couldn't book New Gen because they were already booked on our date, because again, we booked it late. But we had literally no regrets about going with videography. We were so glad we made that decision because our photographer was a friend and she's a professional photographer. But I mean, our photos were great, but our video is unreal.
I haven't seen your video yet. What? Why are you doing this stuff? I'm just sorry.
I'm just saying, where is this epic video?
We're gonna have to bring out a screen that shows everybody.
I mean, honestly, like I would watch it again because I love it, but anyone who's like on the fence about it, I would try to find space in your budget for it. Especially if you are an audio person, like looking at our photos, it's like, those are nice and the pictures of our family are nice, but the video that we have of Marissa's mom on the dance floor with her spinning her and they slow it back in slow motion as she spins her back, that is way more meaningful than her mom standing next to her like this. You know?
Kyle, I don't know if you knew this or not. I was there today. Their mom had contacted me months in advance.
My mom or Marissa's
Your
mom?
mom. Kyle's mom. And she said, hey, I'm surprising them with videos. So I don't know if you ever knew that. But
Yeah,
she did that. Yeah,
we
'cause I'm
knew.
getting like
We
goosebumps
knew
when you're
it
telling
was
me.
us.
And I was like, because she knew, she's like, hey, like they required a hookup for, all this stuff. So I don't know if you ever knew that, but that's.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
My mom was great. She had a
Way to
big
ruin the
hat.
surprise.
Well, we eventually knew.
I will say that we did the other side of that. Well, really quickly, let's just talk about surprising the couple. No, I don't think it was you guys, because you knew about the videographer beforehand, right?
We knew about the videographer, but we had the other surprise.
Yeah, there was Dimple and Brandon that.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah, okay, so there's two different types we're gonna talk about two different types of surprises, okay? One is where somebody who is not a member of the couple decides to surprise the couple.
And they were not.
New Year's Eve, our couple got surprised with a videographer. They were into photography, they did not want videography. It wasn't that they couldn't afford videography, they had made a very deliberate decision that it was not something that they wanted. One of their family members went ahead and got them a videographer who arrived on the day of the wedding to video them. Without, by the way, I think we found out Friday night.
We found out Friday, we pulled them aside Friday.
Yeah. Okay, so let me just tell you, members of families, if you tell me that you're going to surprise the bride and groom or the brides or the grooms with a surprise, it will not be a surprise. Because I will immediately pull them aside how they want me to handle it. We are not dropping a bomb like that on our couples on the wedding day. So rehearsals
Especially not
are more of a fun time.
Someone they've never worked with.
yeah, someone they never worked with, never seen their work, never spoken to, we never worked with, the photographer had never worked with. So I mean, I haven't seen any of the footage yet. I have no idea. They were very nice and easy to work with, but
it's not what you do, okay? And if any one of us comes to me and says to me, we're gonna do this, it's gonna be a surprise, I will come and tell you. Because I don't think you need that on your wedding day. In the sense of them, obviously they didn't want it, so we then navigated around how they could, they were fine, they took it.
They were fine, but they didn't want any intimate moment videos, so it was just.
It was just ceremony, speeches, and party. Like, they didn't want any of the sweetheart sessions video, they didn't want any of that. Anything intimate they didn't want, it was just stuff basically that was shared with the broad audience of the wedding. So we worked around it and it was fine. And it was great, and I'm sure they're very, very happy it happened. But my point is, you don't do that. It is not the day to be like, it is not the day to put someone in someone's most important day that they've never met, haven't approved, and have no idea what's going on. I will tell you, so I'm sorry if your family comes to me with a surprise, it won't be a surprise. Because I don't want to ambush you ever. I work for all of you guys, the coordinator works for you as the couple, that's why your name's on the contract. We won't do that. However, what we do quite a lot is one member of our couple might surprise the other member of our couple with something. Now that will work with, because we assume if you're marrying them, probably you know whether they can handle it or not. So for instance, we had some queens at their wedding. I don't know if anyone saw it on Facebook or Instagram, but we had the Culpeper drag queens come, and it was a surprise. Was it a welcome surprise?
Yeah. I don't like surprises. I don't know how Marissa pulled this off because I was the one like deep in the spreadsheets and like reading all the contracts. So I was genuinely surprised first that it was happening, but mostly that Marissa pulled it off. So yeah, it was really fun. We both love drag, and it was very much like in our repertoire of things that we would do and a lot of our guests would do. So
yeah, strictly conservative Catholic household, don't bring queens in. Again, pick your surprise for your like
But that my uncle looking uncomfortable.
Hannah, who got married in the local church. If drag queens had come down the aisle, that might have been a thing.
But I really want to see your video, it sounds like an awesome
yeah, well also the other thing is, it was also meaningful because Marissa's parents at their wedding, her dad surprised her mom with a tenor opera singer. Which was their equivalent of drag queen. Where that's something they shared a love of, and they actually met because they were talking about an opera together. So
this is what I'm saying, stuff that sparks joy,
yeah.
Right? So that whole thing sparked joy on so many different levels for so many different people. So of course that is going to be a surprise that we so get on board with, we make it work, we do everything in our power to make sure that that comes off, right?
And we as vendors are aware of it before the rehearsal dinner.
Yes, please, we need to know it's happening.
And your DJ.
And the DJ needs to know, obviously.
Literally everyone but me knew, I think, except my party. I think.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has trusted your party.
No.
That my parents surprised me with something that I had no idea was coming, and it was beautiful and it was great. I love the pictures. It was a German tradition. It doesn't matter, but they didn't tell anybody.
No.
So tell your mom, your dad, your whatever. You know, tell your future spouse to tell their parents because they don't always listen to you. You know, if you have a surprise, tell them. Tell them.
Like, we cannot be surprised.
No.
Yeah.
That makes us feel bad.
It worked out, but still, like,
Yeah, we just cannot. By the way, also, that parents are like, Hannah's parents are like my Virginia parents as well. Like, they're our nearest neighbors and they're the greatest people on the planet. Like, kind of should know not to drop stuff in anyone's
I think
life.
it's because it was just so small that, you know,
Yeah.
but it wasn't.
Anyway, the point being is surprises, please run them by me or anyone. Just yeah, anyone. And there's some really fun stuff. We've had slapshot here. We've done smaller surprises. We've done bigger surprises, and then we have a lot of weddings that don't do any surprise. Just okay. On that subject, if you're exchanging letters, where you do like exchange letters beforehand, or you're doing your own vows, talk to your partner and communicate that, because you don't want your partner to feel like they didn't do something, like some homework. So like, if you're exchanging vows or gifts, things like that,
like talk that through beforehand so that each of you have a chance to think about how that's going to work for you guys, so that no one feels awkward. But very specifically with vows, if you are saying your own vows, it's good to have a bit of a structured framework that you guys are working within, or at least a length, so that one of you isn't like waxing lyrical for like 20 minutes, and then the other one's like saying.
And that's what you think. Vowels and letters are really, really cool for video.
Yeah, they're really, really
Audio.
great. Don't get me wrong. I love the letter. I actually think the letter exchange in the morning is really sweet. Right before the wedding is very, very sweet. There's a lot of things that I think are great. But again, we had one groom that had kept a box of mementos from their first date onwards that he surprised his bride with, which was a level of forethought planning that I would never have, and I'm a control food planner, so that was impressive. But everyone's got different things and different ways of doing it. My point is that it has to be communicated with each other, unless it's surprising that person, and it also has to be communicated with your entire team. All right, next up would be Mary.
I'm gonna stand up.
Yay!
That's what I do.
Yay! Okay, note again, the people that are standing up are the people that are actually talking at your wedding. Everyone who doesn't say stuff at your wedding stays at that.
I've also been drinking champagne. I am a civil celebrant, so today I'm just gonna talk to you really quickly on how you can get married in Virginia, and then I'll talk to you about the ceremony side of things. The legal side of it is the least sexy part of this whole day,
But it's literally why you're here.
Yeah, so we'll get that out of the way. In Virginia, if you're having your ceremony in Virginia, you need to get your marriage license in Virginia. It doesn't have to be change their own policy. So every county is different. If you go on virginia.org, you'll be able to find a link that takes you to every circuit court in Virginia. So what I tell couples is 60 days, you can get your license up to 60 days before your ceremony. Schedule that when the two of you are going to be together, maybe before you do a tasting or a final walkthrough. Most courthouses now will let you make an appointment, so you have to be there together. Some courthouses will let you do it online, virtually. Some courthouses will let you do it through the mail. You have to have that paperwork before you are legally married here. Then what your officiant does, you have to have an officiant that is registered in the state of Virginia to sign and file it. Virginia's not fun. They do not play when it comes to who can and can't perform a ceremony. So that gives you two options. You have many options, but two things to consider. One, you get your license, you come here and you have an officiant that's collaborated with you, create and perform your ceremony. Then they file your paperwork. You get the officiated stamped licenses from the courthouse. I work with couples. I've been doing it since 2014. And your officiant will work with you to create a ceremony. We'll come back to that part. Another option that you can do here, I am more than happy to come in to consult with you to craft a ceremony. But if you have someone you love, or somebody important from your family, your past, a friend, if you want them to perform your ceremony, I am more than happy to come in and meet with you ahead of time, sign off on your paperwork with the date of your marriage, and then file the necessary paperwork. That way you have exactly what you need, completely legal. A third option is who's performing your ceremony can file through the courthouse to perform a one-day ceremony.
It's expensive and a lot of paperwork.
It's a toss-up whether it will be approved or not. It's one more moving piece, and it's a headache. It's a gamble, and you just don't know at this
Just so
point.
you guys know how that looks, usually Mary will come in on a Friday night, right after the walkthrough. Literally, she asks you, are you married to anyone else? Do you understand you'll be married to each other? And then she signs a piece of paper and you're done. You don't sign anything, you don't.
Leading up to that, to send over a ceremony outline with you so that you can, whoever is officiating your wedding can help you with a timeline for
Yeah.
the day and kind of
We
do
often
something.
find that timing is the issue. Like someone who's writing their own ceremony, a friend or a family member, they don't know how long they don't know how long it's gonna take, right? So we obviously, as we've talked about, kind of need to know whether the ceremony is gonna be a half-hour ceremony, an hour ceremony, or 10 minutes. Because if it's a 10-minute ceremony and the appetizers aren't, the caterer doesn't think the appetizers are going out for half an hour, they're fried on site or whatever, they're not gonna be ready to go out. They're just, and the bartenders won't have managed to get all the drinks on the bar because they don't, so we need to know if the ceremony is gonna be 10 minutes, we need to know that. If it's gonna be half an hour, we need to know that. If they've not got experience, they don't know how long that ceremony is gonna take to do in real life. Mary has so much experience here that I really recommend just like run it by her and she will give you a rough idea as to how long it's gonna take,
So that leads me to for example, a ceremony, regardless of where you're going to have it, here, if you're gonna have it out front, out back, a nice pocket to aim for is about, wouldn't you say, Nate, about 20 minutes? 20 minutes. That gives your vendors time to get all of those pictures. It gives your guests time to appreciate everything that's happening. I think you'll be surprised how fast that goes. But a 20-minute ceremony gives everybody a chance to fully kind of feel what's happening. Your ceremony, that's what I was gonna say when you said, what advice do you wish people knew? There is no wrong way to do this. This is your day. If you want a fast ceremony so that you can put on shoes and hug your best friend, then
9 minutes.
We got it. We can do that. You can write your own vows. You can have people do readings. You can do song lyrics. You can do blessings. Incorporating past, your families and merging them together. This is a beautiful opportunity to tell your story. And this is the why you're doing all of this. So when I'm getting hot, sorry.
Okay, this is why Mary is one of my favorite people ever, because she does the ceremony, even though you don't know her right now. When she does that ceremony, everyone in that audience thinks you've been audience, congregation thinks you've been friends forever, because she gets so.
It's fun. It's a big deal. And I'm standing just like I am now. I can see all of the people that are there to support you,
You can
and
feel
love
the
you.
love radiate off Mary.
So I know this has been a big day and so many people are giving you so much advice and there's so many things to think about. But anytime you get overwhelmed, anytime you're wondering what the French toast you just did, just remember the why. Take a deep breath. This is why you're doing it. Because for those minutes, you are standing with your person and you are surrounded by people who love you and you are exactly where you're supposed to be. So keep that in mind when you're making big decisions. Keep that in mind when you're fighting with each other. Keep that in mind as you're writing your vows. They can be as simple as you want them to be. They can be as elaborate or humorous. We've done with your DJ, and he's got me mic'd. I wear the mic for your videographer too. And it's just a great way for you to stand still on a busy day and remember why you're doing that.
Can I ask a question real quick? Anybody here having a friend or uncle or somebody that's not a professional doing their ceremony? Okay, the number one thing you need to see in their script, you need to see the script, by the way.
Yeah.
After he said
I need to
who
see the
presents, so-and-so to be married to so-and-so, in the script, in the biggest bold letters ever, you may now be seated.
Yes.
Oh my God. Yes. Everybody knows, because I say this, it's funny now, but when your photographer can't get your shots because 150 people are standing the entire ceremony, there's video of me, just Google on the DJ.net on YouTube. There's video, you can hear me go, "You may be seated." Like, and everybody turns around, it's like, he's in the vision, and Uncle Jim is like, "Oh yeah, sorry that." And it's like, the photographer's looking at me like, "Can you make an announcement?" I'm like, "Yeah."
And invariably, the tallest member of whoever's family is going to be standing in front of my tripod.
Yeah.
They find it.
Oh, I have run to the front of the the ceremony.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be done, otherwise you're not gonna get video, you're not gonna get photos.
Also on the subject of this, ceremonies, they're a family politics nightmare, right? Like, I mean, people are coming at it from different religions, different backgrounds, different everythings. I would suggest that incorporating, unless it's horrifically offensive to you, if your parents want to see a prayer or something like that, incorporating those things into your ceremony so that your parents and the people that are witnessing your ceremony feel that what they have witnessed is, in their eyes, a wedding, might be something you want to consider. I know that, like, but you're doing it for yourselves, but you're also doing it for your families. There's a reason why they're there to witness it. Just be careful about what hill you're going to die on. You probably have two that you can put your foot down and really be like, no. But then if you can just give a little bit here and there on something that means to them, it's going to give you a lot more leeway on the stuff that you really want to push back on. Generally, while I understand the ceremony is, and I truly believe, and I'm always amazed by how overlooked it is in the wedding day planning, it is absolutely the most important part of the day. You guys are up there and you're surrounded by so much love and happy people, and you are so happy that that little blessing or prayer that you didn't really want in there just slides right over your head. It feels, in those moments, in that moment, it's actually something that most of the time you are either utterly ambivalent about being in there, or hopefully feel, okay, that was a nice nod to my mom or my grandmother or whoever else had an opinion because they needed to hear a certain phrase or they needed to see a certain thing in that wedding. Also, please don't do lighting a candle.
And I was gonna mention that, I was gonna try to.
Everybody.
Biggest not say waste of time, but when it's October and you're sitting there for 10 minutes trying to light a candle and it blows out, or you do light the candle and halfway during the ceremony it blows out, everyone's going.
It's not symbolically.
Is that symbolism?
Mary, what are some of the unity ceremonies that you've seen at work?
So as far as the candle goes, that's something that you can also do in the ballroom when you're cutting your cake or before speaking. That way there's not wind. Your videographer, it's a beautiful distilled moment. I would say avoid anything that, like you were saying before, oh, that's a cute idea. That's a great idea. If it doesn't mean something to you, then don't include that into the ceremony. There are so many beautiful traditions from your family that you can bring in. I know you said somebody uses fuses glass.
Oh yeah, so I don't know what you guys did because obviously.
Oh,
did you do anything?
No, we haven't. And Marissa's mom works with glass, and so she made us 2 glass beads, like big balls basically, to have the glass. That's the glass that we smashed. And then we can use that glass. They make tons of usually Judaica stuff, so like candle holders or things like that you then put the glass shards into, and then it becomes part of your home. But yeah, so that was kind of pulled from, Jewish tradition.
Well, you did it fairly Jewish.
We had a pretty traditional Jewish wedding considering.
One thing too, I like. It brings me, I just had a memory of the ketubah, right? In Jewish tradition, it's the license, it's the marriage contract. And this goes for any signage, whether you get it printed at Kinko's or whatever. If it's lightweight and outdoors, it's going to blow.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like in the ketubah, we had to we were like, is it in, is it out? Is
we were trying to figure out.
But it was so windy, and then
and it was great.
and so you just want to make sure that stuff is protected.
Yeah.
And if you've got someone like Leah Letters or anybody that's doing any kind of calligraphy on mirrors, understand that it needs, like some people do seating charts on mirrors. Those could blow over if they're outside. I'd say just be mindful of your signage. If you have any signage, it needs to have some weight to it, and you don't want it breaking. And I would suggest not using real glass or real mirrors.
We tend to keep those things under the front porch. And if they're
Yeah,
heavy
even
enough,
then, I mean,
yeah. Oh, the Bright and Joy has that one big gold mirror that's all right, but there are a few bits.
yeah, it's massive. It like leans against the wall.
Yeah.
That's fine. But if you're putting it on one of those chintzy little Michael's tripod A-frame things, it's
Be careful.
Yeah,
Don't use like glass frames, like if you have a document like a Kachuba or something, use a cheap frame for the day, and then like ours is a custom framer right now, like being in museum glass, like very heavy duty, but we're not letting, drunk uncle, whoever, knock that over that we've spent, hundreds of dollars on.
So the ceremonial thing that you were talking about is that there is a company out there that you could do sand pouring, and then they blow it into a vase, which is quite nice. You send it back, so you do sand pouring, and during your ceremony, you send this sand bottle off and they blow it into a vase or something for your house. It's a lovely symbolic thing in that respect. On the subject of just random stuff, a couple of people this year did for their guest book, which I thought worked quite well. They brought in the matting that they were did you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so these guys did it, a few other people did it. They brought in the matting that they're gonna use to put the big group photo in. So when they get the big group photo back, they're gonna get it put into a frame, and then they had their guests sign the matting around the frame. So that kind of you've got, is that what you're doing with yours, or are you putting a picture of you guys? Or
We're getting the group photo, we just haven't got it printed yet.
yeah, but I think that's a really nice, guest books generally, the traditional ones, I think they just sit like us. If you are gonna do a guest book, try and do something that's a bit more personalized or something that can go on a wall. We've had people sign guitars, if they're musicians,
live painting.
cornhole boards.
We had a couple, Wood Fire Pizza Company did their catering, and instead of cutting a cake, they had a golden pizza cutter, and they cut a pizza, and their guests signed a pizza pal.
Yeah.
So that, whatever is meaningful.
Whatever means something to you guys. There are some places that you could really bring in stuff that means something to you guys. That is one of them. If you're having a photo booth, think about supplementing the photo booth props with stuff from your favorite movies or books and things like that, so that it's not just generic photo booth props.
And use, so I also own a photo booth company, and use the, typically we'll bring a guest book that you can slide it in, and we'll print an extra one out, and then we have them sign it. So you don't have to get a separate book, you can use your photo booth as your guest book.
Yeah.
That way you have a picture of all of them, and we usually tell them to do like 2 silly ones and 1 like serious one, so they can see with like not a Hulk hand and like a unicorn head. Like, so they know, so you know who is actually signed next to it.
So yeah, there's lots of places that you can actually, I think bringing in your personalities and your things is a really important menu. The guest book is definitely one of the easiest places to bring in some of your own things, your own personality, what you think you would decorate your house with. Yeah, I think that's an important thing. Sorry.
The last thing I want to say is,
Massively.
I'm gonna flat out disagree with Nate. Nate is my DJ husband too.
My work life, yeah.
Kids and dogs at a ceremony. Yes. Heck, yes.
Guys, have you guys realized that we contradict ourselves
Yeah,
every other sentence?
This is why, so for the ceremony, I will say for the reception, the nicest thing you can do for your guests is offer a sitter. And it's set up so nicely here, you can go over to the cottage, the kids enjoy themselves, there's a sitter there, the parents enjoy themselves, that's the nicest thing in the world. But if you have kids or dogs in your ceremony, or a hairless cat in your ceremony, the pressure is off. Either they walk down that aisle and it is the sweetest
We had
thing
one
in
on
the
the roof
world.
where the dog, it was like one of those poodle whatever thing.
That's called a cheese doodle. He's got more Instagram followers than any.
I know.
I'm
He
just
rolled
saying.
up on like, the maid of honor kind of fluffed up, and he literally curled right up on it. It was like the sweetest moment. Again, though, that wasn't a kid.
No, and even if it does run amok, here it is years later, we're still talking about it.
Yes.
So the pressure is off of you. You could fall over and you're still not that sticky screaming toddler.
I'm kind of with, one of my favorite all-time photos, absolutely all-time photos is in the books, and it's the bride and groom, and they're up there saying their vows, and their little
flower girl is stood kind of in front of them, and she stood there the whole ceremony. She was utterly entranced by the bride. She could not take her eyes off her. She just stood there the whole time like this. And like just, and I love it. It's a really gorgeous photo, and it was just a lovely moment. But like you could just tell what was going through her little 3-year-old girl head, which was she had literally never seen anyone that beautiful before in real life, and somehow she managed to, in her opinion, stumble across a Disney princess. And in fact, Grace's son, who was just wandering around a minute ago, Caleb, I used to tell him that my job was to make princesses, and that's what he used to say that we were doing on the weekends. And I remember he came to a Janice and Prince wedding on New Year's Eve one year, and he was just thrilled that he got to see the princess. Like,
Yeah, because he got down on one knee and asked her to marry him.
There you go.
So
I'm gonna wrap this up.
there were a lot of kids at that wedding. It was New Year's Eve, and Grace was actually the babysitter with the idea that she would babysit if Caleb was with her. And he was just he was 3 at the time, by the way. Yeah, but he thought it was like I said, like it was to him like you know.
So kids are great, makes a monster. We can make sure you have a wedding that feels authentic and unique and heartfelt. So
Well, it was like Titus was saying. I was joking about how we just constantly contradict each other and ourselves in every sentence. But it's because genuinely, like, we want what you guys want. We will make it the best. Right? Having kids is one of the cutest things on the planet. Having a dog as the ring bearer is great.
yes.
Letting your 3-year-old actually walk down the aisle with rings is not good. So you don't. With rings. With rings.
Yeah.
No, so you see, this is what I'm saying. Kids in the wedding, cute. Ring bearer, cute. Don't give him the rings though. That's a bad idea. So, you know, there are ways to work around all of this stuff, and it's why we contradict ourselves. Is why Nate said, I don't recommend doing dances over 90 seconds, but my dance was 4.5 minutes. It's because every situation is totally unique, and every bride, groom, and parent, and whoever else is significant in your life and going to be at your wedding has the things that are important to them. And I would say that if you can fit in everything that is important to all those people in your life, I 100% think you should try and do it. Because if a wedding was just genuinely about you two, go to the courthouse, you would say those words and you'll be done. And the fact of the matter is, it's a celebration of not just where you are now or today, it's where you've been and how you got there and who you are as people and how you came to be in each other's lives. And that includes all those other amazing people that are going to be stood around you, your best friends, so honoring them, including them, all of those things is really, really important. Or else, kind of, what's the point in doing this, right? It's not about show. I absolutely think you should make it about you. And if it's something that's important to you, to do it, or alternatively not do it, then absolutely put your foot down. But if there's moments that come up and things that come up where you're like, you know what, I would never have thought of that, I would never want to do it, but it's going to make my mom, my dad, whoever, smile, and that might be their favorite photo, and it takes 5 minutes out of my day, do it. Because it's love, right? Like it's not just you guys that love each other, it's everyone hopefully that's there that loves you, and it's the only thing, usually the only thing that. So I think that's a really important thing to remember. You're not going to make 100, 200 people happy ever. You just can't. There is no way that anyone in this room can make that many people happy in that sense. Like, you are never going to make them all happy as to what they think a wedding should be. I mean, we can't even agree on what your wedding should be, right? Like, you're never going to make that many people happy. What you can do is make yourselves happy and prioritize the people that make you happy. And everybody else, if they're there to celebrate with you, will be happy because you're happy. It's the only thing that bonds them, is your happiness. So, don't try and make everyone happy. I've just done it again. Don't try and make everyone happy, but try and make everyone happy all at the same time.
Try to honor the people who lift you up in your normal life. But at the end of the day, you're there for your marriage, not theirs.
Yeah.
So
It's
stay
also
true
not
to yourself. Right, stay true to yourself.
Yeah, stay true to yourself and try and honor them. And it's not a family reunion. Guys, let's open this up for questions. Should I talk about catering? What? Yeah, we could do that. Do you wanna take a bathroom break there?
Mary needs to go to the bathroom.
All right. All right, guys, we're gonna refresh drinks and everything, and then we'll come back and we'll open up questions. Yes, we will turn the air conditioner. Okay, thank you.
Yes, it was. Yeah, I remember. If we go home now.
Oh, yeah.
It was really bad after it was done, but yeah. I know for what it is.
Sorry, I'm always late. I'm sorry, it was a little morbid, but it was bad, but now it's better.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's kind of, then my kids had it. It's a good thing. Yeah. You're feeling bad.
I used to shoot. So yeah. So that's actually. You're not. So unless it's a new song, all cameras. So if you're trying to record a ceremony or
No. So the tripods are behind me, clear stuff. And then how do I get audio in? So I would post or clean audio? Yeah, I can get clean audio out.
there's all kinds of ways. It's the next to your booth.
Yeah.
The 80,000 watts. So if it has an audio jack in. Another option. So the other option is that's going to be the top. So 1600 is better than the 6000.
Yeah, so I'm not.
So you can save money on it. 63. It's a use. There's only two that I would trust, right? So if you buy from Amazon, you buy from eBay, this, this is heavily used. Let's
It's more beside preferably that's my thing. Music, like my style is like I go okay, hours, I'm right soundtracks.
Yeah. I prefer an audio first approach.
Yes.
You don't want to feel like you're doing this.
As it's all music, like nature.
Yeah, your audio is much more important.
Having visuals with audio, really have to speak to one another.
Yeah. Another video about audio, you know,
The attention to conversation, I used to probably, so I've done a lot of small, corporate like promotion videos, small restaurants. So you have kind of stuff for, I'll do it.
So I'm gonna cover media is for a lot of social media. This is real estate.
How is real estate photography videography, not necessarily photography, is that how I look into it, just
So, it's like, and they're also more creative, but like sitting so it is very work focused. So you got to super efficient. Right? So weddings, we're gonna shoot one weekend, two, just make two weekends. And we'll do as many as you want to do in a month. Real estate, we find 5%. So
I just think that's all we need.
so it's just very, it's just very, it's very work from, it's cool, but like, I love it because, it gets to the point where you can kind of be an autopilot go, but then, it's, I'm at the point where so, shooter, I think of real estate shoots and
I think people would appreciate it. I was basically all the good bless.
Yeah.
So I've actually seen my
Well, he was looking for like all 4 years.
This is not like. Just trying to.
Oh, yeah, dance and stuff. I never expected, I thought I was going to the police and
I just recently this alley. Get up at night. Well, I don't know.
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, good, okay, thank you. I don't know why I'm listening yet. Alright, guys, we're gonna shut these doors. Alright guys, I know we've had a few people dive out, so anyone who wants to move forward do. But also people can wait for them. Couple of things just real quick. When these doors are shut on your wedding day, it's generally the sign that I've closed the bar. We will close the bar during speeches, introductions, anywhere close the bar. We will close the bar during speeches, introductions, anywhere. We want people to focus on what's going on in the ballroom dance floor area, not out there. So if you see the door shut, we're closing the bar. I will say, half your guests obviously have a panic attack. And I'm like, it's 5 minutes, you'll be fine. But just so you know, if you see the door shut, that's usually a sign that we're trying to get everyone together for something. And when they open up, the bar is open again. We used to try and just shut the bar. It didn't work while the bar was there. So this visually reminds people that it's not. The other thing is, if you look at your votives, you will notice front here are actually different votives than the ones you would normally buy. So while we have lots of votive holders, you guys are responsible for bringing in anything that's kind of perishable throughout the wedding, and that includes candles if you're using our votives. These are the long burn time candles that you can get on Amazon. I feel like I'm just plugging Amazon left, right, and center right now. If you can find them elsewhere, go for it. They're in a much deeper, clear case. Okay, not really. If you look at them, you'll see they're online. I am going to put together a list of the Amazon stuff we've talked about, and I'll shoot it over to everyone on Honeybooks. But these are the long-time burn ones. They're in a clear case so that the light is really bright the whole time it burns down. And they will go for most of your wedding. Whereas, as you can see, your regular tea lights, we will light them about 20 minutes before we open for dinner. But they'll have gone out before it even gets dark. Really, is the point of that. So that was the major thing. What was the other thing? All right, we'll come back to me. What's that, please? All right. Questions? Let's start. All right, I'm gonna stay up. All right, who wants to open the floor with a question? Vendors, you can also ask a question of your fellow vendors if you have any. No one.
All right, I'll go.
All right, there we go. Show some leadership.
King of the It's a microwave. So I got a question about hair and makeup, which is very weird. But,
I'm not a magician.
But she won't let me shave. So
Okay.
Is there anything that we can do to like fill it for pictures or anything like that for all my spots and patchy and on this that will eventually show up in there?
Yeah, but I mean, it's going to rub off. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It'll be like stage makeup. It'll eventually go.
Okay.
Especially if you're touching your face. She's gonna
Sure.
touch your face. She's gonna kiss it. It's gonna be everywhere.
Hopefully.
Everything goes as planned.
Yeah, and she won't kiss her. I
Makeup
don't.
went off that I hate, but after that, the whole wedding.
It's like a girl, yeah, if the bride's lipstick's still perfect at the end of the night, you haven't been doing it right.
Oh, okay.
She's not eating or drinking, it means. Eating or drinking, it means. Open it up to our 2 couples then. 3 couples, because you guys have grown. All right, best and worst things about your wedding, guys.
All right, I'll start with the worst.
Nice.
There are two
I'm not sure what's happening.
So to me, the worst thing that happened to our wedding was not anything we could have done to prevent it. So our photographer, and I went, holy crap, how are we going to hire a photographer for the wedding in 3 days out? So we got a replacement, but the one thing that I wish I would have done during the weddings, the guy was kind of very misogynistic and sexist and managed to piss off every single one of my bridesmaids and maid of honor. And I wish I would have spoken up. I was just so much relieved that, okay, I have a photographer, we're gonna have photographs. But I was too afraid to speak up because this was our backup, and I wish I would have really done that. So I think I'm just emphasizing this, that your photographer makes a huge difference. And I get crap happens and you just adjust to it. But like you mentioned, about the couple who is freezing their tail off outside, definitely speak up. But on the off side of that, my favorite thing about catch your breath, absorb the day, take a moment to breathe before different points happened. And that was, I think, one of the best parts for me about this wedding, about this venue, is really taking a step back and absorbing what was happening because it felt like it was gone in 30 seconds.
I will say that it's a really good idea to ask your vendors when you book them. Because we all get sick, we're humans, and it is really like important to know that your photographer has a network of people that if they can't do it, they have a network of people that should be able to, they should reach out to be able to help you out. Or if, I mean, thank God that between Grace, Al, Mary, and everyone else, like if I'm sick, there are about 50 people that can step into me. But more importantly, when one of those steps into my role, everyone else can step up the role so that then we go backing that up. But it's the same with your photographer. Anyone that's one person, honestly, it doesn't matter if your caterer, one of your caterers is sick, or like, even if your head of catering is sick, most of their work is done before they even get here. If your florist is sick, I mean, if it's Tammy, she's got backup still a lot of the time, even if your florist isn't very well, they can still do work. But the people that are on their feet, and we'll get back to feeding us in a minute, but like the people that are on their feet all day, like you need to make sure that they're fit and healthy. And if they're sick, so who is going to do their job instead of them? Because you guys also had a photographer.
Yeah, so we had basically a friend of a friend who, again, professional photographers, but we had one that we hired as the head photographer and one as the second shooter. And the day before the wedding, the second shooter texts us almost incoherently that he's in the hospital. We knew that he had some come to the wedding tomorrow. I will not have you having a heart attack at the wedding. So we were, all of a sudden like telling the primary photographer, like, hey, you might not have backup. We did have our videographer, so we felt like, okay, at least we'll have the video as well. And then Marissa's sister's boyfriend does events, and he was like I know how to shoot. And we had one of Marissa's teammates is a professional photographer as well. She had her camera with her that weekend, so he took her camera and acted as second shooter. And he took some really bad photos and some really amazing ones that rivaled the primary photographer. So, I mean, luckily he was happy to do that. I think it helped him occupy himself a bit that day. But yeah, I don't know what we were talking about.
Well, real quick, that brings me to two things. Then, one, significant others of your bridal party do need occupying, or else they just get drunk. Okay, like they're here all day, they feel a bit awkward, particularly if they're staying in the house, they don't really know anyone else. Like they don't that. What they then do is become best friends with Adam and hang at the bar the whole time. Okay, it is good if you can come up with some roles for them. Generally, it's good to have a couple of roles in your back pocket. Hopefully, not like step in as a photographer, but like like this. It's not a bad idea. I feel like they are just drifting around.
They could always color code the books in the library again.
Yeah, that's been a thing. That was a mother, wasn't it?
Yes.
The bride was like, I need her to do anything but be in here. We were like, the books need reorganizing. So she did that all morning. And also that brings me to the cookie table and specials as well that I briefly talked about earlier. Pennsylvania cookie bar is where your relatives, anyone here doing a cookie bar? Okay.
Anyone here from Pennsylvania? You're doing the cookie bar, you just don't know it.
It's often an Italian tradition as well, yes. All your family members, your aunts, your uncles, your grandparents, whoever, they bake a few dozen cookies with their favorite family recipes, like 60 of them, whatever. And they bring them in usually on the Friday night for the rehearsal dinner. We put them all in the kitchen, and then on Saturday we plate them all up, platters, and goes out in the dining room. If they're really into it, they bring recipe cards, and we put those next to each of the recipes so that people can take photos of the recipe cards, and you as a couple go home with all the recipes of all your family's favorite recipes. It's kind of a nice supplement or dessert because there's usually quite a lot of them, and it's really important because it helps everyone feel involved. Now, everyone loves it because grandma is like, did you try my cookie? Did you try my brownie? And then aunt said, whose is better? And it really is a nice thing to kind of get people involved. And if you have a parent or an aunt or an uncle who really, really wants to help, but you just don't want them to, you can put them in charge of coordinating that. It's a very low risk part of the wedding, but it involves a lot of your people and they feel very important. And it's a really nice thing to do. It has many benefits. I know it's traditionally from one area, one culture, whatever, but I definitely think it's something that everyone should do because I just think it really helps. But the same with the whiskey rum bar. A specialty bar is a great thing for them to do. They can go and taste all these different whiskeys. They can spend a lot of time and energy, make up menus, the whole deal. Again, it's one of those things that's probably low. If it doesn't come out exactly the way you imagined, you're not going to be upset. It's not going to ruin your wedding. They don't have to come and ask you 100 questions because really you don't have any opinion on it. And it gets them feeling really, really good. It's also fun for your guests. They quite things that it's experience. So they're just kind of things to get everyone involved, even if you're not sure how to get them involved. Also, please feed your vendors. That was the final part of that, which was jumping. In our contracts, pretty much all of us, I think everyone here says that we have to eat a meal that is the same meal that you guys have been provided. I say that because we can't generally do a 12-hour day on a sandwich, and you don't want cranky vendors. The more food we have, the happier we are. So it's really good for you to feed us. But it's here, yeah.
And you need to feed your your photo and video people. Feed them after you and DJ.
Yeah.
Feed them right after the bride and groom eat because we have to be finished eating when you're ready to take pictures.
So we always feed one bartender and basically the rest of your vendor team right away. As soon as you guys have eaten, probably.
Most reputable caterers know that.
Yeah.
It just depends. If they haven't been in the wedding industry long and they mainly run a restaurant, it's at the end of dinner when toasts are happening. Now, how do I eat mashed potatoes and meat? That might be the decision on there.
Yeah.
And let's give a big warm up. Wait, I'm finishing up my mashed potatoes.
So we always feed them while you guys are eating. That's what it is.
Same time as the wedding party.
Yeah. So, but also particularly here, please remember that it is not, you're not just feeding the people that are here on your wedding day dinner. If you have team members here on Friday night, you need to feed them. If your cell comes in at 6 o'clock in the morning, you've got breakfast, please include her. She's going to be here for 6 hours doing hair and makeup. So, make sure that you've got breakfast for anyone that's in, or lunch for anyone that's in. It's not just that wedding dinner.
Do you want to touch base on Saturday lunches?
Yeah, Saturday lunches, please get some in. There's a whole load of different options. Panera delivers, Chick-fil-A delivers. Tropical Smoothie will deliver if you order in advance enough. Just grill through your nights, still's another great thing.
Send someone.
It's also not to send somebody to do as they're in charge of lunch.
We brought in Jersey Mike's and the same boyfriend went and picked it up. So he, was able to go have some alone time away from his in-law family.
So there is lunch. Breakfast is really less important here because we have so many snacks and pastries provided, and lunch usually comes in about noon. But any of that kind of stuff. Also, I will come to them when I need stuff, and I will be the people that I'm like, hey, can you hold this for me? Can you do this? But also, there's no one more valuable at a wedding than a pregnant person. So if you have a pregnant person, please let me know, because I know that they are the one person that's going to get to the end of the night and be sober. So if we have a pregnant person in our wedding party or a bridesmaid, groomsman, they're the person that I am like, when I leave you guys, the private people, to carry on drinking, it's the pregnant person that I'm like, hey, I've put all their cards and gifts are in the right-hand side of their nightstand, so when they have a freak out because they can't find their cash, that's where it is. And the pregnant person is the person who remembers that and then repeats that information back once I've gone to bed. All right.
It's fun to see their bus drink.
All right. What's next? Oh, yeah.
So for staff meals and everything, that includes all extra hands on the property also, right?
Yeah. So generally that's going to be your coordinator for every meal. If you have extra hands, it depends on what their schedule is, but usually your extra hands start at lunchtime because they start before the bartenders and the caterers get prepped for the bartenders and the caterers get in. Bartenders usually don't need lunch unless you have a very early ceremony. They come in about 3 hours before the ceremony starts. They will always eat whatever's left, if there is anything left, but and then Sunday, if you're doing a brunch, it will usually be, depending on if you're serving alcohol, it might be 2 or 3 people as well.
If anyone's booking with Taste, they automatically will include the meals for your vendor.
Yeah, all your vendor meals and Taste Elegance are
I was
free.
gonna say, and the vendors know to eat too, right?
Yeah.
Like you'll, or if you need a cup of coffee, you'll say to us, can somebody grab me one?
So I think Roselle's the one that has missed the most as far as vendors that are here.
Yes.
Just so everyone knows.
So hair people tend to not get fed the most. I don't know why.
Do you think it's communication?
We don't have
Exactly.
We
Well,
barely
you
touch
You tell us if you're hungry and need coffee or need just.
Will take care of
We usually will. You know, and with water, I'm like hair irons are running. I'm hot under there. And I was thinking somebody give me some water. But sometimes I forget because I'm like boom, 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 one girl after the other, and I forget, and it's like 5 hours later, and I'm like on coffee and water since like 7 a.m. It's now 2 o'clock. I'm starving.
And now you're ready to kill
And now I'm ready to be like, don't ask me any questions. Because
I'm telling you, you want to keep the people that are looking after you guys fed because we're better fed. We're again human. I don't get hungry. I get anxious. Like my anxiety levels go like sky high if I don't eat. So
for me, it's more like my hands get shaky. I can't hold hair, and I'm doing this. Also, we tend to be not picky people. We will have anything from strawberries to bananas to, whatever. Some brides do ask that if we have anything that we can't have. Personally, I don't. Unless you're feeding me pickles, which are absolutely disgusting to me, I will literally eat anything. And then if let's say one of the members of my team does have something gluten, she tends to bring her own stuff. So we're kind of covered that way. But so if I do eat breakfast at 7 a.m, by 1 o'clock, like that's gone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying, just don't be afraid to ask somebody.
And don't be afraid to be like, hey, take a break.
She'll be annoyed.
I tell you what.
Now that she knows the face, it's
You
on.
said you were gonna get strawberry.
I think one thing that all wedding vendors agree on is that we say at some point during the wedding day, God, I need to go to the bathroom, and then about 8 bathroom break, and then it's midnight, and you're like, oh, okay. And it's funny because whenever I sit down and talk with like anything, it's like the first thing that you bond over is just like, have you not just realized that you've gone 12 hours without like eating drink? Fantastic for me. Like anytime I walk past the bar, he puts water in my, like he'll make me stand there and watch me drink it. Yeah, it's bad. We don't look after
It's not because we don't want to eat, it's just we sometimes we forget. So you have to like prompt us and be like, hey, you've been doing this, it's been 4 hours, I haven't even seen you take a sip of water. Like stop for a second. Like you have to remind
But
us.
we do try and mother each other. We all do try and mother each other on that thing. Like you probably heard me saying to everyone, have you eaten? Have you eaten? Have you eaten? Because as vendors, we also generally don't eat because they're distracted. So we all try and mother each other on that. But
So ask them back. If somebody asks you, you ask them back.
yeah. All right. Best thing about your wedding.
Yours or
Yours.
Ours?
Say this best.
Go with
Did
gratitude
you do your
and
best?
peace.
Did you guys already talk about the
I think the most important part when planning a wedding is to figure out what the wedding is about. So to us, we were relatively new in DC. Most of our friends came from outside the city. We wanted to maximize the time we get to spend with these people that were willing to fly into town and have a good time with us. And we managed to do that without freaking them out. And that was to me the most important part. I think you heard so many different things today, There's so many decisions to make. You have to figure out what is the highest priority for you. You're not gonna be able to maximize it in every which way, or you're gonna spend $1 trillion. You wanna sit with a lot of people and just have a good conversation, where you wanna dance all night, or whatever it should be about, and then try to not forget about that part. So I think that to me was the biggest success. I also think you have to be a little flexible, because some things will go wrong, right? Like the photographer will get sick, or you can't have, like we talked about the seating arrangements. You can't have a seating arrangement that only works if everyone shows up. Won't come, won't come. Like your wedding has to work, even if a few things like that are unforeseen and unwanted will happen. So I think those are kind of like the two main things.
I don't think anyone's seating chart works, by the way, literally no one. You're gonna put so much time and energy into it, you have to do it. But universally on the day, someone sits at the wrong table, someone brings a +1 that they didn't say they were bringing, someone drops out. Or we had recently a mother just switched all the table numbers around, the right number of people, 9, 10, 11, whatever, and she just started shifting table numbers around. So we had all the seats were off in basically the whole room. Table number, what you've done never actually comes out on the floor, but we still need it to get a rough approximation as to what's gonna come out on the floor. All right, you guys, best and worst? Okay.
For me, the best thing, but the way that we timed it out is that the babysitter was done with an hour left still of the party. So we still got to see all those kids, and we still got to take a family picture with kids, with our cousins and all their kids, and do all of that stuff. But we didn't have them around during the reception, during the ceremony, all that stuff. It worked out really, really well. They all hung out in cottage. We hired a woman that had a better time than our guests.
Yeah, they came back into the reception. They were all holding like a balloon and like a craft they did and like a little goodie bag.
It
Woman was watching 9 kids alone, which
was also a last minute thing.
Oh
We didn't do it
yeah,
on purpose.
and they all had a great time, and they were right here. So if the 3-year-old is really upset and needs see mom, like they're still here. They're accessible if somebody needs something.
Yeah.
But they were able to drink and relax, and having shuttles too was huge. Did y'all talk about shuttles earlier?
Is anyone planning on maybe getting a babysitter? Okay. Do you still have her name?
Yeah,
Contact?
Yeah, I can give that to you.
Try and get a hold of her because
I have her phone. Yeah, I have their phone.
okay. I'm normally the backup plan, but I'm more useful to Dora than I
Yeah.
am to babysitting anymore. And she was so phenomenal.
Yeah, we did a
She's
full
phenomenal.
background check on her, so now
she
you
was
don't
phenomenal.
have to pay to do one.
She
Yeah,
was great.
She was extraordinary.
really, really recommend that.
Yeah, she really did.
And then I think the worst thing was, again, something that we couldn't have necessarily factored in, but I guess a word of caution and wisdom. If you're having people read as part of your ceremony, make sure that they get there an hour before they need her. Because we started out late from the jump because people that were reading in our ceremony were stuck in traffic.
You were the latest I've ever started a ceremony ever.
Yeah, we ran like an hour behind the whole night.
Yeah.
And where we lost that time was the time that we were gonna make the rounds during dinner to like see everybody. And so that was like, what I was gonna say was probably like the worst part is that we lost out on like visiting each table, and like thanking everyone for being there and during the rest of the ceremony, but I mean, we prioritized eating, which I recommend, but that was probably like the worst thing.
Yeah. But yeah, making sure that people are there early, and I mean, they knew that they were reading, they just got stuck in traffic and didn't leave enough time, so.
Yeah, or don't assign your cousin who's literally always late, which is not the case for these people, but if you know someone's habit is they're always late. Either tell them 2 hours ahead of time and then they're there an hour ahead of time.
It's okay to tell them the ceremony starts at 3.
Yeah.
And I'm not even kidding about that. When you
Yeah.
have people like that.
Yeah, I would say, the best part of our wedding and probably what I would say is the most important thing to think about, and we kind of touched on it, is really finding ways to personalize it to yourself. The number one feedback that we got on our wedding is how like intimate it felt, how thought out it felt. And really, it didn't take any more effort on our parts for the most part. It was just finding ways to insert special mementos or special, like, meaningful elements to include certain people. For example, Marissa made her own wedding dress, which isn't the sentimental part on its own part.
Also not
but-
recommended.
Yeah, really not recommended.
Yeah.
But I think you'll agree, right? Because you were terrified.
I was, oh my God.
Yeah, it was a rough couple weeks there. But because of that, she incorporated elements of my mom's wedding dress and her mom's wedding dress. And both of them had flowers as part of their dresses. So she pulled a flower from each of the dresses, and we made boutonnieres for our dads with the flowers from their wives' wedding dresses. So finding, and that probably took, we were building the boutonnieres anyway.
Yeah.
It took you, 5 minutes to cut those out probably. But it was really sentimental, and little details like that really make a difference. There were probably more details in the wedding than any one of our guests knew.
Well, that's because they're,
Because it's for you.
Yeah, exactly.
We had a question about that?
What do you call, when you're talking about kids?
Yeah.
What's your age?
So I generally class teenagers as being more involved in the adult side and under.
Yeah, we split it at 12 because of who we knew fell into each category. And there was somebody
But it'll
who-
be different for your caterer.
Right.
Like the caterer calls the kids is different.
Yeah, but we split it at 12. We had one person who was 12 and had a younger brother who was gonna go with the babysitter. So we asked the parent what they thought, and they said that, they thought that she would be better with the adult group, and we agreed. And but we did have any breastfeeding babies were able to come, which ended up just being my nephew, who was gonna be there anyway. He was the only kid we had. He did scream a lot during the whole proceedings of the wedding, but that's why I'm like, be careful. Like, when you're thinking about having kids or not, think about what kids would be there. Because, second cousin, whoever's kid, if they're screaming during their ceremony, you're gonna be upset. Because you probably don't really know that kid. But if my 3-month-old nephew, like, our only nibbling, this is a gender neutral term, is screaming, I'm like, I still love that kid. I'm still happy he's here. So just being conscious about that.
On that, like, I will say that it's me that picks up the slack, or your coordinator that picks up the slack. If you have children that can't be in there, trust me when I tell you, one's on my hip, one's in my hand, and right now, and I'm happy to do that if that is what needs to be done in that moment. But I actually quite like kids at weddings, but I'm definitely not a kid person. The kids like me. So while I get that usually I've got a little entourage of children behind me most of the weekend, it's if your photographer, if you don't get shot list to your photographer, or your photographer is experienced enough to get through the family photography list, I'm gonna be there beside them doing that for them. But I shouldn't be. I should be doing the thing I'm supposed to be doing, which usually in cocktail hour is going to be bustling a dress, or the things that really mainly I can do, and it would be very quick if I do it. Checking in on the caterers, checking the appetizers and making it to every corner of the house. All of those kind of things. I'm there to pick up the slack, but kids are a hard thing because I really, once I'm laying down with children, I cannot do my job. Because my job is to keep them away from you guys, and I'm supposed to be with you guys, so that kind of makes my job really hard. So I will say that babysitters are definitely one of the things that I would really recommend if you know you're having kids coming. And literally the first time I ever held a baby was at a wedding. Someone just threw it at me, and I was like, all right, I guess I do this now too. So, you know, it is part of the job. You pick up whatever, and everyone on this table will pick up the slack that's needed wherever it's needed. So, like, if Aaron was working with a photographer who wasn't super experienced and needed a bit of guidance, Aaron would do that for them. It's the same with Rachel. If you're working with a videographer